If you want to become a competitive Azure data engineer, you need an end-to-end portfolio project which will help you gain complete understanding of Azure tech stack, which includes Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, Azure SQL Database, Unity Catalog, Logic Apps, Medallion Architecture, CI/CD, and much more with industry standards. And this 7 hours long project has covered everything using step-by-step approach. That means beginners can also create this project. There is no experience required. But what's so special about this project? This project is a complete guide for you, which will include data ingestion using Azure Data Factory, where you will build real-time dynamic pipelines with backfilling capabilities. Then you will master Azure Databricks and will use Spark structured streaming and Autoloader for big data processing within Python utilities. Then you will build slowly changing dimensions and star schema using DLT and Lakeflow pipelines, and you will also learn to push your code to GitHub using Git branches. And you also want to learn about Databricks Asset Bundles to push and deploy your code. Why I have covered so much in this Azure data engineering project? I can say those days are gone when you can just build those simple pipelines and you will say that you are a competitive developer. You have to level up, and you need a guide for that. That is why I thought of just creating this end-to-end complete guide for you, and obviously for free. You just need to devote your 7 hours to this project, and if you are ready to devote 7 hours to this project, then let's get started with this amazing end-to-end complete project. And before that, just hit that subscribe button if you want to support my hard work that I'm doing for your growth. So now let's get started. So what's up, my data fam? First of all, happy Sunday and happy learning. What we gonna learn this time? You gonna build something very special. Spotify Azure data engineering project. And again, I want to highlight this thing. This is the most in detail, the most complete end-to-end Azure data engineering project. Trust me, because you will learn almost each and everything that you would need to become an Azure data engineer and to just, let's say, crack your dream organization, dream company, dream role in the field of Azure data engineering. Okay, do you want proof? Let me give it to you. So now I just want to highlight some of the success stories from my lovely data family members who have actually cracked the companies more recently. So let's look at it and let's actually congratulate together. So these are some of the people. So very congratulations to all of you. And we have more people. Very congratulations to all of you. We have more people. Very congratulations to all of you. I am very happy. I am literally very happy. These people actually cracked the interviews by watching my YouTube videos, okay, and build the projects. And when I am saying that this is the most in detail and the most complete project, then you can just imagine the power of this project and the potential of this project. So are you ready to crack your dream organization? And just write down the comment as well, just to tell me, just to let me know, so that I can just showcase your story as well. Okay, make sense? Okay, makes sense. I know you are really excited. So I will just take you directly to the project building, but not actually. We're gonna first talk about some stuff, prerequisite, what we're gonna learn, tech stack, project requirements, all those things, because we're gonna approach this project actually as we approach a real world project in an organization. Make sense? So let's get started. And again, congratulations. I am really happy. Okay, so now if you also want to crack your dream role, you gonna just write down in the comment section that I will crack my dream role this year. And you know what? In the previous videos, I asked my lovely data fam to just write down the comments, and you know what? You won't believe this thing. Most of the people have actually cracked the interviews. Trust me, just ask them. You have the screenshots, right? You have these people, so you can just talk to them. So now let's get started. So first of all, I want to talk about the tech stack that we're gonna use in this particular project. And obviously you will be just using a lot of things, but these are the major technologies and tools and software that we're gonna use. Make sense? First of all, we're gonna use SQL database, we're gonna use Azure Cloud, we're gonna use Azure Data Factory, we're gonna use Azure Databricks, we're gonna use Unity Catalog, we're gonna use Spark, we're gonna use GitHub, we're gonna use almost everything that you need to become an Azure data engineer. And this is my responsibility to tell you each and everything. Each and everything. Now you will be feeling like, Ansh, what are the prerequisites? Please let us know so that we can just decide should we watch this video or not. Let me bring that smile on your face. Let me do that. There are no prerequisites. Ansh, please, please, please be honest. I am honest. I am really, really honest right now. Okay, and I'm really, really serious. There are no prerequisites. If you are unfamiliar with Azure Data Factory, if you have zero experience with Azure Data Factory, if you have zero experience with Databricks, literally zero experience, you can start building this project, because I have made sure that this project is totally beginner friendly. Now, some of you who are ultra pro level developers, you will be thinking like, hey, this is just for beginners. Hey, this is a very simple project. Bro, keep your ego aside, because this project gonna raise standards exponentially. And you will get the answers. Just be with me for 1 to 2 more minutes. You will get the answer when I will be explaining the project architecture. Okay, you will get the answer. Okay, so what is the next thing? The next thing is project architecture. Woohoo! So all those ultra pro developers, now stay here. So now let's talk about the project architecture. What we gonna develop, how we gonna develop, and what will be the entire flow. Because the thing is, the backbone of any data engineering project is the project architecture. Simple. Okay. So who builds the project architecture in the real world? Usually solution designers, usually data architects. But in today's world, you can say data engineers also contribute a little. Why? Because it is possible that data architects might not be familiar with all the tools and technologies. But if you are an updated data engineer, and you will be if you are active learner on this channel, obviously, so then you can obviously suggest some technology, some tools, some you can say drawbacks of one technology over other. Like, you can just give a holistic approach, right? So sorted. So let's try to understand the project architecture, okay, and what exactly we are trying to build. So the journey starts from source, okay, and the source is SQL database. But this is not a just like regular, you can say regular database. No, we know that in the real world, in the real industries, now industries are moving their, you can say, data onto the cloud, right? So instead of using that basic database, we'll be using cloud hosted database instance. Yes, real cloud hosted database instance. And we're gonna use something called as Azure SQL database. And just a kind of information to you, you do not need to worry about any kind of resource creation, environment setup, because this video will cover that as well. So just feel the power of this video. Just feel that. Okay, so we're gonna start our development with SQL database. So SQL database will be our data and GitHub will be our data. Make sense? GitHub repo in like, let's say if we just want to use some static files or something, but the major source will be SQL database. Perfect. Then we gonna use Azure Data Factory to load the data into the bronze layer. Now, first of all, what is bronze layer? If you are unfamiliar with the concept called medallion architecture, so this is basically the standard that we follow in the data engineering world. Medallion architecture is just like a fancy name, but the whole story is you travel your data in the 3 layers: bronze, silver, gold. The other name is raw, enriched, and curated. Make sense? But bronze, silver, and gold are like more popular names. So we just travel our data through these layers. What is the significance of this layer? Nothing. Each layer has its own, you can say, features, and you will understand everything when you will be building the stuff. But for now, you just need to understand like this what exists in this universe. Okay, medallion architecture. Okay, makes sense. What's so special in this bronze layer? I would say This is my favorite part of this project. Really? Yes. The pipelines that we gonna build in this particular layer are exceptional pipelines. Those are the pipelines which are built in the big giants, and you will get to know once you will build the pipelines and once you will see the pipelines. Make sense? So we're gonna build dynamic solutions. We're gonna build, you can say, parameterized pipelines. We also gonna, let me just give you a hint. Okay, let me just give you a hint. Let's do that. So basically, we gonna use incremental data load. You will say, what's the big deal in the incremental data load? We already know those things. Basically, we gonna learn about backfilling of the data. We gonna learn about dynamically loading the data incrementally. All those jargons are looking fancy right now, but just imagine, you will not just learn it, you will master those terms. So just imagine. Make sense? Very good. Then we also gonna learn about Git. Okay, Git CI/CD, how we can just collaborate using Git branches. So that part will be also covered in the bronze layer. Very good. Then we gonna use our Azure Databricks to use the data setting in the bronze layer. Because what happens, whatever data we load from the source into the bronze layer is usually very raw, is not processed. Okay, so in order to process our data, we just use something called as silver layer. Make sense? And we wanna use Azure Databricks. Now, what's so special in this particular layer? You wanna learn the latest frameworks available right now in the Azure Databricks, because Azure Databricks is totally changed in the last 1 to 2 years. Totally changed. In this, we're gonna learn how to create Unity catalog, how to create Unity meta stores, how to create credentials, how to create external location, how to just deal with the security and groups, everything. So you can say that it is a complete guide for your Databricks as well. Okay, learn by doing it. Okay, so in this particular thing, we also gonna learn about Spark structured streaming, Autoloader, all those advanced things as well. Okay, and from scratch. No experience is required. Don't worry, just beginner friendly. Then we also gonna build something called as star schema. If you do not know about star schema for now, do not worry. It's just a dimensional data model that we built, and we also gonna build slowly changing dimensions, and do not need to worry about that for now. It is just like high level design. Just feel the design for now. Okay. Then once we have data setting in the silver layer, one more thing, just you can say bonus that I want to mention about this thing. We have built an amazing solution in the silver layer, and it is called metadata driven notebook, or basically metadata driven pipeline. What is this thing? Industry is looking for the developers who can build metadata driven pipelines or metadata driven solutions. If you write this thing in your resume, and if you can explain the thing while sitting in the interviews, I can say that your chances of getting hired will be very, very high, because metadata driven pipelines are very, very, very hard to make. But in this video, you will learn that as well. Okay. And you know what? This is my personal fusion. I have literally used a templating library called Jinja, which is like very, very, very good library. Okay. And I just learned about this particular fusion just now, like more recently, like few weeks back. And I thought of sharing this precious knowledge with all of you. And are you happy? Okay, very good. So I was just testing about few things, and I was just doing a POC, and it worked well. And I was like, let's share it with my lovely data family members so that they can achieve their goals this year. Very good. So in the gold layer, we gonna build our, you can say, final model in the gold layer using Delta Live tables. If you do not know about Delta Live tables for now, bro, Delta Live tables are the future of Databricks and Spark. So if you master Delta Live tables, you are actually investing in your future growth, and you will be learning a lot of things in this particular layer. One more thing. You also gonna use something called as Databricks Asset Bundles within this particular Databricks layers. Yes, what are Databricks Asset Bundles? This is basically the CI/CD approach that we follow in the Databricks. So you will also learn about that as well. And at the end, obviously warehouse for just sharing the endpoints with the development team, or let's say if someone wants to create the dashboard on top of it, they can just do whatever they want. But our work, we as data engineers just provide that data to them. That's it. How was the architecture? Just be honest. And if you are excited about this project, because I am really excited, I am literally very excited. So I want to see the excitement from your end as well, because love should be from both the sides, right? So just drop a comment. How are you feeling? Just genuine feedback. I'm not saying like write this, write that, just a genuine feedback. If you are excited, just write it down, because this project gonna be very good. Okay, what do we have next? Next thing we have is the project requirements. Okay, so whenever we start a project, we get some checklist, we get some, you can say, requirements from the business, from the project manager. By the way, who is the project manager? Me. Who is the data engineer and developer? Me. Who is the tester on this project? Me. Who is the product owner? Me. So obviously I am developing this project, so I am just playing all the roles. But yeah, jokes apart, this is the basic, these are basically the project requirements. So first requirement is incremental processing. That means we cannot process data in bulk, because that is like very old school. Nowadays we just prefer incremental data processing. Second thing that we need to make sure that we need to enable backfilling. If you do not know about backfilling, don't need to worry about that, okay, because that thing is also covered in the project. Just to give you a hint, backfilling means let's say you want to fill the data for a specific interval, and this solution is very tricky. Like this part, tricky as in the industry it is tricky, but on this particular video, on this particular YouTube video, it is very simple, because Ansh Lamba is telling you how to do that. Then third thing, we gonna use stream processing. We cannot use batch processing. It is for Spark, okay. Then we also need to include some custom utilities. Now, what are custom utilities? So in the real world, whenever we develop the project, most of the time we use something called as our custom Python classes, custom functions that we need to include in our code. And in order to do that, you need an extra effort, and that part is also covered in the project. Metadata driven code. What is this metadata driven code? This is the same thing that I was just talking about, that we gonna build metadata driven pipelines, and this is one of the favorite parts of my video. Okay, then we also gonna build star schema. Then we also gonna follow Git CI/CD standards. We will be using branching to just you can say develop our code, and then the whole code should be dynamic. It should not be static. What does it mean? It should be reusable. Like you can just reuse that code in any other project. So whole project will be reusable. And you know the bonus part, you will also learn how to push your project to GitHub, so that you can just showcase that thing. Obviously you can just flex it in front of, let's say, hiring managers, because obviously you need to showcase your skills, right? That's how you can do that. Next thing is very simple. Here are my handles, and you should know about these handles, obviously. Okay, then what do we have next? Bro, it's time to build the project. All the information which was required is done. Now I will just ask for just three things. You can just have your notebook. Why? Because you need to take notes. Second thing is, you need to complete this video. Okay, you need to complete. If you are starting this video, obviously you have started this video. If you are till here, you need to complete this video. Okay, because trust me, this video is actually coming to your way because you actually wanted to do something in your life in the data engineering career. Trust me. So you need to completely watch this video. And third thing, you need to be excited enough to complete this project, because this project is full of challenges, full of learning, full of, you can say, modern solutions, modern things, and everything is crazy, like amazing knowledge. Make sense? So now, without delaying, let's actually build the project and let's get started. So first of all, we gonna start with our environment setup, or basically resources setup. So what we gonna do? We gonna first of all create our resources. Okay, and as you know that we are going to develop an Azure end-to-end data engineering project. So very difficult question, where we gonna create our resources? Obviously on Azure. Clapping. Whoa. So let's start with it. Let's use Edge. Okay, so if you do not have any Azure account so far, which I will be very surprised to know, because in today's era everyone is just trying to learn cloud platforms whatever they can. Even if you do not have any account, let me just tell you how you can just create your free account. So simply go to any browser and simply search Azure free account. Okay, so now in some scenarios, if you click here, yep, perfect. So this is the web page. If you just want to try Azure for free, basically this is the free tier provided by Azure, which is there for you and which will help you to learn Azure, and it is free for 30 days. You will get $200 if you just try and create this particular account. So it is really like for education purpose, so that you can learn and grow in the field of data engineering. Make sense? So you can simply click here, try Azure for free, and when you just click here, you will be just asked for a normal web form that you can just fill. And I would expect this from you, that you can at least sign up for this. It is very simple. Just go and complete the web form and that's it. In some cases, in rare cases, this will not allow you to create your free account. In rare cases, rarest cases. Okay, so in that particular scenario, do not need to worry. Simply click on pay as you go, and you can simply see the charges that will be there. And if you just want to learn something, obviously you can just click here. Okay, so it's up to you which way you want to go, because in some cases people would have consumed their 30 days free trial, so yeah, they can just upgrade their account if they want. Okay, their decision. My duty is just to provide all the ways to do a task. That's it. Okay, so let's suppose you already have your Azure account. Okay, let's suppose this, and let me just show you how it will look like once you create your Azure account. Simply search portal.azure.com. okay, portal.azure.com, and simple, it will simply take you to the Microsoft Azure homepage, basically portal page. What do you want, man? What do you want? Okay, so this is our Azure homepage, and first of all, let me just click here on favorite. Basically, if you have not seen this UI before, welcome to our lovely Azure homepage. I personally love this UI because of blue color. I'm a big fan of it, so it's amazing. So this is our, and I hope that you would have already seen this UI, but even if it is not familiar to you, don't need to worry. I will just give you a quick overview that will help you to understand all the ins and outs. So do not need to worry, because this end-to-end data engineering project is for all, for beginners, for intermediate, for advanced. Because do you know what? We're gonna start from here, from zero, and we're gonna go till 100 exponentially. Okay, and you will get to know when we'll be just building the stuff. So first of all, this is our homepage. Okay, these are basically the services that you use. Okay, so this can be different in your case, because these are basically the services that I would have used in the past. So if it is different, it's fine. Okay, good. Then the main area is this menu button. If you just click here, you will see these are some handy, you can say, go-to options whenever you just want to do something. Very simple. Just these three are important. Homepage, which is your home button. Dashboard, what is this dashboard? Oh, we have a competitor to Power BI. Woohoo. No, this is not that dashboard. This dashboard is just for your resources. For example, let's say you are working in an organization, okay, and you are working in so many projects. Okay, so let's say you just want to categorize the resources based on a project, based on a category, right? So it is that dashboard. It is not your normal traditional dashboard, so do not feel like that. We just use Power BI and Tableau. Okay, don't need to worry. Then this is all services. If you just want to see what are the services available in Azure, so this is that particular button. Okay, very good. Then this area is, you can say, just making your life easy, because these things can also be accessed from this button, basically this search button, that I personally prefer, because whatever you want, just go and search. That's it. Life is simple, right? Life is simple, very simple, if you know. Okay, then there are some areas which are very handy here. That bottom three, the top three and bottom three are important. Other than that, you can easily search it. Okay, so why these are important? Let's say you just want to manage your cost. Okay, you just want to monitor some things. You want to just click here, help plus support. So these are some handy options, but again, you can even search these options from here as well. But these are some basically you can say handy options. You should know about it. Make sense? Very, very, very good. Now I'm going to tell you about basically the hierarchy that we follow within the Azure. Let me just show you. I will just take you the documentation if I will be able to find that particular hierarchy image, because it will generally help you to understand the structure. Because I know, bro, you are a pro Azure data engineer, I know, but there are some people who are coming from AWS background, who are coming from GCP background, who do not even have a cloud background. So it's our responsibility to help them as well, right? Right? Good boy, good girl. Okay, so Azure subscription hierarchy. Let's see if we are able to find that image. That basically not a very fancy image, just a normal image. I don't think so. Let's click on images. I think this is a good one. This is a good one, and yeah, this is the official Microsoft documentation. That's good. Okay, so let me just explain you what is this. Okay, let me explain you. Hey, where's the image? I think they have updated this image. Okay, so no worries. By the way, this view is also fine. Okay, this view is also fine. You just need to understand it. That's it. So let me zoom in. Perfect. So first of all, at the top level, this will be your domain. This will be your organization. This will be your, let's say, your company where you are working at, right? This is your basically the domain where you are working. Let's say you're working in XYZ company. So this is the parent, the top level of the hierarchy. Make sense? Good. Then we have these keys. What are these things? These are called as subscriptions. Okay, what are subscriptions? Very, very simple. Very simple. Let's say in an organization, you have multiple departments: finance, HR, IT, accounting, blah blah blah. Okay, so many subscriptions, right? Sorry, so many departments. So for each department we dedicatedly create a subscription. Why? What is the reason? Very simple. Whenever you are working in an organization, obviously every department, basically each department's requirements are different. Obviously each department's data size is different. Obviously each department's you can say consumption layer, all those things are different, right? Yes. So obviously their monthly bill will be different. So that is why it is a good practice to create a different subscription for a different domain, not domain, sorry, for a different department, so that they will be receiving a different monthly bill as well, so that they can see like what they have done in their subscription. It is very easy to manage. So far so good, very good. Then we have something called a resource group. Now what is a resource group? Basically it is just a fancy name for your folder. Have you ever used a gadget called laptop or computer? Have you ever used? Okay, very good. Have you ever built a folder within that? Have you ever? Okay, if your answer is yes, very good. So basically same way we create folders here in Azure as well. Okay, have you ever stored anything in your folders? Okay, very good. So we also store something called as resources. Okay, something called as resources. Now what are resources? Resources again is just a fancy name for the Azure services. For example, obviously we're gonna just use so many services in Azure in this particular project. First of all, we're gonna use Azure Data Factory. We're gonna use Azure SQL database. We're gonna use Azure Databricks and so many other things, Azure Data, like so many other things. So each service is called a resource. That's it. Simple definition and simple stuff. Just the technical jargons which change in different cloud platforms, but the meaning is totally same. Now, for example, in Azure, we call data lake as ADLS Gen 2. In AWS, you will call it as S3. In GCP, you will call it as, let's say, Google Storage. So just the names are different. You need to understand the concept. Okay, very good. So this was the hierarchy that I wanted to tell you, and now you will be able to understand all those things because we are going to create these resources and resource groups. Make sense? Very good. So first of all, what you need to do, you simply need to click on this search button. Okay, I know I can see here resource groups, but obviously in your case you might not be able to see it. That's why I'm showing you the best way to do it, and trust me, I also use this way. Okay, simply click on search and I will search resource group, and I should see some suggestions, and see this one, resource groups. I will click on it and you will see a long list of resource groups because these are like previously created resource groups and I didn't delete it. I will delete it, promise. Okay, so let's create a new one. Click on plus create, and now I can just pick a resource group name. Obviously we just need to provide a name, so let's say the name will be RG, and then Ansh. Think about a very good name. Okay, what should I am seeing walls. Should I write wall? No. So let's say RG Azure project. Okay, Azure project. Okay, so this is my resource group name. Now region, in my case it is showing Canada Central, but obviously I can create like multiple regions as well. It's up to you, whatever region you want to pick. It is a good practice to pick the popular regions, so you can simply search like what are popular regions in your country, and that's it. Simply click on review plus create. That's it, that is it, and click on create for one more time, and this resource group will be created for you. So now see, it is created. Now in order to source this group, you can either click on this button or just go to home, again search resource groups, resource groups. Okay, then now you will see only one group. You can select it. In my case I have a long list, so I think this is the one. Perfect. So this is our resource group. Okay, currently it is empty. Why? What why? Did you create anything inside this? Obviously it is empty. So this is an empty resource group, but obviously we're gonna create some things here. Okay, so in order to create the resources within the resource group, it is always a good practice, always open the resource group first and then click on create. Do you know why? Because whatever resource, that means service, Azure service, whatever Azure service or Azure resource you will be creating, it will automatically fall under this particular resource group. Why? Because you are creating resource from resource group, from within the resource group. Make sense? Click on plus create. So what do you want to create first of all? And by the way, this is called a marketplace. When you will click on plus, so this is called a kind of marketplace where you can simply use the services. Simple. And marketplace is like very much popular in other sectors as well. In data engineering we also have marketplace. Okay, so let's say first of all I want to create something called as data lake. Okay, so I will simply search data lake and I will hit enter, and I will find these things. But you know what, I cannot use these data lakes because these are not actual Microsoft data lakes. So what is the data lake name? So in Microsoft we just call it as storage account. Okay, storage account. Simply search, and now you need to just pick the storage account by Microsoft. Just pick it and just click on create, and see, this is the configuration page. So the thing that I was saying, that resource group is already populated. Make sense? Very good. So now you do not need to create one. If it is not there, you can click on this drop down, you will see it. Even if you do not have any resource group and you are just trying to create a resource directly, you will get an option to create a new one, like create a new resource group, but we already have one. Okay, so now we need to give the storage account name. So I will give it, let's say Ansh Azure project, Ansh Azure project, or let's say storage. I doubt it will be available. Storage storage Azure. Oh, it is available. Nice. So the thing is, we have to keep the storage account name unique throughout the Azure network. So that is why if I have picked this storage account name, you cannot pick it. So you have to pick your own. You can simply use your name as a prefix or suffix, or you can add my name if you like me a lot. I know you know, but yeah. So let's say storage Azure project Ansh. Okay, region we will just keep it same. Okay, Then preferred storage type, we will simply keep it as Azure Blob Storage or Data Lake Storage Gen 2. This is our preference. Performance is standard, that is fine. Redundancy. Redundancy, we're gonna pick LRS. Why? Interview question. Basically, there are basically 4 to 5 types of redundant storage. LRS is the cheapest one. And if you are just using a free Azure account, then obviously you do not need to worry. But obviously very soon you'll be working as a data engineer, Azure data engineer, so you should know about these things. LRS is the cheapest one, where you get the replica of your data within the same data center, whereas in the case of other redundant storages, we get the you can say redundant storage accounts, so basically store redundant data in the maybe in the other data center of other region, maybe in other zone. So we have ZRS, GRS, GZRS and all these options. Make sense? Then do not click here. Why? You need to click on next, because you need to enable this option, because this is the backbone of data lake. Enable hierarchical namespace. Basically, enabling this hierarchical namespace means you can create folders within folders. Ansh, Lamba, what if I do not check this box and I directly create it? You can bro, you can. But the thing is, you will not be able to create folders within folders within folders. You will end up having only the containers. Ansh, Lamba, first of all, what are containers? What are those things? Bro, don't worry, I'll just show you. So now you have enabled this box. So simply click on review plus create and that's it. That's it. It will be ready very soon, because data lakes are easily deployed, but yeah, it takes some time, let's say a few seconds. So you can even check the notification, to see the status. So currently it is in progress. So it is simply deploying it in our resource group. Make sense? Make sense? Okay. So what is data lake? You should know about data lake, because you are becoming an Azure data engineer after this project. And trust me, bro, this project is like an amazing project, because you will definitely gonna love it. Because this is like, I think, first project which is using amazing techniques. First of all, templating language called Jinja. Second thing is creating metadata driven pipelines. Third thing is creating data factory templates to perform backdata refresh and all those things. So this is gonna be an amazing project. But you know what? I just need your help. What kind of help? You know that it requires a lot of efforts, a lot of time, a lot of money to create these particular videos. In order to just support this channel, I need your help, obviously. So you need to support this channel. You can drop a lovely comment. You can just drop a genuine comment, whatever you feel about this video. Like this video, share this video with your friends if you feel like this video can help others. And obviously, whenever you just help others, you will also be helped by someone else maybe in future. So just spread the positivity, because I know the market right now, like what are the things going on in the industry, in the market. I am just trying to help you guys. I just want you to be competitive enough to crack your dream role, so that you can be happy, your family members can be happy, and that's it. That is it. Okay. Okay, Ansh, Lamba, we will just do it. Okay, so our data lake is also created. Okay, perfect. So click on home and I will click on my resource group and I will simply find that resource group. Where is that resource group? RG Azure project. Very good. So this is my resource group, and now I can see this storage account, storage Azure project. Now you can see it because now it is there. Okay. So now let's try to create our second resource. What is our second resource? We gonna create data factory. Okay. So simply search data factory. I know it is called Azure Data Factory, but simply search data factory. Okay. Again, click on this by Microsoft, and everyone is familiar with this logo, this lovely logo. Click on create. Okay, again resource group is automatically filled. Then I will just provide name. I will simply say df Azure project. Perfect. Version v2. Very good. Git configuration. We will configure Git later. Yes, we're gonna configure Git as well, because this is a complete end-to-end project. You will also configure Git. You will do everything in this project. Okay, then we have everything. Click on simply review plus create. It is not failed. It is just a temporary blurry thing. you can simply click on this particular thing. What? Validation failed, require missing. Oh, I just missed a field. Really? In the basics. Oh, this name is already taken. I was like, it cannot be failed at this step. So DF Azure project is already taken. So I will simply say, maybe factory Azure project. Oh, this is also taken. No, this is available. Okay. So if it would not be taken, I can also say Ansh Azure project. Is Ansh taken? No. But yeah, factory is a good name. Factory Azure project. Good. Then click on review plus create, and that's it. Click on create. Very good. So our data factory is also completed. Resource creation, same thing. So yeah, it is deploying Azure Data Factory now. So very, very good. Let me just close the unnecessary tabs. We're gonna look at the documentation meanwhile, like maybe not now, like as we go along this video, because whenever we feel like we should just watch or have a look at the documentation, we will do it. Don't worry. This is also created. Very good. So what I'm gonna do, I will simply click on this resource group because I just need to check it. I can simply refresh it and my data factory is also there. Very, very good. Storage Azure project, factory Azure project, and very good naming convention. Very, very convenient. Very good. Bro, you will not feel it right now about these naming convention. You will get to know once you are into the real development, how critical is the naming convention. Okay, so these two things are ready. We will be creating Databricks as well. Don't need to worry. Okay, whenever we'll be when we'll be just jumping onto the silver layer. Currently we will be building the bronze layer only. Okay. Third thing that we need is the database. But before creating database, we need to have a kind of vibe around the resources, right? So what I'm gonna do, I will be simply showing you this data lake. Okay, click on the storage project and click on the containers, and you will see that you have no containers. So basically, let me just tell you the hierarchy of data lake. So let's say this is your storage account. That means this is your data lake. Make sense? Within this data lake, you create something called as, let's say, container. This is your container, blue color container. Within the container, you create multiple folders. Let's say this is folder 1, folder 2, folder 3, like this. Make sense? Now within this folder you can create more folders. Now let's say within this folder you want to create more folder. So you can create folders within folders using that hierarchical namespace that you have enabled. If you would not have enabled that thing, this should not be possible, or this will not be possible. What is should? This will not be possible. Okay. Now what are we gonna do? First of all, let's create a container, this blue thing. So I will simply say add container. Very, very good. And when we say container, so we can simply say let's say source. By the way, we can say bronze. Why source? Let's say bronze, because we're gonna create 3 containers: bronze, silver, and gold. Okay, so this is my bronze container. Very, very good. Then we're gonna say silver. Silver container is also ready. Very good. And then we're gonna say gold. Very good. Our 3 containers are ready. Make sense? Very good. 1 container for each layer. Perfect. Very, very good. So these containers are ready. Bronze, silver, and gold. Obviously these containers are empty because there is no data here. Where is the data? In the SQL database. And we gonna actually have a look at this very, very soon. So don't need to worry at all. Okay. So first of all, let's go to this resource group. And now let me show you the Azure Data Factory. Okay. First of all, let's click on this and then click on Launch Studio. Very good. Very, very, very good. Basically, Azure Data Factory is the backbone of Azure Data Engineering, to be honest. Tools will be added, Fabric will come, yes, but Data Factory will be there. Sure. So just learn it without thinking much. Okay. So this is basically the homepage of Data Factory. Perfect. This is the home page. This is called author tab. Author tab is basically something where you build, where you draw, where you use your creativity to build the pipelines. Okay. That is why the pencil is there, where you just create the things. And we're gonna obviously spend most of our time in Azure Data Factory in this particular tab because we'll be building the pipelines. Okay. Then we have monitor. As the name suggests, it is used to monitor the resources. If I click here, you will see this monitor tab. Then we have manage. Manage is very important if you just want to manage our Git, if you want to manage our connections, all the things are here. Makes sense? Then this is learning center if you just want to learn something. I also haven't explored this thing, so you can see. Oh, tutorials, quick start, videos. What is this templates? Template gallery. Bulk copy from database. Blah, 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 blah. You can have a look if you want. Obviously, it will be very, very useful because these are basically some templates, but I will let you know how to build these things from scratch instead of depending on templates. Okay. So now what we need to do, first of all, let's click here, author. Okay. This is the author tab. And now obviously we're going to just build our pipelines. So this is the area where we'll be just building the pipelines. Make sense? Okay, very, very good. So if you click here in the pipelines, you will see nothing. Why? Because we do not have anything, right? But we will be creating a lot of pipelines here. Okay, so don't worry at all. The first thing that I want to do, we need to connect this data factory to Git. Connect this data factory to Git. This is the thing that I want to do. Make sense? And now how we can just connect this data factory to Git? It is very simple, literally very simple, but you need to do a small homework. And I would say like most of you would have already done that homework. What is the homework? So homework is creating the GitHub account. Why? Because obviously you need a repo, right? You need a remote repo. So here you can use GitHub, you can use Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is actually not free. Like it is free, you can create a free account, but obviously in order to just do all those things, you already have that GitHub account, and GitHub is the most popular, you can say one of the most popular Git control softwares. So we will be just using GitHub, which is free. And what you need to do, you need to simply create your GitHub account. Make sense? That's it. Then you will be creating a repo, and let's create a repo together. And I'll be creating a private repo, but you can create a public repo. Don't need to worry. Do not need to worry, because we will be pushing our code to, you can say, GitHub, so that you can highlight this project in your resume. Make sense? You can just do all of these things. Okay, very good. So in order to do that, let's go to GitHub. Okay, let's go to GitHub. Wow. Who is this lovely guy? So I am here in my GitHub account. Okay, so let's create a repo very, very quick. And by the way, you should just click here on this button so that you can also learn a lot of things and get a lot of updates and all. Just click on this repo button and let's click on new. And I will simply say Azure project, simple repo. Okay, and I want to make it private. Okay, add readme file. Yeah, sure, you should add a readme file. I do not want a get ignore because we are not using any kind of code. We are just using drag and drop. So that's it. Create a repo. That's it. So this is my repo. It's called Azure project, and you will also be having one repo here, and there'll be just one pipeline called main. Okay. For now, we'll be just looking at how we just can integrate Git with ADF. But once we have everything ready in ADF, we will be seeing how it will be pushed to GitHub with all the code. Okay, but that will be done at the end of this bronze layer section, so that you will not be confused in the beginning. Make sense? But yes, we want to follow the standards, the real world standards, while developing the code. And you should just need to know very basic stuff that you will be understanding like this, because you are ultra max pro level developer. I know that. So this is our repo. Makes sense? So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go to our ADF, just click on manage and just click on Git configuration. For now, we do not have anything. Okay, click on configure. So here it is asking what is the repository type, GitHub or ADO, which is Azure DevOps. We are using GitHub. That's it. And GitHub repository owner. Do you know what is this? If you click on I button, you will see that we just need to provide the owner name. So that means, let's say this is the complete URL of your Git, but the owner is this one, Contoso. In my case, the owner is Ansh Lamba Git. In your case, your username is your owner. Okay, click on continue. So let's try to now pick the repository name. Now what actually happened, the moment I click on OK or confirm, it actually asked me to log in. Okay, it will also prompt you to log in. Once you do that, it will authenticate it, and that's it. Now I will be having all the repository names, but obviously I just want to pick my repo that I want to pick, which is, I think, Azure project. Yeah, this one. So this is the repository name. Collaboration branch is obviously main because there is only one branch. What is this publish branch? I will let you know. For now, just keep it as it is because we are not using this branch. Don't worry at all. Okay. Then import resources into this branch. No, we do not need to import anything here. Click on apply. So now what will happen? For now, you are seeing here Data Factory, right? Very soon you will be seeing here main or the branch. See, main branch. What actually happened? This is basically the Git fundamentals. If you know Git fundamentals, you will understand, hey, this is just a branching. If you do not know, basically, this is the fundamental of Git. So whatever we do, let's say this is the main branch. Main branch is like, you can say, the branch which no one should touch. Okay. So what we do, let's say this is your main branch. Okay. And this is the real world in industry standard. So let's say this is the main branch. So let's say you want to do any kind of development. So what you do, you create a branch from this main branch. Okay. And you do your development like this, like this. If you want to do any development, let's say there's another developer, he or she will create another branch from this main branch and will do the development. Whenever they just want to merge their code, they will just do it like this, like this. This is the industry standard. Make sense? This is called basically the CI/CD best practices for development. Make sense? So currently what happened, it created a main branch for us. Okay. So now obviously we are into main branch and obviously we should not touch anything in the main branch. So what I will do, I will create a new branch. See, new branch. And I will call it as, let's say, Ansh. Okay. Let's say Ansh. So this is my branch, which is called Ansh branch. I can do my development in this branch. So let's say there are 10 developers in this project. So everyone can have their own branch and everyone will be working in their own development environment. That's it. This is the whole purpose behind the branches. Make sense? I hope it was helpful. Very good. So now our Git is set up with ADF. Now we can just go and create another resource, if you remember, which is called Azure SQL Database. Okay, click on create. And this is critical, by the way. You need to understand everything. So let's say Azure SQL. Okay, you can pick Azure SQL here and click on create. And it is saying, okay. So we will simply pick PAS, Platform as a Service, Azure SQL Database, and try for free. It is fine. And get started, compare, find the right option, compare options. Let's say try for free, show options. What are the options? Create SQL database. Okay, perfect. They keep on changing the UI so that people will be confused. So currently it is picking my wrong resource group. So let me just pick the right one. RG Azure project. Very good. So currently this is basically the Azure SQL database that we are trying to use. Okay. And as you know that Azure SQL database is not very cheap, but I will just give you some tips. So it will be very, very cheap. Currently it is like $372. Oh, so let me show you, bro. Wait. And by the way, we are not going to sustain it. We will simply delete it once we are done with the project. So that is also fine. So first of all, we need to create a server because we do not have any kind of server. So simply click on create new, because obviously whatever you want to run in SQL database or SQL, you need a server, right? So here you will create a server. Let's say we'll create the server called Azure project server. This specific name is already in use. What? Azure project server. Let's say Ansh. Ansh is not taken. I'm so sure. Okay. Authentication method. I'm gonna use both SQL and Microsoft Enter authentication because it will help me to just log into the server easily. Okay. So I will simply say admin Ansh. Okay. This is my username, admin Ansh. Password. You can pick any easy password because obviously I know you will pick your uh, friend's name, username as the password. Really? I know you. Okay, so now we can also set the admin. What is this? Basically, you can just set yourself as admin. Simply search your email ID. Ansh Lamba AZ select. So this way you can also go through the enter ID and all. Okay, simply click on OK. So this your server is created. Now we can create a database. So database name will be, let's say, Azure project DB Ansh. Make sense? Consistent naming convention. Want to use a SQL Elastic Pool? Bro, no. We just want to use SQL database for our project. So now workload environment, obviously development. Okay. We production. Okay. Development is fine. Just go with development. Okay. So now backup locally redundant is fine. There is one more thing, compute plus storage configure database. Let's configure it because we do not want to just put, so currently we just need to pay 5 USD, but it will go even more less. Let me just show you. So I will simply pick max vCores 1 and data size will be 1 GB because we do not have much size of data. Would you like to return? It's fine. So now see, it has become 0.15 USD. It's fine. It's good. If I go with provision, no, serverless is good. Okay, 0.15 is good. Okay. Hardware configuration and max vCores, let's reduce it. Okay. And let's change the configuration of here as well, or it's fine. Okay. So compute cost is very less now. Okay. And this is the cost that is like per month, 0.15 USD per month. And obviously we're not gonna use it for a month. We will simply delete it once we are done with this project. Okay. Simply say apply. Simple. Okay. Now do not click on review plus create because you need to click on networking. It is very important. First of all, allow public endpoint because you will be accessing this particular database with public endpoint. So you need this. You need to allow this thing, allow Azure services. Okay. Add current IP address. That means your machine's IP address. You need to add it as well. Then this is default is fine. Encryption is fine. Then next security. And it is saying enable defender. No. We do not need defender. Server identity, it's fine. Additional settings, use existing data. We can also click on sample. Okay, adventure works LT. Select this sample will modify compute storage configured in basic data. Okay. By the way, we do not need that. We do not need this because obviously we'll be just creating our own script to populate the data, so it is fine. Correlation is fine. Correlation basically the rule to just identify the characters and all those things. Basically, it is for string. And usually we just keep it as Latin 1 general, and then we can simply click on review plus create. Maintenance window, bro, not now. Okay, review plus create. Finally, this can take a little more because it will be creating your server, it will be creating your database, it will be creating all those things, right? So that is fine. It can take this much of time, and we obviously do not have any kind of anything. So now our resources are completed, by the way. Okay, so that is the good thing. Now meanwhile it is like loaded, basically deploying. I want to take you back to the Azure Data Factory because obviously once the resource is completed, we directly gonna just create the source and we directly gonna start working on our data, right? And before that, I just want to give you some understanding what we're gonna do, because this will be a very, you can say, helpful to you, trust me. So basically, first of all, let's try to understand some things which are very important. Okay, so let me just show you. So currently I'm gonna talk about a very important concept. Okay, and this concept will summarize everything that we're gonna build, that we're gonna do. Okay, because understanding is very important, first of all. So some of you would know incremental loading. What is incremental loading? Bro, hold on, because this is much more than just incremental loading. Make sense? So just drop your ego and just listen to me for a few more minutes, and that's it, because it is for your benefit, trust me. Okay, so for example, let's start. So for example, let's say you are working with an Azure SQL database or any SQL database. Trust me, even if you are using your on-prem SQL, if you are using Azure SQL, if you are using any other database, Oracle database, anyone, steps are exactly same. Okay. Second thing, Do not feel like, hey, this is just Azure SQL database. We need to learn migrating on-prem data to Azure. Bro, on-prem to Azure was a slang years back. Now, everyone has this common sense. If you can import data from any one SQL database to your cloud Azure, it is the same for all the databases. Okay, so you should also have this common sense. Why we are not using on-prem SQL database? Because it requires a lot of configuration to just set it up, and it will waste your time. Just to save the time, we are just using the hosted SQL database, and that's it. Steps will be exactly the same. The only difference will come when we'll be just creating the link service, and that's it. And by the way, you do not create link services, solution designers create link service, but I will just also show you how to do that. So listen to me now. So first of all, be serious. Let's say this is your Azure SQL database, okay? Because we directly gonna apply it. Then do not feel like, hey, how to do this, how to do that. Let's say this is a Azure SQL database, okay? This has data, almost data, let's say of 1 billion plus records, 1 billion plus records. Okay, makes sense. This is your Azure data lake. Okay, makes sense. You are a data engineer. Okay, you are a serious data engineer, and you do not like to smile. He's smiling, let's say. You are a data engineer, okay, serious data engineer. So let's say now you are just assigned to this project and you need to just build the pipeline, okay? Now, in order to build this pipeline, moving data from Azure SQL Data Lake, you need to follow all these standards. You need to follow all the scenarios. You need to make this pipeline dynamic as well at the same time, everything at the same time, because this is a pipeline we develop in the real world. Make sense? Good. Now, first of all, we will be just using a concept called incremental load. That means, let's say here you have records in total 1 billion. Okay, 1 billion plus records. Make sense? You load this data to your data lake. Wow, good boy, good girl. 1 billion plus. Okay, perfect. Now next day, okay, because this was the data till today. Okay, now tomorrow we have data of, let's say, 10,000 records more. Okay, 10,000 plus records. Now your pipeline will not process 1 billion records plus 10,000 records, or let's say 1 billion records plus 100k records. No, it will only and only process this new data. This is called incremental load. Very good. And how to do that? With modern approach, because there are so many methods to perform incremental load in Azure Data Factory. When Azure Data Factory was new, we were using SQL tables for watermarking and all those stuff. Now we do not do that. So you will be learning the most updated method to perform these things. Okay, so do not worry. So this is the incremental load. Perfect. Okay, very good. Incremental load means loading just the new data. Very good. Now this is only the one scenario. Second scenario is, let's say your pipeline is running on a daily basis and it's running fine, but suddenly your manager comes to you and he or she says, complains, basically, because they do not say, they just complain. So let's say they complain that, hey, data is not matching with my blah blah, whatever they are doing with the data. So it is not matching. Why? Your pipeline was running fine, right? Why it is not matching? So the thing is, the data is not matching can be because of so many reasons, right? But now the conclusion is, you need to rerun your pipeline, let's say from 1st of January 2025. 1st of January 2025, a specific date, from a specific date. This is a concept called backdated refresh or backfilling. More common word is backfilling. So now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, can't we load all the data? Bro, you have 1 billion plus records and you have data, let's say, since 2000, let's say. Okay, but you just need to run the data, basically run the pipeline since only let's say 10 months back, 1st of January 2025. It's called backfilling. So when you want to backfill your data from a specific date, you need to apply this logic in your pipeline. This is a second scenario. Okay, now the third one is critical one, which is the game changing. Both the things should be dynamic. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Dynamic. What does it mean, dynamic? That means incremental load cannot be applied on all the tables. So let's say this table is very big. One table is very, very small. Very small. So you do not need to apply incremental load on that. Second thing, backfilling. Backfilling will not be done very frequently, right? It will be done, let's say, once in a while. Once in 2 to 3 months, once in 6 months, once in a year. So for that, you do not need to build a different solution. You need to add backfilling feature in the existing pipeline. This is the beauty of the pipelines that we're gonna build in this particular video. Make sense? Make sense? Just follow the steps that we are just doing and you're gonna love it. Make sense? So this is a concept that we're gonna do today. Okay? Make sense? Okay. Very, very good. So this is the overview that we are going to do. Understood? Just take notes because this is very important because we're gonna use so many technical stuff in the Azure Data Factory. Okay? So let's do it. By the way, my SQL database is also deployed. Okay? And as you can see, our SQL database is deployed. So now the only thing that we need to do is we need to just create the source. We need to just set up the data. Do you know what? Do you know what? I will just give you the script, okay? And those scripts will be available in my GitHub repo as well. You can simply download and copy and paste and run it. So for now, let me just show you how you can also create the source. And I know you are really, really excited to build these pipelines. Do you know what? I am gonna literally put my heart while building this these you can say pipelines, because these pipelines, trust me, please, if you can trust me, and I know a lot of you trust me and some of you, I don't know what do you do. These pipelines are the real world pipelines. Real world is, I know, very common word nowadays. Everyone is using real world. But trust me, these pipelines are actually real world pipelines that you're gonna build in this video. Okay. So can you show me your little love? Okay. I don't need in that sense, but yeah, I need it from you. Okay. Like you, from my lovely loyal data fam. Okay, so let's first of all try to create our SQL script in the data source. Okay, let's do it. So what's up my fam? Now let's try to create our source. So basically, as you know that we are just trying to use SQL data source. The best thing is, you as a data engineer do not need to worry about creating the source. Why? Because you are someone who uses the source. Right? Clear? Very good. So you do not need to worry about source, but obviously in order to complete this project, you need to worry about the source. Not actually, because this boy, okay, this boy has actually taken care of that particular thing as well. So I have literally created an amazing SQL script that you can easily download it from my repo. I will just I will just show it to you right now. Okay. So if I just open my repo, amazing GitHub account, very good. And you can even click here, obviously, and click on repositories, and then this is the repo Spotify Azure project. Common sense question, this is not an original data set. Okay, this is just a pseudo data set which is designed for the educational purpose so that you can just complete your project. Make sense? Make sense? Very good. So now under this we have a folder called source scripts. And very good. So basically we have two SQL scripts. What is CE? I will just delete it, don't worry. So this is basically the file that we create whenever we just want to create a folder within the GitHub. So you can just ignore this. These are the major two files that we have. Make sense? Okay, so this is basically the SQL script that I have written for you. Okay, so you can simply copy from here and paste it. That's it. How? I will just show you, don't worry. You can even download it if you just want to download it for the future reference. The best thing is I will simply ask you to fork this repo or basically star it so that you can just keep it in your account. Okay, so that whenever you just want to use this data, you can just do it. It can be, let's say, your hobby project, it can be your university project, it can be your resume portfolio project, it can be anything. So you can just use this data, like the SQL data, and it has literally great amount of data. You can actually see. So this has actually great amount of rows. So perfect. So I will also copy this data like this, and that's it. Okay, very good. So how we can actually get started with the source creation? Very simple. Simply open your database, not server, database. Okay, now simply click on query editor, and here you have two options: continue as your account because you created this account as an admin. Then second option is this one. You can use anything. Okay, I can simply, let's say, use this one, and most of you will be able to access this, okay, through this. Some ultra legendary pro people, okay, can face an error, let's say unable to authenticate, unable to access the private endpoint or whatever. Okay, so this can happen if you would not have configured your database according to the steps that I mentioned. Okay, it happens when you do not put focus, it happens. So simplest and the easiest and the quickest workaround for that: delete your resource and recreate it. That's it. Okay, because there are some options. You can simply go to firewall settings and simply change it, but I don't want to show all of those stuff because that is networking stuff and it is not actually relevant. Simply delete the resource and recreate it. Simple. Okay, and click on OK, and you will actually land on this query editor. Basically, this is the query editor that we have. In the real world, we rarely use query editors. We simply use something called as SQL Server Management Studio, SSMS. Okay, but I personally like query editor when I just want to do some little things. It's fine. So currently, this is pretty much simple. There's nothing to explain here. Very simple stuff, simple query editor, and that's it. Under tables, we have nothing, obviously, but let me just paste that script here and let me just simply run it. So what will happen? It will simply create those tables for me and insert all the data within those tables. It can take some time because obviously there are so many records, but yeah, that's very quick and we have everything ready. If I just refresh now, you will see that we have dim artist, dim date, dim track, dim user, fact table. Basically, these are the source tables for dimension, and fact. This is not actually ready to use dimension and fact tables. Make sense? It is a common sense. Why I didn't use word artist and I just used dim artist, just to make it more human readable, because I know you are all humans. And see, the thing is, obviously we'll be just renaming these stuff in our, you can say, data lake. So just for the understanding, I just kept it dim, but do not treat it like a dim. It is not a dim for now. Okay, it is just the source for dimension. Make sense? I think it is a common sense. If not, you can simply rename your table, bro. What's the big deal? Okay, so our source table is ready, and that is it. So this is our initial load that is done. Okay, perfect. So let me just go back to my resource group. So this is my resource group and we have the source ready as well. Very good. Now what we're gonna do? We're gonna simply go to Azure Data Factory. Simply click on Launch Studio. Perfect. So now what we need to do? Simply go to Author tab, and now the real ADF development begins. Yes, as per the industry standards. Perfect. Okay, very good. First of all, whenever you just migrate data from one place to another, point A to point B, whatever, what is that particular requirement? For example, this is your, let's say, ADF. Okay, this is your source, this is your destination. Make sense? You need to connect this source and you need to send data to the destination. Make sense? What is the first thing that you will create? Tell me. It is called connection, right? Connection, or you can say authorization, everything, because connection actually contains everything: authorization, authentication, everything. Because this is ADF resource, it should have the permission to read data, it should have permission to write data. Make sense, right? Very good. So how we can create those connections in ADF? It is called link services. Okay, I know you all know these things, but I need to just tell all of these things who are new and who are learning through this project, and it's a good revision for you as well. Okay. So simply click on Manage tab and you will see something called as link services. Okay. Click on plus new because we want to create a new link service. Very good. Now, what is the type of link service we want to create? We want to create Azure SQL database. Perfect. Click on continue. What is the name of link service? I will simply say Azure SQL. Okay, simple. Version is this one, subscription is this one, server name. I think server name is Azure Project Server Ansh. Very good. Database name, it will be loaded automatically. It is, I think, Azure Project DB Ansh. We created this, remember? Good. Authentication, this is very important. Which authentication method you want to pick? There are several options. For now, we will simply say SQL authentication. So I will simply put my username and account password. So it was admin Ansh and password. Simple. Okay, encryption mandatory. It's fine. Okay, so everything is fine. Now let's test the connection if everything is fine, because how ADF will authenticate or basically use the SQL database using our credentials. Common sense. Click create. Link service will be published immediately. Yes, because all the link services in Azure Data Factory will be published automatically. What are these things? You do not need to worry. We will just talk about it when we'll be just deploying our code or basically push our code to the GitHub. Make sense? Good. So this is our first link service. Okay, let's create another link service. Another link service. Why? Bro, you want to read your data. Obviously, you want to write your data as well, right? Right. So in order to write your data, you need a connection with your data lake as well. Oh, yes. So you can simply search Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2, not Gen 1, Gen 2. Okay. Then click continue. And this name will be, let's say, Data Lake. Okay. Makes sense. Then subscription, this one. Storage account name, let's pick that. What was the name? I think Azure Project Storage or maybe Storage Azure Project. Yeah. Now let's click on test connection. Okay, successful. Just a quick question. Tell me one thing. For SQL database link service, we used our SQL authentication, like SQL user and password. How did we authenticate here? Like, what did we do? What is that particular thing that is used to verify your data lake with Azure Data Factory? How? If you know the answer, just do let me know in the comment section, because let's make this course, let's make this project engaging, right? So let's try to comment and let's try to reply, let's try to help others, let's try to just talk to each other regarding, like, while continuing with this project. And you as a developer, as my lovely data fam, you have a homework. Whenever you see any comment on this video, which is like can be a question, can be a curious thought, can be a discussion point, do participate in those conversations. Why? It will enhance your skills much better than doom scrolling. Okay, simply talk to each other and just try to help others and gain knowledge while resolving the issues of others. Promise you will do this homework, right? Very good. Okay, very good. So answer is very simple. Authentication type is account key. So what happens when you create, let's say this is your resource group. Okay, so when you create your data factory and data lake both in the same resource group, you can actually use something called as account key to authenticate. But what if your Azure Data Factory is residing in another resource group, your data lake is residing in another resource group? Then you have to use something called as system assigned managed identity. That is the recommended approach as well. Makes sense? But we are using the same resource group, so it is called account key. It is an interview question, so you can just keep a note of it as well. So simply click on create and that's it. Perfect. So both the link services are ready. Very good. Okay. So now what are we gonna do? We gonna simply jump on our pipelines and we're gonna simply create, let's say, a folder or let's say pipeline. Okay. Pipeline, the name will be, let's say, raw ingestion, or let's say incremental ingestion. Make sense? Incremental ingestion. So this is our pipeline name. Very good. So this is the canvas where we just draw our pipeline, okay, using drag and drop. By the way, drag and drop is becoming very, very popular. Basically, it makes sense because I was just looking at one new update, and I think you would also know about that new chat GPT update where it has just created agent kit. You can simply build your whole workflow using drag and drop feature. It is, I think, a good alternative to NA10. Okay. So again, like, industry is just moving very, very fast with drag and drop and low no code solutions. And yes, you need to master those solutions. That's why this boy is creating this video, so that you can also master this. Very good. So first of all, what we need to do, our main activity is copy activity. You should know about this. Okay. Copy data activity is the main activity that is involved in migrating the data from one place to another. Simple. Do not make it complicated because it is very simple. Okay. So let me just rename it. I will simply say SQL, basically Azure SQL to lake. That's a good name. Azure SQL to lake. This is my copy activity. Make sense? Very good. Now what is the source? We do not have any kind of data set. What is data set? Remember we created the linked service? Yes. So just tell you one thing. We created the link service. Link service is just basically a connection. Okay. So once we have the connection, once we have, let's say, some way to connect to the database, but what is the table name? What is the query? What exact data we need to pull? So all those information are reside in the data set. So once we create the link service, then we create data set on top of it. Simple. Okay, good. So now what we need to do, we'll simply create a data set. Okay, so how we can just create a data set? Just click on plus new because we do not have anything to click on drag and drop. And what is the data set type? Again, SQL, Azure SQL database. Click continue, and name will be, let's say, SQL, or let's say Azure SQL. And link service is, as we know, Azure SQL. Okay, same. You can keep a different name as well, but it's fine. Now we are having options for table name, but here I will not be using table name. Ansh, Lamba, why? Because I want to apply the logic for incremental loading, and for that we do not need to pick the whole table name. Okay, so I'll simply say okay. Okay, so now you need to stop here. So first of all, you need to select query because you are not importing the whole table, and here obviously you will be writing the query. Okay, very good. So now the real work start. Actually the work is started, but yeah, challenges are now being added. So be ready. Okay, be ready, because I have already explained you the whole concept before building this. That's why I explained you, so that you do not put your or ask your questions now. It's just the hands-on time. So the thing is, not only one thing, I told you that we need to cover all those scenarios that we cover in the real world. So first scenario, if you remember, we need to apply the incremental logic. Incremental logic. We need to apply incremental logic and initial logic, basically initial load and incremental load within the same pipeline. Make sense? Good. Stay. I know that you would have heard about this thing, okay? But we need to just follow the modern practices, modern, you can say, framework for this. And that is a new thing. So what we need to do, we will simply create something called as JSON file. What? Yeah, I told you, that's a new thing. Just listen to me. JSON. We will be creating a JSON file, okay? In this JSON file, we will store a key value pair, and you can pick any key. Let's say you want to pick CDC. Okay, CDC time, or let's say CDC. Let's just CDC. Okay, CDC. You want to pick this key. Do you know what? Initially, we will feed the value for this CDC as 1900-0101. Why? Because obviously in 1900 we didn't have any kind of data. If your organization has, it can, like 1900 is like still like just 25 and then how much? Yeah, 125 years back. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal, but yeah, sometimes you can have data. So you can even pick 1800, 1700, or let's say 100, 0101. Okay, makes sense. Okay. In short, we need to pick a very small date. Okay. So we will write our query in such a way that select asterisk from, let's say, table, any table, where whatever the timestamp column we have, let's say updated date or any updated column, where column greater than this 19000101, what will happen? It will bring all the data. Common sense, very good. Then what we need to do, we will simply store this. Who is texting me? Because I just received the text messages from maybe delivery guy, and yeah, just those promotional messages. That's it. No one sends me a message. No. Yeah. So basically, select asterisk from table where column greater than 190010000101. Makes sense? Common sense? Very good. So now this is our done. Like, this work is done. Our task is done. Now, once this is done, we will store the maximum value of this table, like basically whatever table we are loading, let's say this table, into a JSON. Okay. And you know what? This JSON will be the same JSON. Oh, so this is like a recursive updating of JSON file. Yes. So what will happen this time? This value will become, let's say 2025 10, let's say 01. So what will happen? This value will go here and it will bring only the data after this. This is the concept of incremental and initial loading within the same pipeline, but using JSON. This is only one part of it. Then the next part will be making the parameters for schema, for table name, because obviously we can just use the same pipeline for literally any table that you would have in your organization. And that will be a big win, because let's say you develop this solution, your manager is very happy. Rarely they get happy, but yeah, let's suppose they are very, very happy. Okay. So they will say, very good. Now you need to perform the same step for your table number 2. And you will be like, oh, okay, let me just do that. Then table number 3, then table number 4. So instead of just doing same stuff again and again in all the tables, wastage of time, we will simply create something called as parameters in our pipeline. Okay. And this is a kind of metadata driven pipeline, but this is not actually a metadata driven pipeline. This is, you can say, a parameterized pipeline, because metadata driven pipeline will be built in the silver layer, and that pipeline, oh man, just wait for that part. That is my favorite part, because I learned those things just now, and I want to share it with you all, because I was exploring some stuff. I was like, let's do this, let's try to do that, and it worked. And I was like, boom, I was like, wow. And I want to show that with you all. That will be a fun part in the silver layer. So let's complete this bronze layer first of all. Okay, this is also nice. Let's just be with me. This is also nice. This project is like the insane project. So now this thing is done. Makes sense? So how we can just do all of those stuff? So we know that this is our copy activity. Makes sense? I will create a parameter here. Okay, click on plus new. I will simply say schema. Then I will say table. Then I will say CDC column. Okay, CDC column, whatever you have in your table, and that's it. That is it. Yeah. So what I will do, I will simply go to here and click on add dynamic content. Now I can simply write my query using expression builder. Expression builder is a very, very, very good area where you can just combine your variables, your parameters, your activity outputs, and your normal text. Perfect. So I'll simply write select asterisk from, now what I need to pick from schema. So I will simply pick here schema, but it will add at the rate here. We need to remove it from here. We need to add it here, and then we need to encapsulate it in curly braces, and you need to watch it step by step because this is important. So now what will happen? This will be treated as our normal text, and this will be treated as a variable, similar to f strings in Python, if you know that. Same thing. Okay, once we have this, then we add something called as dot, if you know, like select asterisk from pipeline dot parameters, like whatever, let's say DBO. Okay, dot what? Table name. So let's pick this. and just add at the rate, then curly brace, curly brace. So this is the query which is equivalent to select asterisk from dbo dot, let's say we are running it for dim whatever, let's say dim users. This is equivalent to that, but we also need to apply a where clause, right? So I'll simply say where, okay. Now this is interesting. Where, what is the column name? CDC column, okay. CDC column greater than what? Greater than the last CDC. Now where is the last CDC? It is not here. It will be coming from the data lake, okay. It will be here. So what I'm gonna do, I will simply go to my resource group. Where is my resource group? Yep, here. I will go to my resource group and will go to my data lake and go to containers, and here I will go to my bronze. Within the bronze, I will create one directory. I will simply call it as, let's say, CDC, okay, and save. Within the CDC, I will upload a file called empty.json, okay, empty.json. That's it. Let me just also upload it to GitHub repo so that you can also access it. So I have uploaded this file, okay. Let me click on upload, and you can also upload it from here. Click on upload and just do it, and let me just show you the file as well. It is, let me just refresh. Yeah, it is here, empty.json. And what is the content of it? Nothing, just an empty dictionary. That's it. If I open it, you will see like this, because we do not need to feed anything here. Nothing. Like actually we can, but it's fine. Okay, because we will be just needing that particular thing as well, so it will be done. Don't worry at all. Okay, so this is our you can say empty.json. Makes sense? So this is just the empty.json. Now we need to create another file. Okay, you can actually create a replica of it, and within that we will save something called as CDC. What was the last value? Make sense? So what I'm gonna do, let me just upload this file, okay, for one more time, and obviously with a different name, and I can even create that file for you, and I can just even upload it here. So let me just do that. So this is the file, okay, cdc.json, and what is the content? Very simple, that I just mentioned. Click on edit, and it will just have one key value pair, cdc 190101. That's it, and that will be available in the GitHub repo as well. You can easily download it and you can upload it like this. Perfect. Very good. So let's go back to our ADF. So now I will simply use one activity called lookup. Okay, this is the activity that we use to perform basically the file fetching, the content of any file, all of the stuff like that. Okay, so let me just do that, and let me just simply say last CDC. Okay, go to settings, and here first row only. No, we want everything. Source dataset. We actually do not have any kind of source dataset. So what we're gonna do, we will be creating a dataset. But you know what? We wanna create a parameterized dataset so that we do not need to recreate the dataset again and again. What is that thing? Let me just tell you. Click on plus new. Okay. And obviously we want to create Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. You will say, bro, we have already created one storage dataset. No, we just created the link service. Remember? So simply pick Data Lake Storage Gen 2 and click on continue. Now what is the content of the dataset? It is JSON. Click here, click continue. Perfect. So I will simply say JSON and dynamic. Okay. Link service, we already have data lake. Very good. So now this is the thing. So now it is saying, hey, you can pick your file. Do you know what? If I pick like this, browse, bronze, and then CDC, and then let's say cdc.json, right? If I do it like this, it will automatically fill this. But this is not the dynamic way, or basically the real world scenario where what we do it in the industry. We create the parameterized dataset. So how we can just do that? We can simply click on advanced. Okay, click on open this dataset, and it will open this dataset like this. So here we will be creating a parameters within this dataset. Click on plus new. So I will simply say, let's say p container, or let's say container. Okay, then let's say folder, then let's say file. Make sense? What will be the default value? We do not need, we will simply pass the value there. Now go to connection. Now replace these value with dynamic content and pick container like this. Here CDC folder like this, then file. So do you know what will happen? Let me first of all save it. Do you know what will happen? It will simply ask you to provide these values in the pipeline, and that is a dynamic approach. Let me just show you. If I open this, I will see these parameters here. So now whatever value I provide here, it will take that value. What is the benefit of it? I do not need to create, let's say, 100 datasets if I'm using 100 different files. See, that's how you build the real world solution. This is just 1% of it, bro. 1%. So let's say container. Container is very simple. You can simply put your container value as bronze. Okay. Folder value CDC. File is cdc.json. Perfect. Makes sense. So let me first of all deactivate this activity. Go to general, deactivate, because I want to show you the output of it. If I simply debug it, what will happen? It will simply give me the content of the file that we have in the last CDC. Okay, let's see. And I should see 190101. Okay, perfect. It ran fine. In order to see the output, click on this arrow, and this is the output of it. See, value, and value is an array. Within that we have this dictionary CDC. Now I will use this output in this activity. Can we do it? Obviously, bro. Simply connect it. Okay. Now you can simply activate it. Go to source. Oh, my query is gone. Why? Okay. So let me just rewrite it. Select asterisk from parameters schema. Okay. Remove it from here. Write it like this. Dot table. Okay, perfect. Dot table where CDC column, whatever you have, greater than what? First of all, add single quotes, because with the date value we add single quotes. Now within the single quotes, simply use this last CDC count. Okay, dot output. This is incomplete. You also need to write dot value, because value is the array name, and within that we are using 0th element, and within that we are using CDC, or what was the value of that? CDC or last CDC? CDC, only CDC. Okay, only CDC. Make sense? Now you can simply add at the rate like this and like this. This is your query that you will be using for your incremental data load and initial data load. Make sense? Very good. Very, very, very good. Okay, makes sense. Now, obviously you want to write your data. Okay. And you will be writing your data in the bronze layer. Make sense? Okay. Now, I will simply say, create a data set, because we do not have any data set. Ansh, Lamba, you created one data set for JSON. Use it. Bro, we cannot use it because that is a JSON data set. We need to create a new data set for a different file format. And this time we're gonna use something called as Parquet file format, which is the most efficient file format to store the data in the columnar format, basically for big data. Okay, simply say plus new and storage gen 2, then Parquet. Click continue, and I'll simply say Parquet dynamic again if we just want to reuse it. Okay, link service is this one, and click on advanced, open this data set. Now you know the steps, so simply do it. Container container, and then folder, then file. Makes sense. Connection, container, folder, file. Okay, perfect. Let's save it. Let's save it like this. Okay, perfect. Now, do you know what? I will add one more activity called set variable activity. Why? You will get to know why. So basically the thing is, this is set variable activity. Okay, so let me first of all rename it. I will simply call it as current. What is current? Current timestamp, current whatever. Okay, and I will connect this as well. Why, Ansh, Lamba? Why? You will get to know, bro. You are learning the modern structure, so just hold on. See, two things are there, and this is a variable. So obviously we need to configure it. So we'll simply create a variable here and click on plus new. Variable is, let's say, current. Okay, and let's provide the value here in the settings, name current, and value will be value will be current timestamp. What is the value of it? UTC now, I guess. Yeah, UTC now. So this is the what is this function? UTC now means you will get the current timestamp, current, like right now. Okay. Why are we doing it, bro? Hold on. Okay. So this is our current value. Make sense? Okay, makes sense. So this is last CDC, this is current value. Once we have everything ready, then we will simply load this data into this container. Now, what is the container name? Bronze. Folder name is, let's say, let's suppose we are running this pipeline for users. Okay, dim users, basically users. Makes sense. Then file. What will be the file name? Let me add the dynamic content. What will be the file name? File name can be your parameter, which is this table. Makes sense, because whatever table name we are picking, let's say dim, so it will simply create the file for that particular purpose. That is fine. Okay, now the thing is now we also need to add this thing. What is that? First of all, let me just add concat function. Concat, okay, this value. Now use this variable called current. Oh, okay. And close it. Simple. What will happen with this? This will simply add what? Let me just add one more thing. It's called underscore, just to make, you can say, space. Okay. So this is underscore. So now what will happen? It will simply take your table value, which is, let's say, dim users, dim songs, tracks, whatever. Then it will simply add underscore and it will add the current timestamp as well, which is stored in this variable. What will be the benefit of it? Because you also need to process this data incrementally in the silver layer as well. So how you would know what is the latest file, what is the recent file? Tell me. This is the strategy to use it. Okay, now simply click on OK. So this is the content that you need to pick. That's why we created this file. Now let's say this activity is done. Let's suppose, okay, let's suppose this activity is done. Let me just first of all run it, because obviously there can be some errors. Let me first of all validate it. It's fine. Let's try to do something, because we should go in step by step. So now it is asking for schema. Schema is DBO. Table is, let's say, dim user, and let's say CDC column is, I need to check what is the CDC column. I can go to this database, okay, and then I can go to query editor. I can actually go here as well because I have the script. Yeah, smart. Initial load, dim user. What is the column name that we have? Updated at. Very good. Updated at. See, I do not need to worry about anything. I just need to feed the values and that's it. Click on OK and let's wait if it works. Okay. Because this is just the half part of it. We need to do the second half of it as well, so that it can just keep on adding more and more stuff. And then yes, I know we also need to add the backdated refresh feature. Yes, everything will be added, bro. Let's first of all hope everything is running fine with this one. If not, Ansh Lamba is here to debug everything, bro. No need to worry. So let's wait. So there are more number of records, so obviously it is taking a few seconds. 16 seconds, fine. Okay, by the way, very well done, Ansh Lamba. You have successfully copied all the data. Wow, in one go. If you are also seeing all greens in one go, do let me know. Let's make this conversation healthy while building the project. The same stuff that we see in every college, in every school, in every university. There is that teacher who is the favorite of all the students, right? And we all enjoy sitting in his or her class, right? So let's enjoy. Okay, so now this is the data, okay, and that is successful, by the way. And you can also see the results if you do not trust this guy. So if I go to data lake, go to containers. Now if I go to bronze, you will see this table called users. Wow, you will see this particular file, which is a Parquet file. Really? Yes, which is a Parquet file. Okay, This is a Parquet file? Yes, because you just created this format as a Parquet, and obviously you cannot view this data because it is encrypted data. If you just want to basically encode it, basically decode it, you can just use any browser, whatever browser we have, but we do not need to do that because that all work will be done using Spark and Databricks. Okay, so this is the file. Wow, literally wow, with the timestamp as well. This is the advantage of it. See? Now, let's say I will be running this particular pipeline again. What will happen? Do you know what will happen? This will, first of all, let me just provide the value, DBO and user and CDC column. And if you are already loving this particular course, particular project, end-to-end project, do let me know that as well. Okay. Tell me whatever progress you have made so far. Do let me know and how you are feeling, bro. How? Just try to communicate. Just try to communicate. So now, just tell me quickly, you have just 10 seconds. Just do let me know what will happen when this will be running. And is it right or wrong? Just do let me know in the one line. Okay. So let me tell you now because time is up. So basically what will happen, it will create one more file. Okay. With the same size. If I just go here, if I refresh, you will see another file of same size. That means all the data. But this is the pipeline for incremental load, right? Yes. So now, do you know what is happening? Yes, we are using incremental load value from here, last CDC, but we are not actually updating the value after each run. We are not actually updating the value. So how we can update it? We can simply use another copy activity to update this last CDC. Make sense? To update this last CDC. So I will simply say copy data. Okay. And I will simply say update last CDC. Simple. This is also called as watermarking technique in the modern structure. We do not use stored procedures to, like, now, obviously I don't know about the future because currently we are just working more with the files, but I think if we are using Fabric or any modern tool, we can use SQL procedures as well, but behind the scenes they are also using the delta tables, so it is fine. So what we use now, we use these JSON files to store our watermarks. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to simply connect this thing like this. Okay, very good. So this will simply update our last CDC. If I click here, okay, what will be the source? Now you will see the power of that dynamic data set. Simply click on this drop down, simply pick JSON dynamic. Here you need to simply put bronze, folder name is I think CDC, file name is I think empty. Yes, you need to pick empty.json because now, do you know what you are trying to do? Do you know that? So let me just tell you what you are trying to do. You are simply taking this empty JSON which has nothing, okay, and you are copying this value to CDC file, okay, with one column called CDC, and you will create it while copying it. So you are what you are doing, you are simply overwriting this file with this new file. This is the architecture. See, I'm also covering system designs as well in this project. Wow, literally wow. So first of all, this is done. And now how we can just add that column while copying data? We have a feature called add additional columns. Click here plus new, and this should match this value that we have within the JSON, which is that CDC JSON, right? And what will be the value? Simply pick dynamic content from here. And what will be the dynamic content? We will provide the dynamic content. The dynamic content will be coming from a special activity, but for now you can simply say okay, simply say okay, very good, okay, and this will go to our cdc.json, bronze, and then cdc, and then cdc.json. Makes sense? Okay, now just fill that. What is that? Basically, now we also need to fetch the value of the maximum data that we have, basically maximum column value of updated at in this particular file. Make sense? Or in short, whatever we do have in the SQL table. Actually, yeah. So how we can just do that? So for that, we would need to delete this connection and we need to just import another activity called script activity. Wow, script activity. Okay, so in the script activity I will simply say max CDC. Okay, so what is actually a script activity? Script activity is nothing but just an activity which is used to fetch your last or basically max CDC column. And in general, script activity is nothing but, if let's say you want to run any SQL command, it can be DDL command, it can be DML command, it can be just a query, you can use this activity when you do not need to migrate the data, but you just need to use the result. Make sense? So I will simply go to settings, link service is this one, and here there are two options, query and non-query. What is the difference between query and non-query? Query means, let's say you just want to run your query select statement, but non-query means when you just want to run a DDL command, you want to create a table, you want to update a table, all those stuff, right? So I'll simply write add dynamic content. I will simply say select max of CDC column. Make sense? Make sense, bro? Obviously you need to just find the max of CDC column, and you can just give a name, let's say CDC. Okay, from schema. Okay, dot table. Make sense? So this will give you this particular value, and let me show you how it will look like. And for now let me just deactivate it. Okay, just to show you the output of this, deactivate. Okay, let me just debug it. Max query is required. What do you want, bro? Settings. Oh, we wrote the query. Select max of CDC column as CDC, just an alias for better readability. And then we can simply say from schema, then at the rate table. Perfect. So let's try to do that. Okay, let's try to debug it, and dbo, and let's say dim user, and CDC value will be, column will be updated at. Perfect. Let's click on OK. So what will happen, it will simply give us the value is maximum of this particular table value. Okay, good. Good. So this is also done. Okay, very good. Azure SQL database is running. Okay, so now almost. Oh, query is taking more than just migrating the data. Wow, because obviously copy activity is optimized and much more preferred way to migrate data. So let's see the output of it. So this is the output of it. It is saying result sets array. Okay, within that array we have array called rows. Within that array we have the column name, result sets, rows, and that. Let's use this particular output in this particular activity. Okay, so go to source, and remember we provide this blah, blah, blah. Let's provide the real value. So what will be the value? Just go to actually you would need to connect it first of all, and then you can simply use it. Okay, activity outputs, and I will simply say max ADC output dot result sets of array, then we have rows array, then we have CDC. Makes sense? So this is the value that we want to capture. Remember, see, result sets and everything. So what will happen, this will simply capture the value here. Makes sense? And it will update the value here as well. And you know what, it will work. Let me just show you. So for now, if I go to bronze, if I go to CDC, my cdc.json is 19000101 still. But after running this pipeline, this will simply change the value. Let me just show you. DBO dim user and CDC column will be updated at. Oops, updated at. Perfect. Click on OK. Okay, very good, very good, very good. And just a quick question. This will update the value, right? Okay, and this will obviously create another file because we are again performing this copy data for one more time. Makes sense? So currently if we have, let's say, 3 files because it is completed. Okay, now it is 3. If I refresh it, now we have 4. Makes sense. Okay, so in total we have currently 4 files. Okay, because we didn't have that updation feature, right? Now we have the updated feature. So now what will happen? It will simply complete it. It's fine. And now it will simply update this as well. Update last CDC. Okay. Okay, perfect. Now let's check that value. If I go to bronze, if I go to CDC, if I go to empty.json, you will see, obviously this is empty, sorry, cdc.json. Go to edit, this value is changed automatically. See, this is the power of that pipeline. Now, if I perform this activity, do you know what will happen? Do you know what will happen? Just tell me what will happen. Very basic question, bro. Very basic question. Very basic question. What will happen? Do let me know. Do let me know what will happen. Just a yes or no question. Will it copy the data to the data lake? You have just 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Don't be a dumb in the classroom. Just be the one who raises the hand every time. Why? Because you're sitting in my class and you should know everything. Okay, so what will happen? It should not copy the data. And why? Because it does not have any kind of new data, right? It doesn't have any data greater than that particular date. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So let's wait. See, let's see the output. Click on this Google. See, data read 0 and data written nothing. It is just a schema. It is not a file. Like it is a file, but empty file. It is not actually a file with data. Okay, just 304 bytes. If you see the output of this query, just to see the query, see, select asterisk from this user where greater than this date, and we do not have any data for this particular date. Make sense? Okay, and now it is simply updating this particular value. That's nice. That's nice. Got it? Was it good? Very nice. Okay, do you know what I'm gonna do now? Do you know that? What? We know that if I go to my data lake, if I open this bronze, okay, I will get my 5th file, which we should not get because obviously this is the empty file. You can simply compare the size. All are of 16 KB and this is alone like 314 bytes and it is an empty file. This just has the schema and that's it, just the column names. But I want to optimize this solution. What do I mean? I do not want this empty file. So let's say I am running my pipeline in every 10 minutes and I do not have any data in 10 minutes. So why I need to just prepare or basically maintain this file? I do not want to do that. So how I can just do those things, like advanced things, but you also need to know all these things because these are some optimization things that we do in Azure Data Factory. Make sense? So how we can just do that thing? It is very, very simple. Very simple. So first of all, you will be using, okay, this script activity as well. Basically what you can do, there are basically multiple ways to perform that thing. You can even perform delete activity here in this thing. Like I just want to delete this, okay, and I would just let you know. So how we just need to do that. So let's say in this particular copy activity, we received nothing. We received 0 records. Okay. So obviously if we received 0 records, do we need to perform any max CDC? Obviously no, that doesn't make any sense because this doesn't have any data. So we do not need to update anything and we do not need to overwrite any JSON file as well. So both these activities will go inside the if condition. Okay. Okay. This is the if condition. Makes sense. and let me just delete it, and let me just select this and this, Control X, and go inside this and paste it here like this. Okay, and this will be like this. Perfect. So what I did, I simply created this if condition after that, and I can even connect it like this. Make sense? Okay. Now what will be the condition? Condition is very simple. What is the condition? If you see the output of this Azure SQL to Lake, if you see the output, you will see data read. We can use this particular key value to decide if we read any data or not. If not, obviously the value is 0. If we do, yes, the value will be greater than 0. So I can simply say if condition, and let me just simply, let's say if new records. Okay, if incremental data, let's say if incremental, okay, if incremental data, then I want to evaluate the expression, which will be this. Greater is a function. What is the greater value? The value will be output SQL to Lake. Okay, output dot data read, and this should be greater than 0. If this is the condition, okay, then only perform the inner activities. Inner activities are max CDC and then update the value. If it is not greater than 0, that means we didn't receive any data, right? Simple. See, simple. See, simple. So now if the condition is false, that means the data was 0. So that means it would have created this empty file, obviously. So now our task is to delete this file as well. Okay, so let me just go to false and we will be using something called as delete activity, and I will simply say delete empty file. Make sense? And what will be the source? You can pick dynamic parquet. It will be bronze. Okay, it will be, let's say container bronze. Folder will be, folder value I think should come from very good point. If you wouldn't have noticed this, why are we hard coding this folder value? Because this will be dynamic for each pipeline run, right? So we should pick the dynamic content parameter called table, right? Like this. And file will be, this will be very, very important. This should be exactly same as this one. So I will simply go to my copy data and copy this file name, because this is my file name that I want to delete. So I will simply delete this file name from here. Very good. Make sense? Okay, and let's update the code here as well, because we were simply hard coding that user value, which we should not. We should just simply add parameter called table. That's it. It will simply create a file called dim user, and that's fine. Okay, container is fine. Container we can hard code it. You can even create a parameter for container as well. That's not a big deal, because now you know how to deal with these stuff. So let's try to run this pipeline. Oops. Oh yeah, that's fine. So just click on it, then click on logging settings and simply turn it off. Perfect. Now let's debug it. DBO, and then table value, let's say dim user, let's say updated at. Perfect. Nice. So let's try to run it, and now let's see what will happen. Obviously it will create a new folder here instead of users, and I can even delete it because this is of no use. Okay, so let's try to wait for this particular table. So in first go, it will load all the data. Make sense? Okay, and let's wait. These kinds of pipeline you create, and this is not even completed. We also need to add those backdated refresh logic as well. So hold on. So okay, this is also done. So now what it will do, it will simply update this value, because the value will be greater than 0. I can even show you. Data read value will be, oh, data read is 0. Why? Oh yeah, makes sense. Data read will always be 0 because we didn't initiate this last CDC for this new table. So I can simply go to monitor. Okay, basically CDC, and ideally, you know what, we should maintain a CDC of each dim user independently. This is the ideal way of doing it. Did you understand what I said? So obviously this is the CDC only for dim user. Let's say in future I will be just adding more dimensions, dim, fact, everything. So we cannot have the same CDC for everything, right? So we should maintain the CDC for different tables. It is the ideal approach. But for now, we can just keep it as it is because it will simply add an overhead of simply creating so many folders and uploading files redundantly. But this is a homework that you can try. What is the homework? Let me repeat. Here we are simply using one CDC folder. You can create multiple CDC folders, one CDC folder for dim, one CDC folder for dim, let's say track like this, because you need to store CDC independently. Make sense? So this is a small homework that you can try. Make sense? Okay, very good. So let me just change the value here. Not empty.json, it is cdc.json. Perfect. So let me just put here 1900. Perfect. Perfect. Let me just run this file. So dbo dim user and update it at. Perfect. Click on OK. So now let's wait. And now what will happen? It will simply create one folder called dim user. Currently it is empty, but now it will simply populate the data. Okay. Because this is like kind of initial load that it is doing within the pipeline. And after doing that, it will update this max CDC, but not before that. Okay. Let's hope. So let's take the data read. It is greater than 0. So it will go to the true condition and it will create this max CDC and update the CDC as well. Perfect. It's almost done. Okay, good. So what will happen? It would have created everything, right? So now let me just run this pipeline for one more time. And this time you will see that it will not create that file, that empty file. Why? Because we are using delete activity as well. Make sense? Make sense. Okay. Let me connect the charger. Where's my charger? Okay, let's connect it after that. Okay. And do you know what? It will not even go to this true condition. Why? Because this will be evaluated here. Okay. Why it is taking longer here in the last CDC? Why? Is anything wrong? No, it's fine. Okay. So this time it will bring 0 records as we know. Okay. This is queued. Now it is running. It is in progress. Okay. Let's try to read it. Yeah, 0. Perfect. That means it is running fine. Incremental data. See, now it is not running script. It is now running delete empty file because we need to delete that file, right? Perfect. Because we do not want to store that file, that empty file. Why we need to just handle the empty files? We do not need those empty files. So currently now it is simply deleting it. Perfect. So if I check my dim user, I will just see one file, that is the initial load. Incrementally, we do not have any new data. So that is why we are not seeing any kind of data. Make sense? Very good. Very good. Okay, makes sense. So now everything is there. Now we need to add the feature of backdated refresh. You already understood the concept. If not, just go and watch that section of the video. We explained this section when we were just creating the resources for this particular video. Okay, so just watch that section of the video. It is in this video, bro. If you would have skipped that, just to go and watch, just go, I think 30 minutes back, 40 minutes back, maybe 1 hour back, we discussed everything. What is backdated refresh? Now we need to add that feature here. So how we can just add the feature? First of all, I will create a parameter here. Okay, let's say from date. Okay, from date. Let's say currently it is empty because I do not want to put any date. Okay, now I want to apply this logic in my copy activity query. Let me just open that. Okay, perfect. So it will be a little bit confusing, but no need to worry. I am here. I will just make you understand. So here currently we are saying where date, which is updated at, greater than whatever value we have. Okay, so this is just only one way of doing it, like just going with the pipeline if it is running like fine every single day, if we do not need to perform backdata refresh. But if I want to perform backdata refresh, I want to override this value. Make sense? What will happen in that scenario? I will simply use something called as if condition. Okay, if condition, I will simply say where this, okay, I can say if that value greater than, let's try, let's say I want to use if, okay, if, okay, if, and condition will be empty. What is empty? If empty your parameter, which parameter? From date. Make sense? If this is empty, if 1 2 1 2, okay, if this is empty, okay, if this is true, then we need to simply do this. Okay, then we simply need to do this. Otherwise, let me just check the braces. Hold on. If, okay, if this, okay, oh, I see. Okay, perfect. We do not need curly braces here because this is like one expression, so I can simply remove this. Okay. Oh, let's try to rewrite it. Wait. This confusing a little bit, but it's fine. Let's try it. It's fun. Okay. So where? So we will simply say if. Okay. Just try it to understand one by one. So I will simply say if. Okay. If, and this will be the whole expression. So let me just collapse it like this. This is the complete if condition or whatever we have here. Okay. If, now what is the condition of if? In the if condition, we simply pass a condition. Okay, I will simply say if empty. What is empty? If this parameter is empty. Which parameter? From date. Okay, simply put it here. Make sense? If this is empty, so it will simply return boolean, true or false. If it is true, then do something. If it is false, then do something. Make sense? If it is empty, let's say if it is empty, if it is true, see, empty pipeline parameters from date. If it is true, then let's say return ... If it is not empty, then return AA. This is just one way of placing the placeholder. Now we need to populate this value. If it is empty, just tell you one thing. If I am running my pipeline and if I'm not putting any value in the from date field, from date parameter, what will be the value? You will say, obviously, bro, this value, whatever we are using before, because we are not applying backdate refresh in that particular scenario. Exactly. So how you can just do that? You need to simply remove all of these things. Okay. So you will simply use here concat function. Okay. Why? Because you cannot use multiple @ here. So we'll simply use concat function. So let's say this is your function that you need to concat like this. Okay. Now you can simply say single quote here as well, and that's fine. Perfect. And I know this will be a little bit confusing. I am again telling you, you would need to just watch this section because this is a real world solution. Okay, real world. Okay, and let me just tell you one more way of doing it, because that is one way of doing it. You have just seen how to add that if condition. The second way that I personally like, okay, I like both the ways. Sometimes I try this and sometimes I try that. So the second way is very simple. Not simple. So I will simply say where whatever my column date is, let's say CDC column. Okay, like this, @ like whenever I just need to tell someone like how to perform this thing, I prefer this way. Okay, so where this is the date value, the same thing that we were using, and then single quote, and then we were using that particular value, right? So let's say this value, and then like single quote, obviously like greater than, right? And then single quote, and then we were just feeding that value within this particular you can say single quote, right? Here you can use if condition. This is the second way of doing it. Make sense? So how we can just do that? Let's say I will simply say if at the rate if, let's say at the rate if, and then you can simply say again same stuff, empty. It is pretty much similar to that, but yeah, personal preferences if someone likes that. So from date, if it is empty, okay, if it is empty, if it is true, then okay, then return, let's say nn. If it is not, then return mm, just to check the syntax it is running fine. So if it is empty, what we need to return? Just tell me what this thing, what we need to return. If it is empty, obviously we need to return what? We need to return this particular CDC, right? Last CDC, whatever we are returning, activity outputs. Remember last CDC? Perfect. Activity last CDC dot output, and I think it was also having dot value. We can just check, that's not a big deal. Okay, dot value 0, then I think dot CDC. Yeah, and if it is false, that means if it is not empty, that means I have provided some value to do the backdate refresh. It will simply say, bro, pick that value which is from date. That's it. That is it. That is the code. That is the syntax. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? You can just pause and try to read it what I have written. It is very, very simple. And then I can at the end add that single quote because that is a date column. Make sense? I can even remove the space like this. Like this. Perfect. If I just want to, but it's fine. Like this as well. Perfect. Make sense? So now let's try to run this, and if we have any errors we can obviously overcome those. So just to confirm the output of last CDC, it is value CDC. Perfect. Now let's try to validate first of all. Okay, so now what will happen? I will simply run this particular code for one more time. Okay, and let's see what happens. I will simply say DBO, and I will simply provide the table name as dim user. I will provide CDC updated at, and initially I will not provide any value. That means I do not want to perform any backdate refresh. My pipelines are running fine. I do not want to perform any backfilling. Okay, let's see what happens. I just want to see my query is running fine because there were so many at the rate, braces, curly braces, comma, single quotes. It happens. It happens. Let's see. Okay, this is running fine. Last CDC. Let me just check the input query. So it is saying greater than. Oh wow, this is running fine, bro. Wow, that's amazing. I know, bro, my lovely data fam is amazing. Okay, so this is running fine, and we know what will happen. It will simply not read any data because last CDC data is already there. That means all the data is updated. Oh, failed. What happened? Source ID type Microsoft file operation. What's wrong? Okay, conversion failed when converting date or time. Oh, really? Let's see. No need to worry. Whenever we see errors, we feel happy. So this is the query that it is trying to read. Okay, and currently it is trying to read. Okay, 2025. It's running fine. I think I know the issue because we uses some enters which it doesn't like. So I can simply remove all the enters, and I can simply do it like this. Okay, let's try to do it now. I think that is the issue according to me, but yeah, sometimes it fails due to these reasons as well, but yeah, let's see. I don't think so because we do not have any other kind of thing. File path. Okay, when converting date or time from character string. Yeah, I think that was the issue. Yeah, maybe. Let's see if it works. These kinds of bugs obviously we need to overcome, because how will you learn and how will you grow if you do not solve or resolve these issues? How, man, how? Okay, again, what is the issue? This time we have where clause issue. Okay, now what is wrong with where? Let's check the first of all the query. Who added dot? Bro, who added dot? I didn't add dot, I'm so sure. Who added dot? There's no dot, by the way. So what I'm seeing here? Let's see the input. Select asterisk from. Is my screen dirty or what? I'm seeing a dot. 2025. Okay, select asterisks. Oh, I know the issue. It screen is fine. Screen is not dirty. We didn't have anything in the from clause. Make sense? So when we were just running this pipeline, we didn't provide any value here. I was like, bro, is my screen dirty? I was seeing a dot. Table is dim user. It's fine. What's wrong? You're a data engineer, bro. You see errors 90% of the time and only 10% you will see green. That's the reality of data engineering. Why? What? Why? You are performing automation. My phone's charger is like almost, bro. I don't even have a charger. Where is my charger? Where is my charger? My phone will shut down. What I'm gonna do? Okay, if you do not see my face, that means charging is gone and it's just 5%. Bro, simply run it, man. I don't have my charger. Oh, I don't have my charger here. Okay, let's see if it works. Ah, boom. Yes, 5%. Yes. Bro. Okay, by the way, the good thing is it is running fine. Okay, so it is deleting the empty file because the file is empty. Okay, makes sense, because obviously now I will just show you what will happen if you want to perform a backdate refresh. I will simply say debug dbo dim user and cdc column is updated at. Now I will provide a backdate refresh. Let's say I want to backfill my data from 2025 01 and 01. Let's say, okay, let's say I will simply say okay. Do you know what will happen? It will read the data and it will load the data as well. Why? Because it has got that particular parameter value and our pipeline is handling all the things efficiently to dynamically treat your backdate refresh, initial load, incremental load with parameters, with dynamic data sets and with everything. Amazing. So 4%. Okay, see, now it is running that file. See, max cdc means the data is there. It read some data. Let me just see, 43 KB. Wow, it read the data using backdate refresh. Now this backdate refresh can be any date, can be any in between date, can be yesterday's date, can be 1 week prior date, can be literally anything. See, that is the power of it. And let's, first of all, I want to save everything. Okay, let me click on save all. I want to save everything, the progress that we have made. Perfect. And you will see the data. Perfect. Second file is here. This is the concept of dynamic, incremental, initial, backfilling, all these scenarios that we perform while ingesting the data with optimization techniques as well to save the resources, computation and storage both. Make sense? I hope you loved this particular section of this video. Let's try to sum up and let's try to add the, you can say, more and more guardrails. Let's try to do it. So as you know, our pipeline is ready. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, and we have also validated the pipeline as well, so it is running absolutely fine with all the backdate refresh and everything. So now what we're gonna do, we will simply load the data one by one for all the tables. We have dim user, dim track and all those tables, right? Dim date, everything. So let's do it one by one. And just to give you a quick start, I can simply remove this folder because we simply backdated, we loaded the historical data as well that we do not want. So let's start fresh. And what we need to do, we can simply, let's say, run this pipeline for individual table. Okay, let's do that. And trust me, what I want to do, like the better way to do it, let's create the directory for each table independently because that makes more sense. Let's say dim user cdc. Okay, and then let's say dim track cdc. Okay, because each table should have their own cdc. Makes sense. So next one will be, what are the table names? Let me just check. What are the tables names we have? Ansh, Lamba, Git and repo. Okay, perfect. So here, source scripts, initial load, and you will also perform incremental load, don't worry. So we have dim user, dim track, dim artist. Okay. Dim artist, cdc. Okay. And then dim date. dim date CDC. Makes sense. So these are independent CDC folders that we need to maintain for any table, because obviously each table will have their own changing data, you can say, capture. Okay, and we can simply remove it. And in these particular folders, you would need to upload both the files, cdc.json and empty.json, and the value of cdc.json should be 19.0.0.0.1 in the initial load, right? So let me quickly do that, and you can also do it in your machine. Okay, let's do it. So this is done. And now obviously we have made this change in the data lake side. So we obviously need to make a change on the data factory side as well. So currently the folder will be this one, dim artist underscore, basically table name underscore CDC. Okay, so let's change it here as well. So let me just change it last CDC, go to settings, and the folder name will become add dynamic content, and folder name this time will be table. Okay, and then after table you can simply say, and this will be a variable. Okay, and then you can simply say CDC, simple. So this will be my pattern. Okay, perfect. So this time it will be reading from this folder, and it will be overwriting the file into this particular folder as well. So let me just do this as well. Perfect. Where is that? Okay, perfect. So all the changes are done. So now what we can do, we can just try running this pipeline one by one for all the 4 tables. So let's start by running it for, let's say, DBO dim user CDC column is updated at, and that's it. Let's do it for this particular table. Now, do you know what? We can even, because I know this can be your question, Ansh Lamba, let's say we want to just run all the tables together. Is there any way? Yes, there is a way. But you know what? The more sugar you will add, more sweeter it will become. Okay, so there are like endless optimizations that you can just do, endless. Because even after optimizing that solution, you will say, hey, can we just do this? Hey, can we just do that? So there are endless optimizations that we can do. Make sense? So the potential solution that you can do, you can simply create an array of dictionaries using all these parameters. So currently there are just 4 parameters, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then what you will do, you will create a dictionary of these 4 parameters, and you will create independent dictionary of all these parameters. And then you will feed it in an array, and you will run a for loop in this particular ADF pipeline. Make sense? So again, more sugar you will add, more sweeter it will become, because there are literally like endless optimizations that we can do in Azure Data Factory. Make sense? So if you just want to do that, it is possible. Yes, we can do that. It's not a big deal. But yes, you would need to make so many changes in this particular pipeline. Basically, you would need to move everything within the loop, and that's it. That's how you just do it. So it is possible. It's not a big deal. But I think we just have like 4 tables for now. So it is fine. We can just run it like one by one. But yes, we can do that as well. Make sense? Do you want to do that? We can do that. It's not a big deal. If you want to do that, we can. Okay, so what will happen? We will just move all the stuff into the for loop. Okay, and then within the for loop, instead of using these parameters from here, we will use the parameters from the loop iterated value. Make sense? So let me just show you. And let's not disturb this pipeline. Let's create one more pipeline. Let's call it as, let's say, first of all, clone this. And let's name it as, let's say, incremental loop. Okay, makes sense. So what we're gonna do, we will simply drag for each activity, okay, from here. And what I will do, I will simply copy literally everything. This, okay, and this, Control X, go inside this loop and paste it like this. Okay, then you can obviously connect it. You can connect this as well, you can connect this, and within this you can connect these 2 as well. So what will happen now? So everything will be running inside a loop. Okay, and what will be the value, or basically what will be the input for this loop? You will be creating a dictionary for this: schema, table, CDC column, and from date. Make sense? And this will go here in the settings. See, in the items, you can simply provide that particular loop, and that will work absolutely fine. Okay, and that will take value one by one. Instead of taking the value from your parameters, it will take value from your loop. Okay, let's actually do it. It's not a big deal. So let's say if you just want to learn, I'm always there for you, because more value you will get, more successful you will become, more, you can say, bigger packages you will crack, and that's what I want. Okay, so let's actually do it. Let's create a file. Okay, and I will just name it as, let's say, loop input. Makes sense? Loop input. Okay, so what will be the value? It will be a list. Let's create a dictionary. Dictionary will look like this. First of all, we need to add schema, table, and CTC column. Okay, schema will be, let's say, DBO for this. Okay, then we have table. If you are not writing down all of these things, then bro, it's a wastage of time for you. You need to write down all of these things in your notebook, in your notes, right? And just drop a lovely comment in the comment section. I'm just doing it specially for you. It was not in the scope, but I thought, like, let's provide this value as well to my lovely fam. So just drop your lovely comment, just drop your genuine feedback on this video. You can do it. It will hardly take 2 to 3 seconds to write a comment, right? Come on, man. Come on. What are you doing, man? And I'm not saying it for my, you can say, a reference. I'm just saying it for others. Whenever, like, obviously, whenever there will be like someone who wants to just, let's say, learn something in the world of Azure data engineering and wants to build project, this video is for them. So you are literally helping so many people. So just use your common sense. CDC column. Okay, CDC column is updated at, makes sense, and from date is this one. Okay, because I try my best to provide you the real world knowledge. So now it's your responsibility to support me, right? Okay, so let's copy and paste this 4 times because we have 4 tables. Okay, and this time the table is dim track. Okay, show some gratitude, bro. Dim user and dim date, and then dim artist. Okay, and I think we have a fact as well, right? Do we have a fact? I think so. We had a fact, but let's say for now, let's save it. Commit changes and commit. Where is my SQL script? Spotify initial load. Okay. Yeah, fact stream. Yeah, we have fact table as well. Let's add that as well. Loop input. And let's add this as well. Okay, fact stream. Okay, so this file is ready for you. You can just use it from here. Okay, no need to worry. And that's it. So you just need this particular array that you need to feed. So I will simply copy it and paste it here in the parameters, because I do not need these parameters now. No, it is not required, because all of these parameters will be coming from here. Let's say loop input. Okay, and this will be of array type. Okay, and the value will be this. Perfect. Now you need to make a lot of changes here in this particular pipeline. First of all, you will be making changes wherever you are using those parameters. Okay, are you using any parameters here? Yes, see, it is now red. So you need to replace this table name. So how you can just replace this table name? This time you will use something called as @input. Now what is this input? Input dot table. What is this? What is this? So basically, let me just tell you what is input first of all. Input or item? Item. Input is used in Databricks. Yeah, item. So what is item? Whenever you write your for loop, let's say like this, for I in any array, ARR, or let's say range, because it's also an array, let's say 1 till 100. So let's say you want to use the variable I. How you use it? You simply use I, correct? So this I is nothing but your item. Here we do not use it as I, we call it as item. That's it. So let's say if you have the array in the form of list of dictionaries, obviously you will use a dictionary called I dot something, same thing. You need to just say I dot title. i.table, right? Because we have a dictionary of this key value pair and we are just accessing this key. Simple, fundamental of programming language. Okay, simple. We have changed this thing here. Okay, so now change this code as well. Oh, so we need to make a lot of changes here. So okay, this is schema. So here the schema will become @item dot schema. Make sense? And wrap it in the curly braces. Okay, and this will become item dot table. Okay, and this will become CDC. I'm doing it specially for you. This was not in scope, but I'm happy that you're learning. That's all I want. Item dot CDC column. Okay, then what we have this from date. Okay, so here it will become item dot from date. Okay, makes sense. And here as well. Yes. Item dot from date. Make sense? Okay, very good. So this is also done. Now we can also copy this here and we can paste it here as well in the scripts. Click here 2 times, go to settings, click here and paste this query here. So this is okay, parameters or CDC column. Okay, so we can simply say item dot CDC column. Perfect. This will become my schema coming from the loop. I hope it is very simple, right? Just like programming fundamentals. Okay, and this is table. Okay, item dot table. Makes sense. This is also done. Then update at sync. Okay, folder. So folder will become my table, item dot table. Perfect. And in the sync as well, folder will become table, item dot table, and file will become table. Okay, item dot table. Makes sense. One thing we would need to do, I think that is fine. Yeah, in the parameter it is fine. Okay, yeah, so let's save it. Okay, let's save it. So what will happen, it will simply run all the tables together. And by the way, this is also working fine. We can save this as well, but I will be using my updated pipeline, which is incremental loop, because this is the optimized pipeline, because we do not need to pass or basically run this pipeline again and again for different tables, because this pipeline can handle literally n number of tables, because it does not need to rely on multiple manual query runs. It can simply run everything in a loop. Make sense? Okay, so let's actually try to run it. I will first of all delete anything if we have. Dim user is there, so let's delete it, and also change the value of dim CDC here, and let's do it everything with the help of loop. Okay, so this is 19.0.0.0.1.0.1. Why it didn't get changed? It should have been updated, right? Okay, dim user CDC makes sense. So let's check why it didn't do that. So this pipeline was running. Okay, oh, it actually failed. Okay, makes sense. Okay, let's check why it failed. So most probably what I think, it would be an issue with regarding to path. See, so it is saying we do not have this CDC. Okay, empty.json. It is saying we do not have empty.json. Yeah, obviously we do not have CDC. We have now folder which is updated. So now it is not a CDC. Now it is, I think, parameter, which is your table. Okay, and under that we have CDC. Perfect. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. By the way, we are not running this pipeline, but I just fixed it anyways. You can use it if you want. Okay, Okay, so now let's do a change here as well. In the source it will be @item dot table. Okay, let's wrap it in a variable and then cdc. Perfect. So let's save it and now let's actually run it. So what will happen now this time? Okay, we need to change delete activity as well because we didn't change it. Let's do it as well because obviously this also needs to be updated. So folder, it is saying where is our folder? Okay, the folder is now item.table. Makes sense. And the file, what is the file name? The file name is item.table, bro. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now what it will do, just run this incremental loop and that's it. And we can run this loop sequential or parallel anyways. Okay, for now we can simply pass it sequential. It's fine because we just have 4 tables. And in the items you can just pass that array that we created. Go to parameters and loop input. That's it. So this array will go in this particular for loop. Okay, so now let's actually run it and let's see what is the issue. Loop input should be a valid array. Yeah, this is a valid array. What happened? Loop input. Okay, what is the issue with this array? Oh, we missed a comma. Okay, let's add a comma. Now it's fine. Now let's copy and paste it here. Not here, here. Okay, save and let's say debug. Okay, perfect. Now let's run it. So now what will happen? It will be running this pipeline for all the tables automatically. I do not need to do anything. So in future, let's say you want to add more tables in this particular pipeline. What you need to do? You just need to update this file, basically this parameter. That's it. Just add or insert that dictionary for which you want to load the data, and that's it. That is it. That's all you want to do. Okay, and if I just check the output, let's see, because we actually didn't validate anything. We simply created and ran this pipeline in just like few clicks. So yeah, that's how actually you create. Okay, and let's say last CDC is done. So currently it has loaded this table Azure SQL to Lake. Okay, and max CDs failed by why item schema. Oh wow, just check the spelling of schema. Wow, very well done. So let's cancel this because the spelling is wrong for schema. Schema. Okay, perfect. Now it's fine. Typos, it happens when humans are writing the code, right? It happens. That's how you can identify, hey, who wrote this code? Okay, validate. Perfect. Save. And let me just drop the value. Dim user, I think it would not be changed because we stopped the pipeline. Yeah, perfect. And we can simply drop this dim user. Perfect. Let's debug it. Perfect. So meanwhile this pipeline is running, I also want to show you something. It is very special and it is very handy, and you would need this thing. It is really important. Okay, what is that thing? Let me just show you. Let's talk about the alerts. Now what are alerts, and basically what is monitoring in Azure Data Factory? How we can just do that? So basically whenever you just build your pipeline, so let's say you are building your pipeline, okay, and in your pipeline you have created so many activities. So now let's say that pipeline is running on a daily basis. Okay, now that pipeline, let's say, fails, but how would you know why did it fail, which pipeline was failed? Because in your organization there can be so many pipelines, right? You cannot go to Azure Monitor again and again to just check which pipeline failed, which didn't. Okay, so now this can also be automated using something called as logic apps. Okay, logic apps basically is just a fancy name. What do we do in the logic apps? We simply create an API. Okay, Okay, we simply create an API which keeps a track, or basically which does not actually keep a track, which will be triggered, okay, which will be triggered when there will be a failure. Okay, and if there is no failure, it will not be triggered. And obviously what this API will do, it will simply send a post request, not like we will send a post request to this API. This API will simply send us an email that, hey, your pipeline is failed. This is the simple logic, simple API that you would have created using Python as well, but in ADF you can just do it using logic apps. Simple, you simply need to create an endpoint, basically a route, and that route or route, whatever you want to say, that route will simply send an email because it will be triggered when there's a failure. This is the concept of it. Okay, so let me just explain you architecture in the brief, like how you can just do that. So basically, let's say this is the API that you have created. Okay, so this will become your post API. Okay, post API. What is post API? Basically, post API means when you send some data to the API and you ask it to process it, and then it does something in return. So what we will do, we will attach this API with our pipeline. Let's say this is our pipeline. Okay, this is our whole pipeline, and we will just attach it to this, and we will simply say, hey bro, if this pipeline fails, then only you need to hit to this API. Okay, and when this API will be triggered, it will simply send you the email, simple, that hey, your pipeline is failed. And now how we can just work with APIs within Azure Data Factory, we use something called as web activity. Okay, this web activity will help us to create or basically work with APIs, and this way we can simply hit to that API endpoint, because obviously we need something to hit to that endpoint that we'll be creating. Okay, sounds complex, wow. Sounds complex. It's not actually complex thing, it is very easy. Let me just show you. By the way, first of all, let's check our pipeline status. So it failed for one activity. Why? I don't know. And which activity is this? Maybe there will be a typo again. The specified path does not exist. Which path? Which path? Fact stream underscore CDC. Oh, did we create any path for fact stream underscore CDC, then cdc.json. Oh, I see. I think we didn't create the path for it. See? Oh, we forgot to create that path. Okay, no worries, we can just do that. So we have dim user, dim track, dim artist, and where is dim date? Do we have dim date? Did we add dim date? Let me just check. Yeah, we have dim user, dim track, dim date, dim artist, and dim fact stream. Okay, so it ran. Let's check how many entries it ran. 5. Okay, 5 makes sense. And Azure to Lake 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time. Okay, 4 time makes sense. And what is the input for this? Dim date where updated date updated at greater than 190101. Okay. Oh, it also failed. Why? Source side updated at, oh, it doesn't have any column name called updated at because that is just a dim date. So that is also fine. That's not a big deal. Okay, so what we need to do here, we do not have updated at, right? So what we can do, we need to, first of all, there are two things. First of all, we need to create a directory called fact stream. Okay, and in that fact stream, we need to paste that particular thing, cdc.json and empty.json. So I will simply copy empty.json and I will paste it here. Perfect. And I will copy, what is it called? Why there are 2 files? Why? Oh, maybe we ran this pipeline 2 times. Okay, fine. So dim track, copy, and containers, bronze, fact stream, and paste. And obviously just change the date. Okay, let's put it 1900 0101. Perfect. So that is fine. That is absolutely fine. Second thing is, we have one small issue. We do not have any kind of updated at column in the dim date. Make sense? We do not have any kind of dim date. So one thing is, obviously we can just make some more changes in our pipeline to remove that particular column, update that, because I didn't know, like we do not have that column in dim date. So what we can do, we can simply load that particular data for this particular, maybe there'll be some other column, maybe, like I don't know, there can be like more columns for dim date. So let's use that column and let's see what is that column name, and we can also check it from here. So if I go to source scripts and initial load, then we have dim date. So we have actually date key and we have date column. Okay, let's pick date. Okay, we can pick date. Okay, makes sense, date. So let me just change the parameters. See, this is the power of this particular array. We do not need to make any changes in the pipeline. No, we simply need to update the parameter. So I will simply go to loop input, edit, and dim date will be date. That's it. Okay, commit changes, and that's it. Okay, so let's try to clean everything one more time, and let's try to run everything. Dim track, dim user, fact stream. Actually, it is not fact stream, it is fact stream CDC. Fact stream. Okay, CDC. Perfect. So dim user, CDC. Oh, why I'm deleting CDC? Dim artist, dim track, dim user. Okay, perfect. So now let's do it one more time. Okay, let me just change the values here. 1900, because we want to load data from scratch. 1900. cdc.json, edit 19. Okay, this is fine. And then dim track and cdc.json, edit. Do you know what? Why I do not trim these kinds of errors? Why? Because I want to show you the reality of data engineering. In the real world, you cannot expect a project without any kind of errors, without any kind of, you can say, these kind of issues, and you need to learn how to fix these issues, because you live in your own world where you do not see any kind of errors, but that is not the reality. And when you just see a small error, you start crying, hey, what is this issue? I am not able to do this, I'm not able to do that. Bro, grow up. Okay, so let's try to run this pipeline one more time, and this should work fine. Okay, perfect. So meanwhile this pipeline is running, let's go to our resource group and let's try to create logic app. So in order to create a logic app, simply click on create and then just search logic app. Okay, this is a resource basically, and by the way, you can delete it once you create it because it is expensive. If you're using free account, it is fine, but for those who are using pay as you go, you can use it, you can create it, you can learn it, and then immediately delete it. Okay, click on create because it will keep on running, right? So I can simply use multi-tenant, single tenant run with an app. Okay, what should we pick? I would say public cloud, shared. Yeah, let's pick this one. Okay, so what will be the name of this? I will simply say logic app Azure project. Perfect. Review plus create, and let's create it. And I genuinely love this UI. So let's go to resource. So this is our logic app. Okay, now in order to create it, you can simply click on development tools and logic app designer. So this is the area where you design your logic app, similar to pipeline, but it is not actually a pipeline, it is just a flow. Okay, so add a trigger. Okay, so we'll simply add a trigger, and what will be the trigger? We will simply say request. And request, what is the request? When HTTP request is received, when we will be receiving this request. Click here. Okay, now request body, this is very important, and this is very, by the way, optional. You do not need to get this thing. And why it is important? So for example, you want to receive an email that hey, pipeline is failed. That's it. Okay, it will work fine. And this will be the case when you just have few pipelines in your organization. Maybe you are working in a startup. You do not need actually very specific monitoring. It works fine. But let's say you are working in a bigger organization and you have, let's say, hundreds of pipelines, and you receive an email, your pipeline is failed. You will be like, bro, which pipeline? What is the pipeline name? What is the pipeline run ID? What is the error message? What are those things? So for that particular thing, you request something called as JSON from the user. and you ask for the user, hey bro, just give me these things because I will process it and I will just create a personalized email for you so that you can get the results better. Okay, so I can simply say use sample payload to generate schema. Click here and you need to simply create a dictionary. I will simply say pipeline name. Okay, and you can simply put any value, any value, let's say XYZ. Okay, because we'll be just overriding this value. Let's say then I want to say pipeline run ID. Okay, this is also XYZ. Let's say we need two information like this, pipeline name and pipeline run ID. Okay, click on done. So it will say automatically create this JSON for us, which is like requested for this API. That's it. Okay, once it is done, we want to add an action. Once this is triggered, what we need to do? We need to send an email. So simply search send email and just search for Outlook email. Yeah, send send an email v2. Okay, so obviously I need to sign in. It will ask me to, hey bro, sign in, blah blah blah. So after completing the sign in step, this is the email. I can literally specify what email address I want to pick. Okay, I can simply say, let's say I want to send an email to my account. Okay, and subject will be, let's say, pipeline failed and blah blah. And obviously in the subject as well, I want to put the name. So how you can put the name? Click on this thunderbolt sign, or you can also write slash and then insert dynamic content. Yes, hit enter. Oops, insert dynamic content, and you have an option of picking those two variables. I want to pick pipeline name, so it will be inserted like this. Okay, pipeline failed and then pipeline name. Makes sense. That should be the subject, and the body, let's say, hi bro, your pipeline is failed. Here are the details. Okay, and in the details you can simply say pipeline name is equal to this particular name and pipeline run ID. Okay, pipeline run ID will be this one. Okay, then you can say quickly fix it, otherwise business people will shout at you. Okay, this is the email that I want to receive. Okay, makes sense. So once it is done, you can simply say, okay, this is completed. Makes sense. Now you can simply save it. The moment you will save it, you will receive an HTTP URL. Click here and this is your URL. You can simply copy it because you'll be using it in our data factory. Okay, so this is again failed for one table. Now what is the issue and which pipeline is failed? Source side. Okay, updated at, what is the column? Fact stream where updated at greater than this. Okay, this is the query. And what is the error message? Failure happened. Okay. Oh, we do not have updated at column here as well. Wow, why? We should have that column. Why? Because obviously in the fact table we do not store the date values, and it makes sense. That is fine. So in the source scripts, I will simply say, what is that column that we can use then? I will simply say fact stream. Oh, we have stream timestamp. Makes sense, because obviously this will have a different name, right? Stream timestamp. Okay, makes sense. So what we're gonna do, we will simply update the value here. Okay, this happens when you just create complex pipelines. Okay, but that's how you learn. You have two options: create those simple pipelines, okay, and just feel happy, hey wow, we do not see errors, or create complex pipelines, learn more and more things, complex things, see errors, fix those errors, learn from those errors, and grow. Choice is yours. Choice is yours. Okay, so let's pick that column name. I think it was stream timestamp. Let me click on edit. Stream timestamp. Perfect. Let's say commit changes. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Okay, so let's copy and paste it here. And this time we will not be This time we will not be just running this pipeline for like by deleting the data. No. Why? Because we do not need to do that, because that is the power of this pipeline, right? We just need to run this, and we know that our logic is handling all the incremental data and new data. So if I just show you the home, Azure project, data lake, and this time you will see that we have the data right in the bronze. Dim artist, dim track, dim user, and where is dim date? Where is dim date? Okay, dim date is again missing. Okay, I will just find it, don't worry. So yeah, I just wanted to say that we have these tables, so we do not need to change the values here that we have. See, CDC, it is already there, so it will not bring any new data because we do not have any new data, so that will work fine. So that is the advantage of this pipeline, and that is it. Okay, that is it. So now let's wait for this fact stream. It will simply pick it, and we can also check the monitor tab to see all the things, just for you to know. If I open this particular pipeline, if I open the previous run, by the way, this is the previous run, so it actually failed on dim date. And what it is saying, updated ad. Bro, who told you that you need to use updated ad? Who told you? We told you that you have a column called date, so you should use date. Why you didn't use date? Maybe we didn't provide this new array here, but yeah, it will work fine this time, so it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, so let it run. Okay, so what we need to do, once it is completed, let's say this pipeline is completed, then we will simply add another pipeline activity called web activity. Okay, like this. And I will simply say alerts. So when I need to run this particular pipeline, when this pipeline will be failed, right, on fail, or this is skipped, because in both the scenarios we need to see the results, basically not results, basically alerts. Okay, so this is the activity, and where is the URL? Because this is a web activity, and in order to just run this activity we need a URL. Let's try to get the URL from here in the logic app. So here are all the logic apps that we have. Run history, we do not have a run history, we didn't run anything. Then if I go to logic app designer, okay, here is our designer, and I can click here, and this is our URL. So simply copy and paste it here, simple, and API method will be post. Makes sense? Now in the body, we need to provide those two parameters that we created there. One was pipeline name, okay, and what will be the pipeline name? The pipeline name will be coming from this particular variables. It's called system variables. So pipeline name, see, we already have some variables provided by Data Factory, so we'll be using that. Then pipeline run ID, and for that as well we have what? Pipeline run ID, like this. See, so we have this thing. And by the way, let's do it like this, because we need to encapsulate this thing in the double quotes. That is why. Okay, so this request will be going to this URL, and this URL will do its work. And what is the work for it? Just send an email to my email account if there is any failure with these particular information. Make sense? Pretty much simple. Okay, simple. Yeah, everything is simple, and this is all green finally. And let's wait for it to be green as well. Yeah, woohoo, finally. So yeah, this is your final pipeline that will be running, obviously without this, because this was initiated before this pipeline. So that is it. Let's wait for it to be completed. And you know what, let's attach this particular thing with green as well. Why? Or with blue as well. Let's say I want to receive alerts for all the things, just for the testing. I want to see if my API is working fine or not, because obviously now this pipeline is running fine, so obviously I will not be receiving the alerts, but I want to see the alerts, right? So let's wait for it to be completed. Yeah, it's completed. Let's save it, and now let's try to debug it for one more time. Makes sense? And just for your reference, I can show you that we do not have any kind of empty data. Okay, if I go to bronze, You will see dim date. Wow, finally. Fact stream. Wow. And dim user, just one file. Yes, that's it. Okay, run failed. Why? No. Why run failed? I didn't see anything. Oh, makes sense. So simply click on OK. This is like fail to run incremental loop pipeline, and this is like bad request. This is not an error. This is like bad request error. So if you go to alerts, okay, and this will be saying okay, authentication, you need to pick anonymous, and you can simply pick none as well. It's fine. So simply click on save, and it's fine. Maybe we didn't save it. So it is just like bad request error that you can see, and if you see, you can also refresh the page as well. And now let's finally run this pipeline. Bad request. Okay, pipeline run ID, message null, bad request. This is not like not an error. Let me just see what is happening. So I simply refresh the page and I rerun the job, and it is running fine. I knew it. It's just like a bug. And you can even remove the unnecessary strings. Okay, so I tried that as well. So I am not running this pipeline on completion and skip, because there's just like one activity. So I am simply connecting it with success and on failure. So if it succeeds, I will still see the alerts. If it fails, I will get the alerts. But obviously in the real world, you will not connect it on success. Why I connected on success? Just to see the output, just for your learning purpose. Okay, and you should also see the email. If it does not appear on your inbox, you can just check your junk emails and all, because sometimes Azure can send your email into that particular thing, which it should not, but yeah. Okay, so let's wait for it to complete, and this is our end-to-end pipeline, and then we gonna push our code to GitHub, and I will just show you how it works. Okay, it's very simple and it's fun. Okay, we'll be creating pull requests, we will merge our code and everything. Make sense? Okay, good. And for now, if you see, if I go to my GitHub, if I go to repo, you will see in the Azure project, we have just a main branch, right? But we also have one more branch called Ansh, because we created it through the Azure Data Factory. Makes sense. But in the main, we do not have anything. See, nothing, but it will be having almost everything. Just wait and watch, because we are almost there to complete this step, and let's wait for it to complete the processing. Okay. So this pipeline is completed, and I have also received an email. So it was in the spam folder. I told you, like, sometime it goes there. You can also check, and I received it because I connected it with both the ends, on success and on failure both. Make sense? So this pipeline is completed, and let's save our work. And now it's time to push our code. Okay. So now let me just tell you one thing. If I, let's say, want to save my code. Okay, so because this is my one branch. Okay, if I just go here, you will see incremental loop, incremental ingestion, everything, right? So here in this particular pipeline, you will see that you have everything in this branch. Make sense? If you see the main branch, it will be empty. It will not have any kind of pipeline. If you click on pipeline, it is empty because it is the main branch. And we always develop our code in the feature branch, and then we merge our code to main branch. Okay, so let's do it now. And why do we need to do it? Because main branch is the parent branch. Plus, we can only push our code from the main branch. See, the publish button is grayed out, and it is written that publish is only allowed from the collaboration main branch. Create a pull request to merge your changes into the collaboration branch. Make sense? So click on this button and you will see create pull request, and this way you can create a pull request, and this will go to GitHub, and it is saying create pull request. These are all the commits that we have made so far. Wow. And this is the comparison, code comparison that you can see. Okay, see, everything is there. Wow. So literally whatever you have done in your drag and drop UI, everything is actually a code behind the scenes, and this is all the code for that you didn't write, but ADF just writes for you whenever you create any pipeline. Okay, click on create pull request, and this time title, description, you can just write it. Okay, then you can simply say create pull request, and then this is the pull request, and now it will give me merge pull request. So now I'll be merging all the code with the main branch, and it is done. See, merged. Now if I go to my data factory, okay, now if I go to my main branch, I will see everything. See, both the pipelines are there. Wow, literally wow. So this is the way that you create or merge your code in the main branch. Once you are in the main branch like this, then you can actually click on this publish button, and do you know what will happen? This will publish our code to the remote repo. To what? To the remote repo, wherever we have. Okay, it can be ADO, it can be GitHub, and it will also publish our code to the live mode as well. Switch to live mode. What is live mode? Live mode is basically, you can say, the development environments live mode. Development environment means if you have, let's say, 3 environments, dev, queue, and prod, this is like development environments live mode, which is like on top of your branching system, because whenever you publish your code, it goes here as well. Makes sense? So what it will do, now you will see two you can say notifications. Publishing completed. What is this generating ARM template? So let's say now you have your code in dev environment. Okay, now you need to just push your code to QA environment or prod environment. So for all those scenarios, you need to use ARM templates, and everything that you have within this particular pipeline will be actually saved inside a branch called, let me just show you, inside a branch, it's called ADF publish. Let me just show you. So this is the main branch. See, ADF publish. If you click here, this is a branch. Remember, we just saw this branch when we were just configuring the ADF with Git. So what is this branch? Let me just show you. If you click here in ADF publish, you will see this folder, Factory Azure project, which is the data factory name. Within this, you will see those two templates, ARM template and parameters. So basically, whenever you click here, you will see whole code. This is the code, the entire code for a development that you have done in this particular data factory. Make sense? All the things. Then you also see this file. This is for parameters, like whatever parameter you have created in this particular data factory. Okay, makes sense. That's it. And if you just want to see the code, it is in the main branch for your development that you will be highlighting in your resume as well, or whatever, wherever you want to highlight. Okay, dataset factory link services pipeline, and you can push this code to your public repo as well, and people can see and just check, hey, what you have developed in the pipeline. You will see the pipeline. These are the two pipelines. If the person will have some knowledge, he or she can just read the code, and he or she will be able to understand that you have done a lot of work. And for the better reference, you can even provide the README file here, and you can simply paste the screenshots or basically snapshots of your pipeline design. How does it look like? So that person will be able to understand, okay, you have developed this much of you can say complex pipeline. Okay, so yeah, you need to just showcase your talent. You need to just showcase your skills in front of your hiring managers or wherever you're just trying to showcase, right? So you can simply put it here, and it's your choice. You can simply put it in README. It will be a better place to just put everything. Okay, so that's all from the data factory side, and I hope you loved this data factory session. Okay, so the next session is even more interesting because it is Databricks. Databricks is like insane, and Databricks is actually like the best place to work with all the transformations, because we have data now. Now we want to perform transformations, right? Now we're gonna build silver layer. We have built our bronze layer. Now we're gonna build our silver layer. Make sense? So in the silver layer, we will be using Databricks, and we will be just doing amazing things. And the best thing is, we will be literally configuring everything from scratch. You will also learn how to configure Unity Metastore, how to build external locations, how to access data outside of your Databricks, how to just create external, like all those things will be there, and it will be a lot of fun. Make sense? Let's try to do that, and you're gonna love that session. So let's go there. So now, after creating our pipeline, after pushing our code to GitHub, it's time to actually start working with Databricks. Okay, so let's go to our resource group, and first of all, let's quickly delete these resources. As we said that we will be simply deleting this resource. Click here and say delete if you want, or let's keep it there. I can just delete it at the end, but yeah, you can delete it right now if you want, because this work is completed. Okay, now let's click on create, and now let's search Azure Databricks. So this is basically the two things, Databricks extension and Databricks. Simply pick this one. and create. And now workspace name, we can simply say Databricks Azure project if it is available. Databricks Azure, yes. Region, now this is very important, which region you should pick, because we will also be creating something called as Unity Meta Store. Okay, and this is very important when you just create the Unity Meta Store. And I will simply pick a different region. Let's say I want to pick UK South. It's like another very popular region in the Europe. So let's pick UK South. And pricing tier. The thing is, we do not need to pick premium, because obviously premium is paid version of it, and we will be using trial premium. What is trial premium? Trial premium is basically the premium version, but it is just free for 14 days. That's it, not more than that. Okay, so you can simply pick this one. So now there can be some issues while creating this free pricing tier. Try changing the region. Okay, try keep on changing the region and see if you are able to get the free premium trial. Okay, if not, you have to just go with the premium version. But if you are using pay as you go, then you will easily get trial premium. If you are not on pay as you go, if you're using free account, then you have to just keep on selecting different regions and see if it works. If not, then you have to switch your account in pay as you go, and then you can just simply go with trial premium, because trial premium is free for 14 days. Okay. Now this is, what is this managed resource group name? Because we have already provided this resource group. What is this managed resource group name? See, whenever we create Databricks, okay, whenever we create Databricks resource, we also need to create something called as managed resource group. Why? And we will be using it or not? No, we will not be using it, but Databricks will be using it. For what? For what? For creating the managed services. For example, your managed storage account, your all the compute, whatever you will be creating. If you create all purpose compute, if you create job compute, all those virtual machines, virtual networks, everything will be stored in this particular resource group. And it is advised not to touch this resource group. Okay, once it is created, do not touch it. And I know you will touch it for sure, I know, but do not touch it. Okay, and just for the better traceability, is this a word? Traceability. Oh yeah, for a better traceability. Yeah, traceability is a word. So for a better traceability, I will pick the same resource group name, but I will simply add an abbreviation called managed. That means I would know that this is my resource group, and if I want to see its managed version, then this is the group name. Simple, right? Then you can simply go to networking. By the way, there's nothing to do with the networking. Simply say review plus create and just wait for it, and then simply click on create. Okay, very good. It will not take much time, but yeah, it will simply deploy your resource. And there are so many things that you need to know with these with this Azure Databricks. Really, yes. See, whenever you just learn Databricks just for quick PySpark coding, it's fine. But when you are building an end-to-end real-world project or solution, you need to configure so many things. And that particular boilerplate code or configuration is actually the game-changing thing. Whoever knows all the steps can outshine in the crowd. That is for sure. That is for sure. And these are the things that you are going to learn right now. These are the things I can say, like even the ones who are in the industry, who are using Databricks, would not know this. Why? Because these are something which are performed by the Databricks administrators, maybe security people, but now you will also know everything. Okay. That is the purpose of this YouTube channel, to make you stand in the crowd, to make you highlight in the crowd. You do not need to be in the crowd. You need to outstand in the crowd and just say, hey, I am a data family member of this channel. Simple, simple. And they would know. So this is my resource group. Okay. And this is creating this resource. And meanwhile, I can just demonstrate that thing, what I'm trying to say. Okay. So let's go to our beautiful presentation. So this is our Blackboard. Blackboard, and we gonna just see what is actually Azure Databricks working with the Data Factory and how we can just configure it. So basically everything starts from the resource creation. So for example, you have created your resource and this is your Databricks. Okay, this is your Databricks. Okay, Databricks. Okay, this is your Databricks workspace. It is created. Perfect. Now just tell me one thing. Tell me one thing, very simple thing. Let's say this is your data lake that you will be using, because obviously you need to now read the data which is sitting in the bronze container, right? And this is Azure Databricks. Okay. Now this is not similar to Azure Data Factory. So Azure Data Factory was like this. Data Factory was able to read this data directly using something called as access keys. Make sense? But this cannot use this thing. Why? Because this is not Microsoft's own product. It is Databricks product. But yes, it is available as a first party service provider called as Azure Databricks. But in order to use this data, it needs to have access. Oh, okay. So we will be providing access to this Databricks workspace. That is the first thing that we need to do. And that will be done by a special application called Access Connector. Okay. Access Connector. So this will be done by this application. Basically, this is a special resource that we'll be creating. So what happens? We simply provide access to this Access Connector, as you can say your storage blob contributor or owner, whatever. Then we simply use this access connector in this Databricks workspace to say, hey, we have the access. So what will happen? Let's say this Databricks will go like this, boom, 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 to this data lake. And it will say, hey, do you have any kind of proof that you have access? It will simply say, bro, I have this ID card, access connector. Now, please let me use your data. Simple, right? It is something similar to going to college fest. When you just need to show your ID card, hey, I am a student and I just want to enter this particular college or university, whatever. Okay, so same thing, same stuff, same analog. You can just use it to understand that. Make sense? So this is only the one part of it. What is the second part of it? So basically in the Databricks, so this is done. Okay. Now in the Databricks, we create something called as two kinds of objects, external and managed. External and managed. Okay. External and managed means, so let's say this is your Databricks. Okay. Now let's say I want to create something called as do not even think about managed tables or whatever. Okay. Let's say you want to create anything which is owned by Databricks. What do I mean? Let's say you want to create a managed table. Okay. Now what is managed table? Managed table means you want to create a table within the Databricks, but you do not want to save it in the external data lake or in your data lake. You need to just store that data in the Databricks native storage account, which is called managed storage account. Make sense? So now, after the introduction of something called as Unity Catalog. Okay. What it does, after the introduction of Unity Catalog says, bro, if you are creating a Databricks, yes, you will be creating a managed storage account for that so that it can store all the data. Perfect. Let's say you are creating another Databricks storage account. Not storage account. Let's say you are creating another Databricks workspace. You will be creating another storage account for that. Yes. Then you will be creating another Databricks workspace. Maybe for another purpose. You will create another storage account. That will create a mess. You need to manage each and every storage account independently. Unity Catalog says, bro, I will do that work for you. Just create only one centralized location for your managed data. Okay. And assign it to me and call it as Unity Meta Store. Simple. So what we do, we will simply create something called as Unity Meta Store. Okay. Perfect. This is the Unity Meta Store. Okay. So in this Unity Meta Store, we will simply assign a storage account. It can be any storage account, and obviously you'll be creating a new one quickly. Okay. You can even create or basically use your existing data lake, and you can create a dedicated container within that, because remember we create containers within the data lake. You can create a dedicated container and simply say, bro, just tell everyone in your team, do not touch this container because this container will be for Databricks. Okay. You can just do this and you can simply provide that container to this Metastore. So what will happen? Whenever Databricks wants to save your managed data, it will simply be stored in this container. That's it. What is the advantage of it? You do not need to create different storage account and assign it to this Databricks. No need to worry about that thing. Make sense? Sounds simple. This is the power of Unity Catalog. Now, creating the Unity Metastore, creating all those things will require a lot of effort. So you need to be with me and I will just tell you each and everything. And yes, this is like critical thing and it can be confusing if you miss any part. Okay. And then if you see errors, you will say, Ansh, how to this, how I know, like, you have so many questions. If you have valid questions, put in the chat. We will simply help. My lovely data fam will definitely help you out. But if you ask questions related to what is already in the video, that shows that you are not focused in the video. You need to be very focused, right? YouTube is such a lovely place to learn, so just use it nicely, right? So let's actually see how we can just do all these steps in the practice. Let's see. So our Databricks resource is deployed. Very good. Now let's go to resource group and we can see that Databricks resource. Perfect. Very good. Makes sense. So now what we want to do, we will simply create another Databricks resource. It's called access connector. So access connector, and I already have, I think, so many access connector, but we need to create one more just to show you. Okay. So let's create access connector and click on create. And then name will be, let's say, access Azure project. Perfect. And region, I can pick UK South just to keep the region same. And UK South. Perfect. Review plus create. Perfect. And then click on create. So it is saying deployment is in progress. Very good. Okay, now it is also created. So now what's the next step? So now what you need to do, you simply need to go to your resource group and then simply go to your storage account. Okay, now in the storage account, you need to go to access control. And within this, you need to click on add role assignment. So now you will create a role, and role is called storage data contributor, I guess. Storage data blob contributor, I would say. Yeah, storage blob data contributor. Okay. Click on this and click on next. Then you need to assign this role to the manage identity and you can click on select members. And here you will pick access connectors. I have 10 access connectors. Wow. So I will pick this access connector, access Azure project, click on select. Perfect. Then you can simply say review plus assign and review plus assign. Perfect. So what will happen? It will simply allow this particular access connector to access the data sitting in the data lake. Okay, simple. So now what I will do, I will also create a dedicated container for Databricks as we decided. I will call it as Databricks Metastore. Okay. And obviously we cannot use underscore Databricks Metastore. Perfect. Create. Do not touch this. Okay. This is just for Databricks. Perfect. So what we need to do now we can simply go to this Azure Databricks finally. Okay. Let's go there. So let's try to open it, launch workspace. And this is a free workspace. That's why I was seeing that message, upgrade to premium. If I want to, I can after 14 days, but for 14 days, I can use it for free and literally any feature, any feature. Okay. So now what we can do, this is basically the UI of Databricks. I personally love it. You should also love it. Okay. So very good. And then if you just go to new, you will see all the options that we have. See, all these things are here. Perfect. And this is basically the left pane. It is similar to Azure, like all the things are here, and you do not need to worry because we will be just talking about so many things as we go along in this particular course. But first of all, you need to know a few things, how you can just configure that Unity Metastore and all, because currently this Databricks is connected to the default Unity Metastore that we do not want to connect to. Okay. So how you can just do that, simply click on this drop down and then you will see something called as manage account. In your case, you might not be able to see this particular option because this happens when you do not have any Databricks workspace in the past. If this is your first one, then it can happen. So in that particular scenario, you have to log in. You have to log in to the Databricks console page externally and then you will be using your account. Let me just show you that thing. So this is the URL for that particular page. It's called https and then accounts.azuredatabricks.net. So this is the URL that you need to use in order to log into the accounts page, basically the admin page or console page. If you hit enter, you will land, let's say, oops, this is a Google link. Okay, let me just try to hit one more time. Okay, oops. So I don't know why it is being opened here. Let's click on this thing. Okay, perfect. So now you will simply be asked to put your email ID, and you will just try to use your, obviously, this email ID which you use to create your Databricks workspace. But you know what will happen? It will show you this this thing. You will say, hey, we have an issue, we cannot allow you. So the thing is, by default, you are not the admin of the you can say your Databricks workspaces. Then who is the admin? Basically you are the admin, but a different account. So whenever you go to, let's say, home, and if you just go to Entra, just search Entra ID. If you are not able to see it, just search Entra. So this is basically the Active Directory for Azure. If you go to manage, if you go to users, you will see all the users here. Okay, so currently you will see this particular person. Okay, and this is the person which has that particular account, which this is you, but the ID that it has, like user principal name, you need to use this. So if you just see my page, I have to use this account in order to log into this page. Only then I will be able to enter into that Databricks console page. So you also need to grab this particular ID and then just try to log in, and then only you will be able to log in. Okay, makes sense? Very good. Okay, so let me just try to put the number. Oops, I put the wrong number. So sorry. So now it will simply reject it. Send another request. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, this time it's fine. So now you do not need to do it like again and again. I will just tell you how you can just get rid of it. Okay, so this is basically the console page for Databricks. Now you can see that you are logged in as this account. Make sense? If you go to settings, okay, if you go to, let's say, if you go click here and click on, it should be somewhere here. Okay, let's try to search account settings, because they keep on changing. Now this is also fine. Oh, user management. Yeah, perfect. So here you can actually see that you are a user as well. See, this is the user, my account. Now what you can do, you can simply create or basically add this user as an admin. How you can just do that? You can simply go to groups and you will see admins. If you do not have this group, you can create one, click on add group, and then you can click on basically this group or basically create one, and then add both the emails, your this email as well, and then add your normal email as well. As you can see in my case, I have added these particular IDs in my catalog. Okay, makes sense? Not catalog, basically this console page. Makes sense? So what will happen every time I'll be accessing this particular, you can say, console page, I can simply say, hey bro, I am the admin, so I also want to see that. Make sense? So this is the group, and now you are also the part of admin, and then you can also use it, otherwise you cannot. Make sense? Simple. So this will be in the groups, and you can see the users, and you can even click here, and then you can simply say roles, and you can create this particular person as admin as well. See, account admin. So if this person is admin, this person can also come here and can manage workspaces, user and groups. This indicates the direct assignment of the role. Okay, makes sense? So this way you can actually add yourself, and when you will be adding this thing, you can actually go to manage account from your Databricks workspace. If you click on manage account, you will be able to come here as your normal account as well. If I log out, it will be my normal account, but you have both the ways now, right? So now let's go to our workspaces. So these are the two workspaces that we have currently. Okay, Ansh Databricks Dev and Databricks Azure project. Makes sense? Makes sense. If you go to catalog, you will see the meta stores. What is this meta store? Unity meta store that we are talking about. So this is the meta store that I have, okay, that I created in the past. This is a meta store that is automatically created. I didn't create that. So I will be deleting it because I will be creating my own meta store. Okay. Automatically assign in the okay. I will be deleting this. Just click on these three dots and delete. Perfect. Okay. That is saying, hey, just put the meta store name. So this is the meta store name. Click on delete. So now this is deleted. Now we'll be creating a new meta store. Okay. One thing is you cannot create multiple meta store in the same region. So if I have Canada Central, one meta store, I cannot create another meta store with the same region. Make sense? So that's why I will be creating the meta store in the UK South, because my Databricks workspace is also in the UK South. So just keep this thing in your mind. Click on create meta store. Meta store name will be, let's say, meta store UK South. Okay. Region will be UK South. This one. Perfect. Now it is saying ADLS Gen 2 path. Now this is the location where it will store our managed data. But why, Ansh Lamba, it is optional? Yes, it is optional, but ideally we provide the path here. Why? Because if you do not provide the path here, whenever you will be creating the catalog, whenever you will be just writing your data within the catalog, you have to provide the location every time while creating the catalog, which is not a good thing. Okay, so ideally we should always provide the location at the metastore level so that you can even create your managed catalogs and external catalogs, because usually we just create the managed catalogs. We do not go with external catalogs. No. So how we can just do that? It's very simple. You simply need to provide the container name, which is Databricks meta store. Okay. Then @ storage. I think storage is storage Azure project. Okay. Then .dfs .windows, no, .dfs .core .windows.net, I guess. Basically this is the URL that you can use. Okay. ADLS Gen 2 path in format this, just add the / at the end. Okay, perfect. So this is the location, and you can also check your own location. Just go to your storage account and perfect. So you can even click on properties, endpoints, whatever. Okay. If you go to endpoints, you will see that particular location here as well. Yeah, perfect. So it is in the HTTPS format, but whenever we just use Databricks, we have to provide the location in the ABFSS path. And ABFSS path is like Azure Blob File Storage Secure. Okay, this is the way to provide that particular URL, and the format is very, very simple. You just need to use, first of all, container name, then @ storage account name, then .dfs .core .windows.net, and then /. Perfect. Now we need to also provide the access connector ID, because this is the location that we want to use. But where is that ID card that has the access? So ID card is here. Let me just provide that. So here is the access connector, and let me just grab the resource ID. Perfect. Perfect. Then click on create. So now what will happen? We will be able to access all the things within this meta store once it is created. So it has created this particular automatically assign new workspaces in the UK South to this meta store. No. So now it is asking us to provide, basically assign this particular workspace. So I can assign this particular workspace in this meta store. Click on assign and enable Unity catalog, obviously. And congratulations, this is created. Perfect. So our meta store is done. Now you can see meta store admin. Who is the meta store admin? Meta store admin is Ansh Lamba, this AZ account. Okay, I will just edit it because I am using my normal email account to modify the things and I need permissions. Okay, so I will simply say edit. Then instead of picking this account, I will pick the whole group. I will simply say admin, because in the admins I have both the accounts. So simple, click on save, and now it is sorted. Okay, delta sharing, no, we do not need to perform any delta sharing. And that is also fine. So workspace is this one. Perfect. So this part is done. This part is done. Okay, now let's go back to our Databricks. See, these are so complex and critical tasks, right? But once you learn it, you grow. Simple. Okay, so this is our Databricks workspace. So one part of the, you can say, setup is done. The other part is also very critical. So first of all, we want to create a catalog. Click on catalog. Catalog is basically equivalent to a database in the SQL world, and within that we create schema and tables. Simple. Okay, so I'll simply say create catalog and click on plus sign. And by the way, just a bonus tip, if you just want to master Databricks from scratch, I have a dedicated video on Databricks itself in which you will be learning almost all the things. How you can just access that, just go on Google or any browser, simply search Databricks full course Ansh Lamba. You will actually get 2 videos. Like there are so many videos for Databricks, okay? And obviously you can start with these 2. Okay, now you will say, hey, which one should we watch? I will say both. Okay, in which order? Any order. Because the thing is, this is the standard Databricks video, and then this is the modern way to work with the Databricks. So you should watch both the videos, and you can literally select like which video you want to watch first. So it's totally up to you. But yeah, you should watch both the videos. Okay. Once you watch both the videos, you will be having a great understanding of Databricks. Then working in Databricks will be like a piece of cake for you. Okay, so if you just want to go deeper in Databricks, these are the 2 videos that you can definitely watch. Once you watch these 2 videos, then you can simply continue with the Databricks series, which is, let's say, Databricks pipelines, because this is, I will just talk about this particular video once we will be creating our gold layer, because this is that particular video. Okay, don't worry, I will provide all the resources as well along with this particular project, end-to-end project. So just sit back and relax and code. Yes, we have a video on Databricks Asset Bundles as well. So you can simply go and watch. If you do not know about Asset Bundles, it is basically a framework that we use to deploy our objects in Databricks. So I will just give you all the resources as well along with this project. Okay. So first of all, let's create a catalog. I will call it as, let's say, what should be the catalog name? Let's say Spotify Kata or Kata. Yeah, Spotify Kata. Okay. And now storage location C. Now we can skip it. Why? Because we have already provided the location in the Unity Metastore. And once we have the Unity Metastore assigned, that means we are good. We do not need to worry about that. Okay. So simply say create. And let me just quickly explain you the architecture as well. Like how things fall under each thing. I will just show you if I get any good image. Unity catalog. I think we have one in the documentation. Unity catalog. Yeah, perfect. So this is basically the hierarchy. At the top, we have Unity Metastore. Within the Unity Metastore, we create something called as catalog. Okay. Then within the catalog, we create something called as schema. Then within the schema, we create something called as tables and views and volumes and functions. Make sense? So this is basically the hierarchy. Very good. So now our catalog is done and we got 2 default schema, default and information schema. Very good. Now this is done. Now let's create a schema. Okay. Let's create a schema. Let's click on create schema. Let's create schema such as, let's say, silver, because our bronze layer is already in the data lake. So we just need to create silver layer. Okay. Makes sense. So silver layer is ready and silver schema is there. Makes sense. Now we want to read the data sitting in this particular data lake. Makes sense. Basically in this particular container, bronze, and we want to write the data in the silver. Yes, that means we want access to both the containers. Exactly. So how you can just provide the access to both the containers? Again, you know the answer. Just do let me know in the comment section. The answer is access connector. So now you will be again using the access connector to create something called as external locations on top of these 2 containers. What does it mean? Let me just show you. So you will simply go to Catalog Explorer and click on external data. Within this, you will create something called as credential. Now, what is this credential? Click here. Credential type is Azure Managed Identity. Yes, just let's pick Azure Managed Identity. Credential name. I will simply call it as, let's say, credential. Okay. Now access connector ID. Credential is nothing but your fancy name for access connector. Okay. So why we call it as a credential? For example, let's say you are using Azure. So you call it as access connector. Let's say you are using AWS. So you will call it as something else. Let's say you are using GCP. You will call it something else. So it is just a common name for your all the different types of access connectors in Azure, in AWS, and GCP. You can understand it like this. Make sense? So it is just a fancy name within the Databricks, because you can literally use any cloud account with Databricks. So obviously it cannot use access connector because AWS will feel bad. Hey, why are you not using our name? So they just replace a name with called credential, and they say, bro, you can use whatever you want. We will simply call it as credential. Okay, simply click on create, and this credential is ready. Credential means access connector, same stuff. Now go to catalog, go to external data. We have a credential ready. See this one. Now we will be using this credential slash access connector to create something called as external locations. Okay, and this is the Metastore root location, and this is our Metastore root location, which is attached to the Metastore. Remember, we attached this thing. Okay, so this is also here. Create external location. So I will simply call it as bronze. Okay, because it's a bronze container, and this is the location that I want to provide. I will simply say ABFSS. Okay, and then I will simply say bronze at the rate storage Azure project .dfs.core.windows.net. Makes sense. And then within that we have a bronze container. Makes sense. Storage credential is this one, credential, and then click on create. ABFSS bronze storage, blah blah blah. Okay, click on create. Oh, by the way, we do not need bronze, we need silver. I think we need bronze as well. Yeah. Path does not exist. Although all permissions have confirmed, path does not exist. Okay, back. I think we provided maybe wrong spelling or something. Storage Azure project.dfs.core.windows.net, and then bronze. Okay, what is the location? Give me the location, bro. Okay, storage Azure project container. Then if you go to bronze, okay, if I click on these three dots, if I go to properties, where is the property? Container properties. Here we have this HTTPS. Okay, let's try to copy it, and we know that this URL does not work because it says HTTPS, but I just want to grab the storage account name, and then it should work. ABFSS bronze at the rate storage project. Okay, let's try this one now. Rolex. Okay, ABFSS container name at the storage account name.dfs.core.windows.net. Yeah, I think this is correct. Okay, correct. Let's say create. Let's see. Path does not exist. Are you serious? And external locations allow you to access your this is location type. You will need the cloud storage path. Maybe something is wrong with bronze. Oh man, silly mistake. We are already specifying bronze container, and then we are simply saying bronze folder as well. Bro, typo. Simply click on create, and this should work. You know what's the issue? Yeah, now this time it worked. We were simply like mentioning bronze 2 times. Okay, so this is done. Now we can create similar external location for silver and gold as well. Okay, and we can even click on test connection just to see like everything is fine. Yeah, okay, it has everything done. So now we can simply click on catalog and then external data. Let's create one for silver. Okay, perfect. URL will be silver this time. Perfect. Credential is same. Perfect. Silver is also done. Let's test it. Perfect. Now let's create one more. Create external location gold. Okay, click on create. Credential is this one, bro. Create, and that's it. Okay, all the test connections are done. Okay, and obviously all the external locations are also done. Okay, perfect. So now what we can do, we can actually start with our development. Click on workspace. This is the area where you actually create all the folders, all the files, everything. Make sense? Okay, very good. So this is the area, by the way, and let's say click on workspace. Okay, click on workspace. Okay, makes sense. Do you want me to also tell you about asset bundles with this project? Because it will be fun. It will be like completely end-to-end project then, because you will be also having some exposure with bundles and all, asset bundles. Like not in deep, very basic, like not very in deep, trust me. Okay, so let's actually do it that way, because that you will learn a lot of things. Okay, so let's click on this workspace. Feeling happy? Woohoo! So let's click on create. Okay, then let's go with this particular folder. Let's create our folder called Spotify Azure project. But I'm again telling you, this will be like very basic illustration of DAB. Okay, very basic, so that you can have some exposure if you do not have. Make sense? Okay, very basic, because we have a detailed video on Databricks Asset Bundles that I just showed you in the introduction of Databricks. You can simply go and watch that video if you want complete end-to-end understanding, complete in detail. But if you just want to just have some exposure and some basic understanding, very basics, fundamentals, then you can just simply learn dApps in this project as well. That's it. Okay, because you learn step by step, right? So you can have some exposure here and you will be having some familiarity, and then you can just go in deep whenever you want, because at least you will have some exposure to the tools and technologies that are there in the market. You will not be feeling lost. So we can simply click on create, and within this I will create first of all the notebook. And what will be this notebook? This will be very basic notebook. And by the way, if you see any different UI, that means you do not have some configurations, and we already know this is a free trial. Close this. So you can simply go to settings, or basically first of all previews. You need to make sure that you have all these toggles on. I'm slowly scrolling it down. Okay, so you should have all these toggles on in order to see the same UI. Then you can go to settings. Then you can go to developer. Then you should have these toggles on if you want to see the same UI that I am seeing, because they keep on adding some changes in previews and all those things. So you should have that enabled. Okay, now let's go to our previous notebook, which is this one. Okay, perfect. Do you know what? In order to enable the Databricks Asset Bundle, you first need to do one thing. You need to create a demo notebook. Let's say demo, and that's it. Okay, or maybe you can also say init, the first notebook. We will not be doing anything here. Just click on this workspace. So this is basically the you can say area where you can see all the files and folders. We will not be doing anything in this particular area. We will simply say click on this terminal. So this will enable one terminal here, see, and we will attach one cluster called serverless. Serverless, yes, serverless, simple. Okay, serverless is the compute that is like very good. Basically we have two options, all purpose compute and serverless. All purpose compute is managed by us. It will be created on Azure, like not managed by us, obviously Databricks will manage it, but it will be created on our Azure account, plus we will be just taking care of all the upscaling, downscaling and all those things. But serverless is like amazing thing. It is built on the Databricks side, and it will be taking care of all the upscaling and downscaling, and it is much more cost efficient, plus it is fast, plus see, it was turned on in just few seconds, so it is next level. Okay, so here is my terminal. So what I will write in this terminal, I will simply say Databricks bundle init. Database bundle init. Okay, hit enter. So what it will do, it will simply initiate the bundle and simply hit enter one more time. And unique name for this project, I can simply say Spotify DAB, that means Database Asset Bundle. Include sample notebook, yeah, sure. Sample declarative pipeline, sure. And include sample, yeah, sure. Serverless compute, sure. Perfect, that's it. Now you will see the whole folder structure here coming for Databricks Asset Bundle. Okay, perfect. So now it is saying, please refer to this, your project has been created. Perfect. So project has been created. Makes sense. And where it has created this project, it has created on the users, and then we have this project because we initiated the project there, right? See, Spotify Azure project, and then we have Spotify DAB as well. So we can simply click, like delete this because this was like temporary folder just to initiate the things. Now we have the Spotify DAB. So see, this is the folder structure that we have. All the things are created by Databricks Asset Bundle. And this is the file which is called databricks.yaml. So this is the main file that we create in this particular deployment. And you don't need to worry about that thing for now, because this is just a pseudo file. Once we have everything ready, then I will just show you how you can just deploy this thing at the end. For now, just chill and relax and learn everything. You will see everything at the end, how to deploy it. Okay, don't need to worry at all. We will be simply configuring so many stuff here, everything, let's say targets and some presets, all those things. Okay, so just relax. Perfect. Okay, very good. Now what do we need to do? We simply need to, and again I'm repeating, we will be simply deploying very simple artifact. Okay, just to show you how Databricks Asset Bundles work. Make sense? Okay, good. Okay, perfect. So now in this particular thing, we are having some sample notebooks. If I go to source, I will be having these two notebooks, notebook and pipeline. Okay, and I have one folder as well, which is saying init and main.py and all those things. So if I click on source, I can actually delete all the things, because I'll be creating my own stuff here in the source. Source is basically the source code. So I will create a folder and I will simply call it as silver. Okay, silver and gold. And let's delete this as well. Perfect. And let's create another folder called gold. So these are the two folders that we have inside this source folder. Make sense? Okay. So in the silver folder, let's create a notebook. And this is our notebook for data transformation. Perfect. Perfect. Very good. So let's name it as, let's say, silver, or let's say, yeah, silver underscore dimensions. Let's process all the dimensions within this particular notebook. Okay. Perfect. Let's attach it to the serverless compute. Perfect. So this is our silver dimensions. Okay. And now what we need to do? We need to process or basically transform the dimensions one by one. Yes. Okay. And in this particular, you can say, video, you will also learn something about modules. Okay. Something about utilities, how you can just develop the utilities. Utilities means, let's say you create your own custom Python classes that you want to include in your project, in your development. You can do it, and there are so many ways to do that. I will just show you the best way, like how you can just create those things and how to import those utilities in your code. Make sense? So what I will do, I will literally create one folder here called utils. Okay. I will create a folder called utils. And within this utilities, we will create the utilities as we go along this video. Currently it is empty. Make sense? Okay. In the test, we have these things which are not created by us. This was created by Databricks bundle. I do not want this, so I will simply delete it because I don't want to keep unnecessary stuff. Then I do not want scratch. I want resources. I don't want fixtures for now because we are not performing any PyTest. So yeah, just these three folders and that's enough. Very good. So now first of all, in the source, we have the silver, and let's try to read the data that is sitting in the data lake and how you can just do that. So let's say we are first of all trying to process the dim user. Okay. Let's try to run that dim user. So you will simply say df equals spark.read.format. Okay. Then you will simply provide the basically location abfss and then bronze at the rate, and then bronze at the rate, then you can say storage Azure project. Okay, makes sense. Then .dfs .windows.net. Okay, within that we have the folders, if you remember, dim user. Okay, makes sense. So this is the load. This is not the format. This is the URL. Okay, so let's skip it. Format is Parquet, as we know. See, this is the format Parquet. Makes sense. Then we'll simply say .load. Okay, and this is the URL that you need to put in this particular load. Perfect. Let's try to see how does it look like. So we are simply running our first Spark code, and this is the code that we use to read any data using Spark. Okay, good. Meanwhile, it is running. It will not take much time. I can go to settings and go to developer, and then I go to where is that? Okay, this is dark light mode. Okay, light mode is fine. Okay, perfect. So let me go to Databricks, silver dimensions. Yeah, so this is done. Okay, so this is done. So I was actually trying to change the theme. You can actually do it from view maybe. Yeah, workspace theme, editor theme. Let's pick atom light. Workspace theme, editor theme, GitHub light. No. Winter is coming light. Yeah, this is also better. Okay, let's keep it because default one is like much bad. Okay, so let's keep it. So this is my data, and in order to just display the data, I can simply say display df. Okay. Path does not exist. Okay, because I think this is capital S. And let's rerun this display df. So okay, this time it is working fine. Yeah, so this is my data. It is running fine and very, very good. And we have this data frame absolutely in the perfect format that we want. Perfect. Do you know what we need to do now? We need to obviously transform this data. Makes sense. But we just do not like want to transform the data like as in the as is form. We also need to process data incrementally, because obviously tomorrow we'll be having more data, then tomorrow we'll be having more data, then tomorrow we'll be having more data, right? So this way we have to just handle all those things while applying the transformations. Make sense? While applying the transformations. Makes sense. So in order to do these things, so we will be obviously using something called as Autoloader. Okay, and we'll be simply transforming the data as well while writing it. Okay, very good. So how Autoloader works, I will just let you know, don't worry. But first of all, we first need to understand how we can just transform this data. Okay, so let's try to understand Autoloader in Databricks, because if you are using Databricks in your organization, or if you will be using, or if you are freshly hired as a Databricks developer in any project, bro, Autoloader is like must to know thing, whatever. So the thing is very simple. Autoloader, as the name suggests, it auto loads your data. Simple. Understood everything? No, let me tell you. So basically, you or any developer was using something called as Spark structured streaming. Okay, Spark structured streaming so far to perform your data loading incrementally, to just load the data in a continuous manner, and so on. Makes sense? We were using Spark structured streaming. Databricks created a kind of wrapper, or basically a management layer on top of this, and called it as Autoloader. You will say, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? It has taken care of all the manual hard work that you were doing in the Spark structured streaming. So how does Autoloader work? Let me just tell you. So first of all, let's suppose you have a source. Okay, you have a source. Now this source can be anything. It can be, let's say, your data lake. It can be of any file format, literally any file format, JSON, Parquet, Delta, anything. Okay, this is your source. Now this is your Autoloader. Okay, and this is your destination where you want to write your data. Okay, let's say sync. Okay, sync. So what will happen? This Autoloader will use Spark structured streaming as a base to incrementally load the data. And what it will do, it will simply, let's say in this source there is one data file like this. Okay, so what it will do, it will simply load the data in the sync. Perfect. Makes sense? Like this. Let's say like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's say there is no new data in the source and you run your pipeline again. What it will do? You will say, obviously it will load the data again here. No, no, it is called idempotency. Okay, exactly once. Idempotency is also known as exactly once. That means if the data is processed, it will not be loaded again because it knows that this data is loaded. How does it know that this data is loaded? It is due to something called as checkpoint. So it creates a checkpoint directory where it stores all the information, and within that it has something called as rocksdb folder where it stores all that information for you, not for you, like obviously for him or her or for it, so that it can just read that particular directory and understand which file is processed and which file is new. This is the backbone of your idempotency behavior. Make sense? Okay. Now again like another big thing that it provides you, another big thing it provides is it's called schema evolution. So let's say in your file, let's say tomorrow you receive this new file. Okay, let's say tomorrow you receive this file. Perfect. So tomorrow when you receive this new file, and this file has some new columns as well, and you want those columns, or maybe you do not want those columns, but you want to just record those columns so that if you want to use it later on, you can. If you do not want to use it, you can simply drop, or if you want to use it right away, you can. So this way you have this particular freedom to pick this information using schema evolution. Make sense? So by default, we use something called as add new columns within our Databricks Autoloader, add new columns. So that means if we have new columns, it will simply add those columns. We have another option. It is called rescue. What is rescue? Very fancy name, right? Rescue. As the name suggests, it will simply rescue the new columns, and it will simply create one column which is called rescue, and it will put all the new columns within that particular column in the form of key value pairs. But the moral of this particular conversation is it will record your columns. It will simply store your columns so that you can just evolve your schema if you want. Make sense? If you want. Okay. And this information will be stored here in the folder called schema location. Let's say schema. So we have an option, we have a property called schema location that we will be providing. This is the complete architecture of Autoloader, how it works, and this is like very, very, very important. Make sense? Okay, very, very good. So this way, Autoloader provides you all the features of Spark structured streaming because it is built on top of it. And along with that, it gives you much more freedom with schema evolution, your checkpoint locations. Obviously checkpoint location is there in Spark structure streaming as well. But yeah, this you can say idempotency and your schema evolution, all these things, rescue and all. So this is a better way to work with it. And it is an amazing feature that you can just use in Autoloader. Make sense? Make sense. So let's actually try to learn or basically implement this in our solution, and then we'll be having more, you can say, understanding of it. Okay, let's see. So we are back in our Databricks notebook, and let's actually try to see how we can just do all those stuff. Okay, so it is very, very simple. Let me just tell you. So currently we just use this particular temporary code, which is just like a batch reading, but we want to just perform the streaming. Okay, Spark structured streaming using Autoloader. Okay, so this was done to just to show you how this data looks like. So let's actually start with the Autoloader. So how I can just start with Autoloader, right? So I will simply say dim user heading is fine. Okay, let's make it a little big. Perfect. So now I can simply say, let's say Autoloader, and don't worry, I will just provide this notebook in my repo, so you can definitely refer. But if you follow my guidance, I will still ask you to create your own notebook, and you should only and only refer this if you are stuck. Okay, otherwise write your own code. This is my guidance. I don't know how many of you will take, but I know a lot of you will take. So I think, yeah, this is the difference that it actually makes, right? Why someone is selected and why someone is not selected. It's all about, you can say, the things that you are doing on your own. Okay, so Autoloader. So now what we need to do, we'll simply write this code. Let's say df equals spark, or let me just say df user spark dot read, and this time I will simply say stream because this is streaming dot format. Now what is the format? You will say parque. It is not parque, it is cloud files. What is this format? So in Autoloader, we do not define the format right away. We simply say, hey, this is cloud files. Okay. Then we define what kind of cloud files are we using. We are using dot option cloud files dot format. Cloud files dot format. And what is the format? Now you can say parque. Make sense? Okay, very good. Very good. So this is one way of doing it. Okay. Now, what is the next thing we need to define? We need to define something called as schema location, right? So I'll simply say cloud files dot schema location. Cloud files dot schema location. Now, what is the schema location? Where we need to just store the schema location. So we will be creating one directory where in the silver container, okay, in the silver container, and here we can create obviously the dedicated directory. So dedicated directory will be like this. Let's say dim user, okay, like this. Like we do not need to create it like this, but I'm just showing you in the data lake as well, because we can literally write code to create all of this. Okay, dim user, and within that I will create a directory called data where we will store the data. Okay, along with the data we will create another folder called checkpoint where Autoloader will store all of its information to track the idempotency behavior. Perfect. I can simply say abfss, okay, and then silver @storage Azure project .windows.net, and then we have something called as dim user. Perfect. Dim user, not silver, this is bronze, because those things will be used while writing the data. Oh no, this is fine because we are simply storing the data. Okay, makes sense. Okay, dim user, and within the dim user we have what? We have checkpoint. Makes sense. Okay, perfect. And let me just indent it a little bit just to have more space. Perfect. Now if this is done, what is the next thing we need to do? We need to simply load this data. Make sense? You can simply say dot load, and this is the data that we want to load. Dim user, and yeah, that's it. So okay, let's run this code. Let's see if we have any typos or whatever. Okay, this ran fine. Now if I write display df, you will see something else. Okay. Oh, sorry, df user. Wait. Nothing happened. Let me just rewrite it. Okay, so if I write df user display df user, perfect. So now display df user could not find required cloud files.format. Oh really? Oh, we missed s. Okay, now let's wait. Okay, what are you seeing now? Stream initializing. Did you see it before when you simply loaded data using batch processing? No. Why? Because this is streaming. If I click here, you will see the graphs as well, which is obviously stopped because now it has successfully read the data. So this is your Spark structured streaming where it reads your data in the form of streams. Make sense? Basically in the form of micro batches. Okay, so this is your data. What is the advantage of it? It will not read the data again and again. No, it will simply read the new data every time. Okay, so we'll be using this method. So let me just remove the previous code. Perfect. Make sense? Very good. Now let's say we want to just apply some transformations. Okay, now what kind of transformations we can apply in the user table? User table is more from the customer side, where we get username, country, subscription type, and all those things. Okay, Very good. And obviously we have start date when the user started their subscription, and end date, that means their subscription is still going on. They have not cancelled their Spotify subscription. Common sense, okay? If we see any date in the null date, that means they have cancelled the subscription. Make sense? And I don't think so anyone has cancelled any subscription because everyone loves Spotify. So yeah. Okay, makes sense. So now let's say we want to apply some Spark transformations. Okay, make sense? Okay. So currently, first of all, I want to, let's say, make this username as capital. In the capital, you can say capital case, lowercase, uppercase. Capital, that means uppercase. Okay. So I want to do that. I know this is a very basic transformation, but in the real world, we do this a lot because sometimes you will be getting username in the lowercase, sometimes in uppercase. So we just use a static format, uppercase, all the names in uppercase or all the names in lowercase. That's it. So let's actually try to do that. And in order to do that, you can simply say df equals df user equals df dot with column. And here in the with column means when you just want to update or modify a column, or if you want to add a column. But currently we want to modify the column, so we'll simply say let's say modify. By the way, what is the column type? Okay, it's fine because it is a Parquet format, and Parquet is a very good format. It stores a schema as well in the file. If you don't know, now you know. So with column and just go to username. Okay, make sense? Then I will simply use upper and column of username. Make sense? And I also need to import some libraries from PySpark.sql.functions import asterisk. Okay, from PySpark.sql.types import asterisk. Perfect. Because we'll be using PySpark functions, so we need to import them. So this is done. Let's actually see what do we have here. Display df. Okay, let's see. Okay, perfect. So now you can see that our username is converted into uppercase, which is perfect. And now you can also do it in your particular data frame. Make sense? Okay, very good. So this is done. So this is like one transformation that we wanted to perform. And in the end date, we know that we do not have anything. Okay, so that is fine. And we also have one column called rescued data. See, rescued data. Why do we have this column? Because I told you, we get this column by default with the autoloader, because let's say tomorrow in your files, we are having some new columns. So all those columns will be stored here if you select schema evolution mode as rescued. By default, we use add new columns, but you will say, Ansh Lamba, where did we specify it? We never specified it here. Yes, because that is a by default behavior. You can actually do it. Just simply write dot option, and then you can simply say schema evolution something, schema evolution mode, add new column. This is the by default, but you can simply say rescue. Okay, rescue. That's it if you want. Okay, and by default it will be add new columns. Add new columns like this. Okay, I can even show you schema evolution and autoloader. Okay, let's try to read it. Schema location, schema evolution. Yeah, see, schema evolution mode, this is the property that we need to specify, and add new columns, rescue, these are the two popular ones. Then we have two more, fail on new columns. Basically, if you receive more columns in the new files, it will be failing. Okay, if you want it to fail, sometimes you want it to fail, then none. It will do nothing. Okay, make sense? Makes sense. Okay, that is it. Got the information, got the knowledge, feeling happy? Okay, so this is done. Makes sense. So now do you know what? I am gonna create a utility. For what? Because I know that I will be performing some steps redundantly. What are those steps? Ideally, if you just want to go with static solution, You can just write those transformations again and again. I don't like it because I like to just make code more and more modular. You just define once, you just create once and use it multiple times. Make sense? So what I'm gonna do, I will be creating a utility. Okay, what kind of utility? So I will be creating a utility and it will be a Python class. Let's create something called as file, and it will be a Python file. Okay, just be with me, it will be really fun. Okay, let's do it. So what we're gonna do, we will be simply saying it as, let's say, transformations, right, .py. So this is my Python file. Here I will be writing my Python class. Okay, very good. Makes sense. Okay, nice. So now what do we need to do? We will be writing here a class, okay, so that we can just simply import it multiple times in this particular source, in the silver and gold if we need it. In this, we will be defining some concepts called deduplication. Let's say you just want to dedupe your data, because obviously whenever you just want to process your data, you need to make sure that your primary key doesn't have any kind of duplicates because that is a red flag. Okay. Red flag, yeah, kind of red flag. And if your data needs to perform some kind of steps which are performed in other areas or other data frames as well, such as dropping this rescue data, so maybe sometimes you'll be dropping some data columns, so you can simply create a function for that as well. Similarly, you can create multiple functions that will be reused in your code or in your organization. So whenever your organization will be starting a new project, you can simply import that utility and you can directly start working with that utility, and that way you will save a lot of time and you will literally outperform in those projects, because everyone is building static projects. You need to build something special. Okay, so first of all, it is not very easy to import utilities in Databricks. Why? Because you need to add system path. Okay, what is system path? For example, your utility is here. Let's say my utility is just a variable. Okay, let's say variable Ansh, and its value is, let's say, okay, let's say this is my value that I want to use. Let's say, okay, if I go to silver dimensions, if I write something like this, let's say, so what is the location of this? If I go to utilities, if I click here, if I click URL, not URL, I think full path. Okay, if I say path, so this is my path, right? This is my path. Okay, if I write from Spotify dab, okay, dot utils import var Ansh. Makes sense if I write it, and if I just comment it out, okay, if I write or run this, let's see what happens. It will say no module named Spotify dab. Why? Because it does not know what is this particular folder. So we need to make sure our root directory of this project is added in the system path. How we can just do that? So first of all, you will simply import a module called import OS. Okay, import OS, and then you simply say print os.get current working directory. Let's first of all see what is a current working directory. Current working directory is pointing to silver, right? If I want to just get this thing, Spotify dab, I will simply say, this is, let's say, let's enclose it in the on the braces. Then I'll simply say os dot path dot join. Okay, and what I want to join, I want to join this get CWD with, let's say, this. Now let's see what we get. I will, oops, just this, I guess. Oh no, wait. Okay. Oh yeah, it's fine. Just say double. Okay, so what it will do, it will simply take me to this folder called source, because it is just like one folder up. I want to go to this folder 2 folders up, basically 2 levels up. So I will simply say dot for one more time. So see, this is the path, double dot. Basically it will first of all come here silver, and then it will go 2 level up, source and Spotify tab. So this particular path we want to add in our system path. So I will store it in this, let's say, project path variable. Okay, This is my project path. I will simply say import sys, okay, and I will simply say sys dot append, I think path, yeah, sys dot path dot append, and then I will simply append this path, project path, simple. Then let's try to import it. Okay, let's see if it works. It worked. How? Because we simply imported our variable from this directory, but this time Databricks was aware of this particular directory. Make sense? Databricks was aware of this particular directory because we added this particular path in our system path. So that's how we use utilities. So this is a critical one. You should know about this. Okay, makes sense? Very good. I hope it was helpful. So now let's try to create our class. Okay, so we want to create a class which looks like this. Let's say, what should be the class name? Let's give a good name. Reusable. Yes, reusable. Okay, so this is our class. Okay, so within this class we'll be creating the methods. Okay, methods are basically the functions which are within the class. So I'll simply say def. Okay, and then we actually do not need init function because we are not initializing any class variable. Whatever method you'll be calling will simply provide the parameters within that function. So we can simply create a function called, let's say, def drop. Okay, let's say drop columns. These are our own functions. You will say, bro, why do we need to do that? Because we can simply use a PySpark functions. I know that, but let's say you are just creating some customized solution because there's no function for deduping. What you will do in that scenario? So in those scenarios, you should create your own functions which will be reusable, and those functions will be there in that class for you, like a bundle. Make sense? Good. So I'll simply say self. Then I would need a def. Then I would need column. Basically whatever columns you want to just drop. Make sense? Make sense? Okay, so let's say I will simply return def equals def dot drop columns and return def. That's it. That's what I want to do, and that's my function is doing. Make sense? Nothing fancy? Okay, okay, perfect. Now let's try to test it. Let's save it. Okay, let's try to test it. So if you want to test it, we can simply write our function here, and let me just remove this thing. Perfect. And let's shift this particular thing, this thing at the top where we are importing all the other things. Okay, perfect. Make sense? Okay, perfect. So you can anytime refer it, it's fine. And here we can also say from DAP project, not DAP projects, Spotify DAP, Spotify DAP dot, what is the folder name? Spotify DAP dot utils. Okay, dot utils dot transformations. Yes, import reusable, because reusable is a class that we have created, right? See, reusable. Perfect. So let's try to import it. And module name, no module name, really. This can happen, not a big deal. So if it happens, you can simply restart your basically cluster. And it is saying no module name Spotify DApp, and we have this function called Spotify DApp. So yeah, if it happens, you can simply restart your terminal, not terminal, like session. You can simply say more, or simply click here and new session. Perfect. Because sometimes it can cache your system location, so you need to simply update it and simply run it. What's wrong? Import says, okay, okay. Project path, os.path.join. Okay. Or we can do one thing. We can simply run this thing in the new cell if it works. Now let me just check. Oh yeah, there's a typo. So I just printed this project path. I was like, let's check the project path. So actually we are inside this Spotify dab, right? Within the Spotify dab, we do not have another Spotify dab. So we just need to remove this. Let's say from just utilities, right? This will work because that's common sense. That's common sense. Okay, that will work. If you want to specify Spotify dab as well in your import, then you just need to go one level more up. Okay. So that was just typo. Now it is working fine. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So now let's go to our code and let's test it. Let's say I want to create an object of it. So I will simply say df user object equals reusable. Okay, and here I will simply pass the df user as a parameter. Makes sense? And actually I can simply first of all create the object. Okay, once it is done, once this object is done, then I can simply provide this object. Let's say df user object dot, you can say whatever function you want to use within that. We have a function called drop columns, if you remember, and this function takes two arguments. One is df user and rescue data. Perfect. And we will simply use our df user data frame to save this information. Perfect. Now let's display df user, and we should not see that particular column if everything is right. It is saying df user is not defined. Df user, yeah, obviously it is not defined because we simply, if you remember, we simply restarted our cluster. So let's rerun this code. So it will simply display it. Okay, perfect. And okay, let's run this as well. Display df user. Perfect. And then we can perform this transformation. Df is not defined. Very good, because we are using df user. Good catch. Okay, so display df is fine. Where is this df? Who is using df? Okay, df user. Perfect. So this is also good. And the last part is just using this particular function called drop columns. And let's see if it works, because this is a local function that we have created for reusability. Okay, another function will be very good. So perfect, it has dropped that particular column, and we simply can pass multiple columns within this. Make sense? Because what happens, let's say we simply provide here the list. So we simply provide df.drop columns. So what this asterisk will do, this will simply unpack the list in the form of your normal string. So let's say you write here multiple columns. Let's say rescue data, then country, then username, then subscription type, then end date. You want to just capture all those things. Okay, so what it will do, it will simply keep the list as it is. When you write asterisk, it will simply remove the starting bracket and ending bracket from that particular parameter, and it will simply pass those you can say column names as it is in the drop column. This is called unpacking of list. Okay, so it will do it on its own. We do not need to write any logic to convert list into string. We can simply leverage this unpacking function. Asterisk. Okay, perfect. And just a tip, if you have a list in the string format, you can convert it into a list format using eval method. Okay, just take notes, because silver and gold layer are like full of knowledge, and bronze layer is obviously like full of knowledge. So all the three layers are full of knowledge. So let's try to add one more transformation, which is very important, and it is for deduplication. Okay, so what we can do, I can simply write my code in this particular block instead of wasting so many blocks. So what I can do, I can simply say df user. Obviously we will not be having duplicates in the source, but sometimes we use extraordinary sources, okay, which can throw some sources. Again, if it needs to be fixed on the source side, you will ask the source person, whatever your upstream is, API, SQL database, data lake, whatever. You will ask, hey bro, your data has duplicates, so fix it. But your code should be robust enough to handle those things internally as well. But ideally you should inform them. Okay. So I will simply say df user.drop duplicates, and this is a code for it. Okay. So let me just run the whole notebook for one more time. Let's see, what do we get? Obviously we do not have duplicates here because I am using the top quality source. Again, I want to repeat my line that what? Drop duplicates, obviously. We do not have drop duplicates in the transformations because we just have one function that I wanted to show you how you can just import the classes, but we can use drop duplicates, which is a direct function. So I can simply say this thing. Okay, let's run it. So I was saying that I want to repeat my line that I usually say. The line is this. Actually, one of you Lovely Data family members actually reminded me of this line. I said it, I think, few months back while I was just developing a very good project. So I said, so I just looked at the comment. I was like, wow, that's a lovely line that I have said. So line says this, and it is 100% accurate. Data engineering is not about handling messy data sets, or let's say messy data set, because I know in the early days of data engineering, I was also one of those who were told that, hey, data engineering is just about handling messy data set, handling very you can say dirty data set, and we need to perform some cleaning and all. No, data engineering is not about this thing. Data engineering, it's about building the solutions, because even your messy data sets can have very simple pipeline, and even your very simple data sets can have complex pipelines, and you have just witnessed that thing. We have built a very complex pipeline using a very simple source, which is just a SQL table, but the solution was so complex because that was a requirement. Let's say you are using such a messy data set, so much of nulls and blah 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 blah, but you are simply dumping the data from one point to another. So it is not just about handling those messy data set. No, it's about building the solutions. It can be easy, it can be intermediate, it can be advanced, it can be hard, it can be easy. It totally depends. So just remember this line, and yeah, it is a good line, right? Let's do like this. Okay, and Ansh Lamba. Wow, this is so good, right? So one line, one more quote added in the data engineering industry. We also have quotes in the industry. Don't just like philosopher need to put all the quotes. We are also here, bro. We are also here sitting in the data engineering industry as philosophers. So okay, perfect. So what is the issue? df dot user drop duplicates. Obviously we do not have this thing. It is called drop duplicates. Drop. Let me just rerun this. Drop duplicates. Obviously this thing. Okay, makes sense. Let's wait. Let me just run the whole notebook, by the way. Let's wait, because I actually I just put this notebook on hold, so maybe that is why it is taking a longer time. And yeah, I should ideally just restart this particular cluster, and then I should just run all the cells, because I don't know like which cell is the latest one and which is not. So let me just cancel this particular transaction, and yeah, it is running fine, but I want to restart it. I just want to do that. Let's say new session. Perfect. So now let's run the whole notebook one by one. Okay, perfect. So this is running, and let's wait. So once we have this thing, then we will simply write this data in the delta format. If you do not know about delta format, you should know. Okay, again, I'm going to provide you the best resource from where you can master Delta Lake. Basically, in the early days of the Delta Lake, it was good to have skill, but nowadays in the world of cloud data engineering, Delta Lake, or basically open table format, is must to have skill. So you can simply go on any browser, simply search Delta Lake Ansh Lamba, hit enter, and there are two videos again. Okay, one is Delta Lake full course and Delta Lake the ultimate guide with 225 updates. So this is the latest video, but you can watch any video because there are not major changes. But if you just want to watch the latest one, obviously you can just pick this one. So you should watch this video. Why? Because it will make you a pro Delta Lake developer as well, because in the Delta Lake we have so many things that you need to know. And in today's era, it is like especially with the Azure stack. If you are just targeting Azure data engineering roles, Delta Lake is a thing. If you are targeting AWS roles, then you should target Iceberg, which is Apache Iceberg. Okay, and Delta Lake is for Azure data engineering stack. So you should learn about this thing. Okay, so now it is completed. Very good. And we have this table ready. Okay, 500 rows and perfect. So let's say now we want to write this table and I want to use Delta feature. Okay, so I will simply say df user dot write stream, obviously write stream dot format, and format will be Delta. Okay, then I would need to define something called as output mode. And output mode I will simply use append. Okay, because we are simply appending the new data one by one. Then I want to pick, let's say, checkpoint location. Now the checkpoint location, as we know, it will be like this dot option checkpoint location, and we already have that particular directory, right? Now we can simply say dot option. I think it's fine. We just need to now define the trigger. So trigger I will simply pick once equals true. Why once equals true, and what is once equals true if you do not know about that? So basically once equals true is a kind of trigger which will run your code and it will write the data in the location, and it will stop automatically, because you do not want your cluster to be up and running, because you are not actually sending the data continuously, right? If you want to, you can change the trigger type. It's not a big deal. You can simply say processing time. Okay, processing time equals to 6 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds, you can. Okay, but if you just want to process it just once, we will simply say once equals true. That means it will simply process the data, it will write the data, and then it will simply stop the trigger automatically. That's what you want. Okay, then I'll simply say dot start. Okay, and now I will simply provide the location where I want to use the write the data, and it will be under data folder. Let's try to run this and let's see what happens. And if I see my data lake, if I click on refresh, you will see the data is there, dim user. Let me just open this folder, and checkpoint and data is there. Okay, and wow, what a spelling for checkpoint. Amazing, man, amazing. But yeah, it is fine, not a big deal. I want to pick the spelling. What's wrong with that? And by the way, I didn't pick the spelling. This AI suggested me the spelling. Okay, so within the data, I have the, see, this is my data in the Delta format, and it has created so many partitions because we are using streaming. So it is actually treating data in the form of micro batches. That is why it was taking a lot of time to write the data. Okay, makes sense? Okay, makes sense. So this is also done. Now, if I go to checkpoint, I will see all these folders that I was just talking about. If you go to schemas, this is the folder that is created for your schema location. Okay, if you go to schemas, it is fine. Not this one, I think it is in the sources. Let me just check. Wait, sources, yeah, in the sources we have rocksdb, that's for sure. And this is for idempotency. You can open it and you will see everything. If you just go to 01.zip, you will see everything in the edit. Obviously it is like encoded, but you can simply see. And now let's try to see maybe state. Okay, in the 0, and then this is the state. By the way, it will be having so many folders because of streaming. Okay, then what do we have in commits? Let's check the commit. So commit is this 0th file, and then in edit we have this thing. So this is basically the internal watermark that it maintains, v0, v1, v2, all those stuff. So you can actually explore a lot of things here. Then we have metadata, and it is just the internal metadata that it manages. So you have everything here in the checkpoint. Ideally, I was just showing you just for the knowledge purpose. You should not touch it because it is managed by the Spark structure streaming, basically Autoloader. So you should not actually touch it. But I just wanted to show you, so I showed it to you, and now you can just do it. Okay. So let's explore this one as well. So this is basically your, again, v1, and then you will be seeing all the information here. What is the location and what is the version for RocksDB and all those stuff. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? So you can actually explore, but do not touch it. Basically, do not edit it. If you will just edit anything here, it can just break the code. Okay. So this is done. This is actually done. Silver is done. Dim user is done. Let's try to create the same thing for our next dimension. And let's try to do dim artist this time. Okay, dim artist makes sense. And now let's try to read the artist data using Autoloader. Makes sense? Okay, and what is the okay, so this is dim artist. Perfect. Let's try to read and let's try to see what do we have in this display. Actually, this needs to be updated. df art. Okay. And we need to run this as well. Okay. So let's see what do we have in the dimension artist. Obviously, by the name, it is very understood that we will be having all the artists here. See, all the artist names are here, and we have genre as well. We have country as well. We have updated at column, rescue data again, and we do not need to use this column. So we can simply drop this column, right? So again, now you know how to do that. I will simply create df artist object equals reusable, and I can simply run this thing. And after that, I can drop the duplicates if I want. Okay, it's a good practice always. df art dot drop duplicates artist id, and we do not want to write it. We want to see the data. Let's see what do we have. Okay, let's see. Okay, perfect. So now we have this particular column and we have dropped that column and it is fine. So let's try to write this data as well. We do not have anything to transform here, and we'll be creating some cases for transformation, so don't need to worry. So I'll simply say df art, and it will be dim art, and oops, we need to change it, dim art. Okay, and I think rest of the things are fine. And one thing that we need to change is this one. It is pointing to dim user. We need to do it for dim art. Okay, perfect. Let's try to run it. Okay, and just be prepared for the next section where we will be just building dimensional models, basically for slowly changing dimensions as well. So it will be a little bit tricky. I'm just warming you up so that you can be fully prepared to learn all those things, but it will be full of like knowledge as well. Make sense? So in this particular section, you are learning about Autoloader, Spark structure streaming, how to dump the data incrementally, idempotency, all those stuff. Okay, so now let's see. This should be done very soon. Div art, and I think we have 3 more tables if I'm not wrong. Let me check catalog. So this is my catalog. This is my silver table. We do not have any table, obviously, and because we didn't like actually created any table. We could have created the table as well. That's not a big deal, because currently what we are doing, we are simply writing the data here. See, we are simply writing the data here. But you know what? You can actually create tables in the silver layer as well. It is a good practice because whenever you will building dimensional data model, you will get better performance. You will get, you can say, better optimization techniques as well, because the data will be available natively in the catalog. Plus it is like more readable. Okay, so it's a good practice if you want. Otherwise you would be using a little complex way to load the data incrementally, and if it is in the delta format, it will be like pretty much simpler. So let's actually create the table as well. And if you just want to create the table as well on top of your data, you would need to, I think you would need to change your code. So you will simply say dot to table, I would say. Let's test it. I think this is the option. And here I would need to give the catalog name. Catalog name is Spotify Kata dot silver, and then dot dim artist, right? Okay, very good. And then you can simply define dot option. Path is this one. So what it will do, it will simply store your data at this path, which is your external table, and you can get this thing. Okay, but before running this thing, I will simply drop the data from the dim art folder, because otherwise it will not write the data, and it will simply say, hey, overwrite it and blah blah stuff. So let's try to run this code. So this is completed. Let's refresh this and we should see that table here in the silver. Perfect, dim artist. So we have created this table and it will be very, very helpful. And I want to do the same with the other table as well, dim user. So let's change the code for that as well. And here is the code, dim user. Okay, so I'll simply say dot option path, and then provide the path, then dot to table. Spotify kata.silver.dim user. Very good. Let's run this and it should run fine. And this way we'll be having both the tables ready in the silver layer. Okay, good. Now let's try to read our dim date. Okay, dim date, or let's say dim track. Okay, perfect. And I will simply copy the code from here. Perfect. Let's change it, dim track. This is dim track. Perfect. Oops, this is not art, this is track. So let's say df track. Let's display it. So here we have all the things. Okay, track ID, track name, artist ID, album name, duration, and release date, and all those stuff. Very good. Obviously we need to just drop the data for this column, not drop the data, only this column. So I will simply say we will just drop this column at the end, but before that we need to apply a lot of basically transformations. First of all, I want to create a flag, okay, where I will categorize this thing into 3 levels. So duration in seconds, I want to say if it is less than 150, then let's say short. If it is between 150 to 300, it is medium. If it is greater than 300, it will be, let's say, low, medium, or high. Makes sense, right? So how you can create those columns in PySpark? Let me just tell you. So you will simply say df track equals df track dot with column. This time you will provide a new column name, which will be, let's say, duration flag. Okay, very good. Now what will be the transformation? Transformation is very simple. We will be using case when statement in PySpark. But here we do not call it as case when statement. We call it as when otherwise. When otherwise. So we'll simply say when. Okay. Then you need to just put the condition. Okay, so I'll simply say when column of duration seconds less than 150. Okay, less than 150. So if this is the scenario, okay, if this is the scenario, see, case when column of duration second less than 150, so this is only when condition. Okay, so add one more braces. Okay, add one more brace, maybe. No. Okay, so column braces are closed when braces need to be closed, like this. Okay, now when is also closed. Oh, makes sense. Now like this. Perfect. So if it is 150, then you will be saying low, right? Let's use this thing. Let's say low. Okay, let's remove this from here. So if it is less than 150, then low. Otherwise, what do you know, what do you want? You will simply say when this is this, then low. Then you will simply add a backslash, and then you will simply say, I think this indentation is better, dot otherwise. Okay, so if it is, you can say less than 150, then low. Otherwise, then you can simply say high. But you want to create 3 levels, then I will simply add one more when. Okay, the when column is duration seconds greater than 150 and less than this thing. Let's say greater than 150, or let's say not greater than 150. I can simply say less than 300 because it will be same thing. Okay, then I want to say medium, otherwise I want to say high. Make sense? So I will say medium, and now I can say dot otherwise. It is similar to if else condition. So you are simply saying if, elif, and then else. So when, otherwise. In SQL, case when, like this. Okay, so I will simply say high, and that's it. Let's try to see what do we get. df track display. Okay, let's see. Okay, it is running the stream. Let's check our column. Perfect, it is there. See, duration flag, medium, low, high, based on the duration. See, this is low, this is medium, this is high because it is more than 300. Perfect. That's how you create like calculated columns in PySpark. Okay, now you want to, you need to do one more, you can say, transformation, which is track name. Okay, let's suppose your search engine of your native application does not support any kind of special character, let's say hyphen, as you can see here, right? So you need to replace this hyphen with normal space. Okay, this is very customized, okay, as per your, you can say, system. So how you can just do that? So let me show you. Let's add a code here. So I'll simply say df track equals df track dot with column, and this time I just want to modify a column instead of creating a new one. So I'll simply say track name. Okay, now I'll be using a function called regexp replace. Okay, this is a function which is used to replace any kind of special character, any kind of anything, like if you just want to replace it with anything. Okay, I'll simply say regexp replace, and then column is track name, and then I want to replace that column of this. So I want to replace hyphen with nothing. Make sense? With nothing. And then I can add this closing braces. Now let's check if we have that thing or not. Okay, so let's try to run this. And we should see all the hyphens removed, basically replaced with space, or basically with nothing. But actually let's add a space because it will change the meaning of it. Yeah, perfect. Let's add a space instead of hyphen because it can just simply combine those words, and we should simply add a space, right? Make sense? Okay, now it's good. We have successfully removed all the hyphens and all those things, whatever special characters you were seeing. So now our data is looking good and we are really happy with this data. So now let's finally drop this particular column as well, rescue data. And I will simply say df track equals df let's say object, and we do not need to create an object, that's why I will simply use reusable. Okay, then I can simply use drop columns and I can simply say this thing rescue data, and that's it. Yeah, perfect. This is also another way to do that, one-liner code. This is basically the object that we have used. Okay, perfect. So now you will see that column is not there. Perfect. Now I can simply write this data in the form of table, and let's try to do that. So I will simply say df track, and this will become track. Okay, this will become track, and this will become track. Perfect. Let's run this. And then we just have our last table, dim date, and dim date is like pretty much straightforward. We do not need to even do anything. We can simply dump it, but yeah, we will simply perform the boilerplate code, and that's it. Okay, dim date is there, and this thing is pretty much simple. So this is done, and we can actually see it. Dim date. So let's load it first of all. Okay, perfect. This will be date. Make sense? Let's run this. And in this particular thing, we actually do not need to do anything. We just need to remove the column because date is just date. Okay. So we can simply say df date equals, okay, df date equals reusable, and then drop columns, and then what column we want to drop, obviously rescue data, and that's it. We do not even need to display data because we know like this is just a date, you can say dimension, so it is fine. So I can simply bring the data code to write this into the delta table. Okay, and by the way, a very interesting thing is coming to your way, which is metadata driven code. What is that? That is also the part of silver layer. So do not feel like, hey, silver layer is so simple, we are simply streaming the data and doing all the stuff. So there's so much of thing which are left. Okay, so let's call it as dim date. Dim date. Okay, perfect. Dim date, and yeah, perfect. Okay, so oops, we need to say date, and rest of the stuff are good. Yes, so this is also done. Now let's quickly do our last table load, which is fact. Okay, fact stream. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So in the fact stream, let's try to read the data first of all, because fact table can have some calculation, some kind of calculated columns. So we need to check that. So I'll simply say fact stream and fact stream. Okay, let's do it. Oops, this is df fact. Okay, perfect. Display df fact. Perfect. Let's see the data. Okay, as we know, In the fact tables, we simply get the joining keys, stream ID, user ID, track ID, date key, which is another joining key, and user, track, date, three tables, three dimension tables. Where is the artist? Where is the artist? Stream ID, okay. User ID, track ID, makes sense. Makes sense. Device type, rescue data, okay. So stream ID, user ID, track ID, date key, okay. And what is the artist data? How does it look like? Okay, we have track. Okay, we have artist ID. Oh, okay, makes sense. Makes sense. So we have here track ID, and then within the track ID we have, okay, this is dim track, and then we have this dim artist. Okay, so we have artist ID as well. Okay, makes sense. So now what we need to do, we will simply create this fact stream. Okay, and here we have stream ID, which is the primary key of this fact table. User ID, track ID, date key are three dimensions. Okay, obviously, and then listen duration, device type, and rescue data. Perfect. So here we do not have much stuff. We just have device type and all these things that we can even ignore, because in the fact table we actually do not store any kind of contextual data. So if you just want to, you can say branch it out, you can. If you want to just drop this column, you can. So it basically comes on the requirement part. If you want this particular column, so do you know what will happen? It will become a kind of branching. So this will become a dedicated dimension in itself. Are you getting my point? So this fact table will be branched out into a small dimension and this original fact table. And the second thing will be, you can simply drop this column if you do not need this column. So you can do it if you want. Okay, for this case we do not want this column, so I will simply drop it, but you have the option. You should know how to just, you can say, branch out any particular thing. Make sense? Okay, makes sense. So what I can do for now, I can just keep it in my fact table. Okay, and I will not show it in my, you can say, presentation layer, but I can just keep it in the data lake, because we do not want to lose our data, but we can just hide this column while showing it to the end user. Okay, make sense? Okay, so now let's drop the rescue data quickly. df fact equals reusable, and then dot, then drop columns, and then df fact rescue data, and perfect. And now let's write this data as well. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So here I will simply say fact stream. Okay, and here I will simply say fact stream, and here as well fact stream. Make sense? Okay, so let's write this data. Okay, makes sense. So now once this table is also done, then we're gonna shift to our metadata driven pipeline, or basically metadata driven code, or basically silver layer, and that will be challenging, but it will be fun. It will be lots of learning. So let me just tell you what's that, and I will also give you some insights, okay, like how we can just approach it. And let me first of all check all the tables if we have everything right. Silver, okay, dim artist, dim date, dim track, dim user factory, very good. We can even look at the data. Just go to catalog and just go to this catalog, schema, dim artist, sample data. You can just select compute. Do we have any compute? Yeah, we have serverless. So select compute, yeah, it's ready. So in order to just look at the data, you need serverless SQL compute, so that it can just look at the data. So okay, sample data is there. Okay, so this is artist, perfect. This is dim date. Let's look at the sample data. I just want to make sure like everything is fine. Dim track is there. Okay, then dim user. Okay, then fact stream. Okay, now let's jump on to the metadata driven view, basically code, silver layer, whatever it is, and it will be fun. So let's do it. So what do we mean by metadata driven? What do we mean by this? So basically what we are trying to build, we are trying to build a solution now which will solve so many problems. So for example, in the silver layer, after loading our data, we also perform something, or basically we also build something called as business views. Okay, we build this thing as well. Okay, makes sense. Business views. So now these business views can be very static, can be very customized, and can be very niched specific as well. Because obviously in the business views, we just apply joins, we create so many columns, we modify so many columns, we change the join conditions, and it cannot be dynamic. It has to be static. But after watching this particular section of this video, you will be able to build dynamic solutions with this metadata driven notebook as well. Okay, and this notebook will not be shared with you all. Why? There's a reason behind it, because I want all of you to write each and every single line of code, single alphabet of the code on your own while watching this YouTube video. Make sense? Because I know you will simply go to that notebook and you will simply copy and paste, because that code is very complex, but I want you to just learn that simple. So that is why this notebook will not be available, but you need to watch this YouTube video. Okay, and you will learn everything. So you have the solution ready. You just need to be patient, and you just need to put some more focus while just building the solution. Simple. So okay, what are we trying to do? Let's say there is a business stakeholder. Okay, and business stakeholder comes to you, and let's say you are a data engineer. Okay, you are a data engineer. Okay, female data engineer. Okay, so let's say you are a data engineer. Okay, now this business person comes to you and he says, hey bro, or whatever, so I want a business view and I want to use fact stream table. Okay, and I want to use artist table. Okay, and I want to use let's say track. So I basically want to know let's say how many you can say, or let's say user, let's say fact table, fact stream, user, and then artist. So person wants to know how many users are actually, you can say, listening to which user more. So basically he or she needs to just do an analysis. So you want to create that view and you need to give that view to that particular person. Okay, so now you will say, okay, I will do it. Okay, I will do it. Okay, then this person comes to you again, then again. So you are just repeating your query again and again, and you're building that SQL query from scratch. That doesn't make any sense. Now you need to build a metadata driven code notebook which will take the request based on the parameters, and you will populate your SQL query accordingly, and you do not need to write it from scratch. And you know what we gonna use for this particular part of the video? It is called Jinja. Okay, Jinja is basically a templating language that is very much used in the world of software engineering and web development. But this guy, this boy thought, let's try to involve this particular templating language in our data engineering world, and we can actually make our development much more easier. And I tested it and it worked fine. I was like, wow. And I want to share this knowledge with you all on one request. If you will share this video, if you will like this video, if you will just comment on this video, and if you will genuinely show the love on this video. Okay, there's just one request, that's it. So we will be using Jinja template to just populate this kind of SQL query dynamically based on the parameters value. Make sense? So far so good. Okay, so let's try to do this. And if you do not know about Jinja, do not need to worry. There is a proper documentation for Jinja, and you do not need to master Jinja. You will be able to understand Jinja while writing the code with me. This basically provides you the capability of using programming languages while developing the string. That's it. And you will actually understand it while writing the code. So you do not need to worry at all. Make sense? Okay. Very good. Let's go to the notebook and let's develop it step by step. I was first thinking that I can just share the code directly with you and I can just explain the code. But then I thought, let's actually develop the code again again from scratch, so that you can also learn, because there's a difference when you see, let's say when you are just looking at a code and you are not actually seeing it getting developed, you will not actually understand it. You will understand it when I will be developing it in front of you. So obviously I love you a lot and I have to just deliver this knowledge and share this knowledge with you. So let's try to do this. So I am back in my Databricks workspace. So what I'm going to do, I will simply go to workspace. Okay, this is the project, and within the source, okay, within the source, I can create another folder. Let's say Jinja. Okay, Jinja. Okay, this Jinja will be creating, basically will be having one notebook. Let's create that. Okay, perfect. And this notebook name will be, you can say Jinja notebook, simple. Okay, perfect. So now what is our goal? Our goal is to dynamically apply joins between fact table, okay, and dim user and dim artist. Simple. Okay, so first of all, we're gonna start with creating an array, basically the parameters array. So I will simply say parameters, okay, and here I will simply creating dictionaries. Make sense? Okay, so the first, you can say the key value pair will be, let's say I want to provide the select statement. So I will simply say columns. What columns you want to pick, or basically not even first columns. Just first of all, just tell me what is the table name you want to pick. I will simply say dim, or let's say fact stream. Okay, I want to pick this name. So this will become my table. Okay, so this will become my table, fact stream. Make sense? And just to be specific, I can even provide the catalog name as well, just to make it more dynamic. Spotify kata dot silver dot fact stream. Okay, this is my first parameter. Second parameter, I will simply say columns. What columns you want to pick? I want to pick, obviously, let's say stream ID. Then just this particular table name. Okay, just this particular table name. Make sense? And I want to provide the alias as well. So I will simply say fact stream dot stream ID. And how I can just provide the alias like this. Let's say alias to this particular table as fact stream. Makes sense. Fact stream dot stream ID. Okay, so these are the columns that I want. Then I want second column, let's say fact stream dot what do we want in the, oh yeah, we want duration in the fact. We want listen duration. Okay, I want listen duration, and that's it. I want just these two things. Okay, these two columns. Okay, then what else we want from this particular, you can say nothing. If I, let's say I have any kind of where condition, I can simply add where condition. Currently I don't have anything, but we can simply remove it. Okay, because I don't want to just go so much in depth and you will be like, oh, what happened? So let's keep it very, very simple. We do not have any where condition, because I just want to give you an exposure of it. This is very new thing, because I was just like thinking of, hey, let's have some fun. Because I was like, hey, Jinja is becoming very, very popular. Like Jinja is already very popular. I was like, let's try to integrate this particular functionality in our data engineering world. And I was like, okay, let's do it. So I just took this initiative and I just imported this particular Jinja library in my notebook, and I did some testing and it worked. And I was like, wow, well done, Ansh, Lamba. So let's do this for another table. And this table is the like your dim user. Okay, so this will be like alias as dim user. Okay, and this will become dim user dot user ID. Make sense? Okay, so you want user ID here. Actually no, I don't want any kind of user ID. I just want, let's say, yeah, we can have user ID. Okay, it's fine, because it will be very helpful to applying the groupings. And then we can actually have, are we using artist or what? Yeah, user is here. So, oh, why are we having artist ID in the user? See, I think what happened, we just wrote this data dim user with this dim artist. That's what I think. If I go to silver dimensions, and if I go to, let's say, dim user, this is df user. Okay, because here we have everything, username and all. So this is fine. Yes, I think I need to just run this cell and I can simply delete that particular dim user from here. Because remember, we were just simply renaming so many stuff, so maybe it would have happened. So no worries, no worries. We can simply run this code and it should run fine. Let's wait. Let's wait. Okay, almost done. Streaming. Quick. Okay. 6 out of 7 tasks are completed. Yeah, so it will be done. We know that, so we do not need to worry about that. So we can just check it later. So let's go back to our notebook. So yeah, here we want to pick dim user ID. Okay, we can even pick username. It will be better if you want, but user ID will be unique and it will be also helpful. So let's say dim user dot username. Okay, and I just want username. Makes sense. And this is completed, by the way. Very good. And then I want dim artist. Okay, dim artist, and this will become artist. Dim artist dot artist ID. Make sense? Okay, we can even check it here. Silver dim user, I think it's fine now. See, okay, perfect. And dim artist is artist ID and artist name. Okay, artist ID, we also want artist yawner. Okay, let's say yawner, artist name and yawner. Perfect. We want just these 3 columns. Perfect. Now we also want to apply the join condition. Okay, makes sense. So this is basically the from table. This is the base table. Okay, the first table is the base table always. Okay, this is the base table. Makes sense. Okay, like you will be first applying join with this table, and then you will be applying join with this table and then with this table. So it depends, like you need to also follow the order of this as well. Okay, so now obviously there'll be no join condition here. Makes sense, right? Then I'll be having join condition here in my subsequent tables, right? So I'll simply say condition. Now what is the condition? Condition is very simple. I will simply say fact stream dot user ID equals to user ID, right? This is my condition. Makes sense. And then I can simply add condition here as well. So condition is track ID equals to artist ID. I don't think so we have artist ID anywhere, or we have. Let me just check in the track ID. Yeah, we have the artist ID in the track. Like this is a track. This is basically kind of snowflake schema. Okay, so track is there and then we have the artist ID, so it is fine. Okay, so yes, we can just use this thing, track ID equals to artist ID. Track ID will give me the track ID. I think we also need to involve track as well, track name and all. So I will simply do that instead of dim artist. Otherwise you will be very confused and do not want to confuse you. Dim track name, and condition will become fact stream dot track ID equals to this. Okay, perfect. Makes sense. So now you are simply adding track ID, track name, and fact stream dot track ID equals to dim track dot track ID. Makes sense. So this is your array that you are feeding. So let's say your manager is coming to you with this particular array now because he has to or she has to. Okay, now you will be using something called as Jinja. So first of all, you would need to install it, I guess, Jinja. So you can simply say Jinja pip install Jinja 2, I guess. Let's try to run this. And we have an error here. Okay, what is the error? Oh, I see what is the issue. So here, let me just fix it. You need to remove double quotes and you need to provide all the columns in the double quotes instead of having independent double quotes. Make sense? Simple typo and fixed as well. Perfect. So it is running fine. So it is saying downloading Jinja. It has successfully installed Jinja. Ideally, you would need to install Jinja in your cluster as well. So for example, if you're using all-purpose cluster, you can simply go to the environment and you can just do that. Or you can simply click here on environment and there you can see dependencies. Okay, so you can say add dependencies, requirements.txt. We do not have any requirements.txt. We can add, see, it is saying where you have requirements.txt. You can simply say select file. So I can simply create a file called requirements.txt here as well. And I can create, let's say, requirements or dependencies, and I can simply select it because we need to provide like what will be there. Usually whenever we just deploy any code, so we simply use requirements.txt to install any dependencies. Make sense? So currently it is saying I will run this code requirements.txt. It is saying where is your file? Where are your dependencies? So I can literally create a file here. Let me just show you. Let's say create file called requirements.txt. Okay, and then you can simply write Jinja 2 if you want, but I have shown you both the ways, so perfect. So you can simply search it, and this is the thing. Then resources, where is the dependencies? Where did we create that? Where did we create this file? Oh, in the root directory. Okay, it is also good. It is also good. We can simply select it from here. Where is that file? Hey, why it is not picking that file? Requirements.txt. Okay. Okay, Jinja notebook. Let's try it one more time. Drop or browse. Okay, let's click on browse. I can upload it from my local machine as well, but I don't want to do that. Why it is not picking from the root directory? Okay. Interesting. Let's try to create this here. Cannot select this type of item. So what type of item do you want? .txt? We have the .txt, right? So let's do one thing. Let's try to move this inside Jinja. Let's see what happens. Spotify app, Jinja. Interesting. Maybe I would need to refresh this window. But yeah, instead of wasting time here, I can simply download it in this particular notebook because that is not the very important thing to set up the environment. So we have pip install Jinja 2. Okay, so we can just use Jinja. So I can simply use from Jinja 2 or basically Jinja 2, I think, yeah, import template. Let's see if it works because I forgot the name of that particular module. If it is Jinja 2 or Jinja template, or I think it was it is suggesting me same stuff. Let's try this one. Yeah, with smaller letter. Okay, Jinja 2 import template. So we have this template. So now what will happen? Do you know what will happen? So first of all, we will prepare our text. I will simply call it as query text. Okay, and I will use multi-line comments. Okay, perfect. So here I'll be using, let's say, select. Okay, then I will be using columns, all the columns, right? So how I can just use all the columns from this array? From this array, let me just move this array in the code cell which is near to my code so that I can just look at the code like this. Yeah, here. See, I want to load all these columns, right? One by one. Tuck, 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 tuck. How I can just do that? How? So I would need to run a loop for sure. So I'll simply run like this, something like this, let's say, and I would need to perform some iterations as well. So you need to be with me, like how it is performing, because I'm just writing each and every single line of code in front of you. So I'll simply use this code. Let's say curly braces, percentage, and then percentage, then for, basically this is the syntax of it, how we just do it. Simply say param in parameters. So parameters will be my parameter, basically variable, which will be traveling in this particular text. Okay, so now I can simply say within this for loop, I want to push all the column names. See, I want all the column names. Column names are fact stream ID, fact listen ID, like fact stream listen duration, and then I want to add comma, then this thing, and everything, right? But I cannot do it. Why? Because let's say I just put like this, parameter dot columns, okay? And if I say curly braces, okay, and then percentage sign and 4, if I just, hey bro, just hold on. If I just say like this, do you know what will happen? Yes, it will bring all the column names one by one, but it will keep on adding comma as well, because I will be adding comma like this, let's say comma. But if I just do this, it will simply pick these columns and it will add comma. Then it will go to the next line, it will add comma. Then it will just go to the third line, it will add comma. You will say, okay, what's wrong with that? Nothing is wrong. But once it will reach to the last element, or basically last item of the loop, it will add comma, and we do not add comma with the last column. So we need to use an if condition, which is a built-in feature for Jinja. I will simply add comma like this. If not loop dot last, then add comma, otherwise do not add comma. See, if not loop dot last, then add comma, otherwise do nothing. This is my select statement. Okay, now I will be simply writing from clause. Now in the from clause, I know that if my loop element, first element, basically if this is my loop, basically this is the array, I know that the very first element is my base table, which is my from clause. So I can simply say, if, I know it is very, very tricky, very technical, but just repeat this section of the video, you will be very upskilled. I will simply say if loop dot first, because we have loop dot first and loop dot last both. Okay, so if this is loop dot first, then you need to simply pick the param, basically this. Okay, and by the way, where is the loop? We obviously need to run a loop first of all. Okay, so I'll simply say for param in parameters, obviously, perfect. Then I will run this condition, which is this one. If loop dot first, okay, then use what? Then use param, basically the iterated value, param of this thing. What is the thing? What is the name? It is called table, right? Table, because this is the table name from. Okay, then I can simply say table. I can also use dot notation, but I really like this one. Okay, makes sense. Then I can simply say end for, end if, and else end for. So I can simply say percentage and then end if, perfect, and if, and then let's continue with this one. Okay, so this one is fine. So far we have generated our SQL query till select all the columns from this. Now, once our from table is also done, then we need to jump on our next thing, which is the join condition. Then I will simply write here join. Okay, basically join, because we have not ended our loop. Remember, our loop is not ended. Okay, makes sense. We can actually end it. It's not a big deal, because we can just start a fresh loop, because it will help you to understand a lot of stuff like what is going on. But you can even write it like this as well. Okay, within the same loop. So I'll simply say left join. Okay, here left join, and usually we perform left join. We can even pass that variable here as well, how to perform the join, but I want to perform left join, let's say. Okay, so because usually we perform left join with the fact table, so it is fine. So in the left join, what I will do, I can literally just provide that thing. Let's say I want to perform the join with this one. So what will happen? Obviously, if it is the first table, it will go here and it will simply use it here. Once it is done, what we write? we write left join, and then it will simply pick what? It will pick your, let me just use this indentation, and I think this is better. Yes, left join. Then the table name will be coming. Make sense? So it will simply say param table as alias. Okay, and here we can also use alias. Okay, param of alias. Makes sense. So what it will do, it will simply say param of table as param alias on this condition. Make sense? And it will keep on doing this thing again and again and again. So this is my parameterized query that we have developed. Make sense? So let's try to test it. And how we can just test it? Let's try to first of all run this. This is just a normal string. Now I will make this string as a Jinja string using template. So I will simply say Jinja string, basically SQL string. And I will simply say render, not render, I think template. Yeah, template. And then we can simply pass query text. Okay, so now this has become the template. Now we can just render it using dot render function, and then we can simply pass the parameters as our parameters. Makes sense? Now let's actually see the query. How does it look like? And if it returns error, okay, let's fix it. Unexpected end of template. Yeah, I know that because we didn't end the loop. That was obvious. End for and percentage. Perfect. Let's try to run this and let's see if it generates. Perfect. Boom. It has generated this SQL query based on the parameters, and literally you can, like, obviously there's like a bad indentation, but SQL does not worry about indentation. There's no need to worry about indentation. So you can literally see from join, left join, and then on condition. Oh, where's the condition? Okay. Okay, one thing is missing. I can just fix it. Okay, left join is the condition. I see. There's a quick fix. I can do that. So we need to simply apply one condition here in the left join, because we are simply saying that, hey, why are you using that on condition? Did you get that? So what is happening here? It is simply saying from this table and left join silver.fact stream. Why it is applying again left join with all the things? It should not, right? It should not. So we need to create a separate loop for this particular, you can say, let me just do that, then you will understand it. We can just change here as well, but that will be like much more simpler. Okay, we have ended the loop here. Make sense? Now we'll initiate a different for loop for this one. Okay, and we can simply say this thing. Perfect. And I think this should work. Let's see, because I'm also testing in front of you. Let's see. Okay, and for, okay, and we probably made a nesting mistake. Jinja expecting this tag but currently looking for elif. Okay, and if this is ended, and 4 is ended, and then we have for loop. Okay, if not, loop dot first. Okay, left join this thing. Oh, we didn't provide end if. Minor mistake. It's fine, bro. It's fine. Building revolutionary solutions. So this has literally generated the perfect query for me, and see, it is dynamically handling all the joins and all the things, from clause, left join, on condition, everything. And it is also handling all the columns as well. See, all the columns as well. I can literally define any kind of transformation as well within this particular query, see, within this particular parameter. So now what will happen? Let's say you get any requirement from your business, and they will say, hey, just apply joins with these 10 tables, and we want these columns, and we want this condition to be applied. Just say, hold on, just prepare this parameters file based on the requirements. What do you want? Just populate these key value pairs, and you just need to sit back and relax, simply run this particular code, and boom, perfect. You do not need to worry about anything, bro. See, you do not need to worry about anything. You can simply now try it. Let's say spark.sql. Okay, spark.sql, let's say query. So it is saying column or variable or function name with fact stream dot listen duration cannot be resolved. So maybe we have, yeah, there's a typo with spelling. That is fine. We didn't put T in the duration. That is fine. This is not a technical issue. This is silly mistake. So now you just need to sit back and relax and just run this query and simply say display. Okay, simply say display, and that's it. That's it, bro. That's it. You will see the result, I'm so sure. And just provide the data to your stakeholder. That's it. Boom. This is the way you can dynamically populate any business views, any joint conditions, anything, literally anything. Just need to use this particular parameters array, and you just need to use this Jinja. Okay, usually people use it with web development to just populate their dynamic web pages. Ansh Lamba use this Jinja to dynamically populate this particular, you can say, SQL queries dynamically. Okay, simple. Okay, very good. So this was all about your silver layer. Now we gonna move to the gold layer, or basically golden layer. Let's talk about that. So welcome to our classroom, and today we gonna just talk about slowly changing dimension types. So basically, what are slowly changing dimensions? Do you know about this thing? Have you ever heard about this thing? I'm so sure you would have heard about this thing. By the way, it's raining so good here, and I'm loving the day. Wow, literally wow. So slowly changing dimension types. First of all, why do we have this concept? For example, let's start from the very scratch. Let's say you have a table. Okay, let's say you have a table. The table name is products. Okay, products. Let's say you are having any product. Let's say it can be literally anything, right? Any product. You can just imagine of your favorite stuff, whatever you want to buy, and just imagine it here. So let's say the product ID, okay, is one of the column. Then you have name, okay, then you have, let's say, price, then you have category. Okay, makes sense. Then let's feed some values. Let's say you are having value as 1, and then name is, let's say, Maggie. What is Maggie? Noodles. Maggie. So noodles, and then price is, let's say, $10. Okay, and category is food. Okay, then let's say second is, let's say, what do we have? Mouse, and price is, let's say, $20, and this is like electronic mouse. Okay, and this is like electronics. Okay, then so on. Let's say add one more stuff. Let's say I'm literally hungry. I haven't eaten anything since the morning, and my food is just burnt now. So it is what it is. So let's say banana. Okay, that's what I have in the fridge. So banana price is, let's say, $1, and this is again food. Or let's say fruits. Fruit is also food. Let's say food. Okay, so this is, let's say, this is one of the table that you are working with. Okay, products table. So what will happen? This will eventually change. This will be eventually updated, right? What do I mean? Let's say banana is available for $1. Tomorrow it will be available for $2 or $1.5. Obviously it can be changed, right? Or let's say they have decided different category for banana. They want to just categorize it as a fruit, and noodles is like a fast food. So they can just change these values, right? This will not be static throughout the you can say year or throughout the decade. No, it will be changing, right? So here comes the concept of slowly changing dimensions. So it can have multiple values, it can have different values, and it will be changing. Now I want to take you to the official, not official, there is no official documentation for slowly changing dimension, but yeah, there's a very good Wikipedia page where you can just read about slowly changing dimension with the help of visuals. Okay, and just before that, I want to just tell you that in total we have 6 types of slowly changing dimension. Okay, but usually we just use only 3 types: type 1, type 2, and type 3. Type 3 is very rare. Type 1 and type 2 are very popular, and you will not use type 3, I'm so sure. So just type 1 and type 2, and that's it. Okay, so let me just take you to that particular documentation. So we are here in the official documentation. Again, official. There's no official documentation for data modeling. It is just like a Wikipedia page. Okay, so this is the slowly changing dimension Wikipedia page. So here I will just show you the first of all example of type 0. What is type 0? Type 0 means no changes. Oh wow, best dimension, right? So let's say you have a dimension table for date of births and all those stuff. They do not get changed very easily, or I would say they will not change, right? How you can just change the date of birth? So in those types you will be just using type 0. Perfect. Let's see type 1. What is type 1? Type 1 means, let's say you have a table and you want to just update or override the table with the latest value. For example, the previous table was like this. Make sense? Now you have some more values. More values, basically the updated values, same thing, right? So let's say supplier state was California and supplier state now is Iliopsis. I think I can just check the full form as this. I think Iliopnis, I think there's something like that. ILNUS. Yeah, Illinois. Perfect. Illinois. So now this supplier key is now updated with the latest state, and now it is Illinois. Okay, makes sense. So now if you just want to go with the type 1, you can simply override this latest value and it will be called as type 1. Another popular name of this is absurd. Make sense? Absurd, simple absurd. Okay, perfect. Now this is just like one thing and this is very simple to apply. But usually, like, I'm not saying like this is not very popular. This is actually very popular, and in the industries you will be seeing type 1 a lot. But we create type 2 more nowadays because now users also want to just, not users, basically users means business people and all. So they also want to see the history of the changes as well. So what we do, we simply create a kind of version, or basically we store the history of all the past updates. Make sense? So for example, let's say this is our type 2 dimension. So what will happen? We will add 2 more columns, which is called start date and end date. So let's forget about this particular record for now. Okay, let's imagine it is not there. So what will happen? And this date is also not there, end date. So what will happen? It will say 123 ABC Acme Supply Company, California, and start date is 200101. Perfect. The end date will be null. Okay, why null? Because there is no end date for this particular record. It is still in use. But let's say after few years we change this value, and now the value is Illinois after 4 years, almost 5 years. Okay, now we will not simply override this value. We will simply add another record here and it will be updated here as well. Make sense? This is your slowly changing dimension type 2. Again, these are just the fundamentals of data engineering, data warehousing. If you have not a good grasp over fundamentals, bro, just grab the fundamentals, because it is very easy to start with the technologies, but after reaching to a certain point you will feel like, oh bro, why didn't I just complete the fundamentals? So you should complete the fundamentals. I know learning tools and technologies are very, very important. Learn those technologies, but parallelly you can also focus on your fundamentals as well. Ansh, Lamba, okay, enough philosophy is there. We need the resources. Let me just provide the resource as well. So simply go to any browser and simply search data warehousing. Okay, full course, something like that, or just search data warehousing Ansh Lamba. Okay, makes sense. And this is the video data modeling masterclass. So you should watch this particular video, data modeling, the ultimate guide. This will give you the end-to-end knowledge about how you can just create the data models, how to create fact tables, what are the star schemas, and what is the slowly changing dimension. So all the things are there. This is specially masterclass for data engineers because there are so many data modeling techniques, but you need to learn dimensional data modeling, which is what data engineers, and this is the ultimate guide for it. Okay, very good. So just watch this video if you want to make your fundamentals strong, right? Make sense? Very good. Very good. And what is this written? Ansh Lamba is a data engineer and content creator who specializes in sharing knowledge about modern data engineering tools and techniques. With over 3 years of experience, he focuses on building. Oh wow, man, he knows who is Ansh Lamba. Wow. Okay. Ansh Lamba is known for his YouTube channel where he provides end-to-end tutorials, projects for aspiring data engineers. His content includes comprehensive courses on PySpark. Oh, nice. Ooh, cool. Okay. So now, what are we gonna do? We're gonna create our slowly changing dimension type 2 as well. And do you know what? It is a task. When I say it is a task, it is a task to create slowly changing dimension type 2. Because in order to create story changing dimension type 2, you need to write a lot of code. But you know what? We are using Databricks, obviously, and Databricks has recently launched a feature called lake flow declarative pipelines. Okay, we can leverage this particular feature, which will automatically create our you can say story changing dimensions. Okay, how it will work, what we need, everything will be just mentioned here in this particular section of the video. Just be there. And again, another resource, very useful resource, we will be using something called as delta live tables. Okay, because that is a backbone of declarative pipelines. If you do not have a strong knowledge about delta live tables, it is fine, you can still continue with this video, because whatever knowledge is required, I will give it to you while just demonstrating everything. But I need one promise from you, because it is for your growth, it is for your benefit, and it's your choice. If you just want to grow, you need to watch this video, which is called Databricks lake flow pipelines. I think this is one of the most detailed video available right now. Okay, and just search Ansh Lamba with the latest updates and upgrades, because this was launched I think just 1 month back. So there is a video called Databricks pipelines. Jobs is something different, but Databricks pipelines is your Databricks lake flow declarative pipelines. Okay, see, Databricks declarative pipelines full course, master delta live tables in 2025. This is the video that you need to watch, and this is the video that is made for you if you just want to master Databricks pipelines. And this will actually make you learn almost each and everything. Make sense? So just watch this video after completing this project. Okay, just an advice. Choice is yours if you just want to take this advice or not. Obviously I cannot force you, but yeah, it will be really good if you just want to learn this. Okay, good, sorted, very good. So now what we gonna do, I was just scrolling, yeah. So now what we need to do, we will simply go back to our workspace first of all. Okay, and we will go to the home page of Databricks, and you need to make sure that you have enabled this setting. Let me just show you. Simply go to settings, and first of all go to previews. Okay, and just scroll down, and you should see something called as lake flow editor, because that is the new release that they have. Lake flow, because I'll be just showing you the development with the help of latest interface. I think you can go to settings, and in the settings go to developer, scroll down in the experimental, yeah. So here you need to enable this box, lake flow pipelines editor. Okay, if it is not there, then you need to enable that preview option for that, and you can just look at my screen like where that toggle was on. So just make sure your toggle is on in the previews, and then it will be appearing here in the lake flow pipelines editor. Make sense? Because you'll be using this thing, and this is the game changing stuff for building delta live tables, or basically lake flow pipelines. I love this UI, to be honest. I love this UI. So okay, let's try to create this. Okay, again I'm repeating, go to previews and make sure that you have enabled this particular thing. I think it is an option here, and just to be on the safer side, just enable all the things obviously. And yeah, see, you need to enable this. It is in the previews. So there are two steps. First, you enable this option in the previews, then you go to the developer option, and you need to enable in the both the areas. Okay, and first you need to do it in the previews, then only you will be able to do it in the developer. Make sense? Okay, let's do the real development now. Okay, so I will simply go to jobs and pipelines, and I will simply click on create, and I will simply click on ETL pipeline. And this time I will see this thing, you do not have write permission, so pipeline execute will fail. So another schema request. What? Who doesn't have the permission? Bro, I am the admin. Provide catalog and schema. You do not have write permissions, so pipeline execution will fail. Select another schema or request access. Really? Let's check if we have this thing. Databricks Azure project. What is this? Oh, obviously this catalog is not used by us. Our catalog is this Spotify Kata. Who told them to pick this catalog? They are becoming over smart. Okay, so this is basically the interface where we just define all the things. Make sense? First thing first, you need to define the catalog. Our catalog is this. Then define the schema. Obviously we do not have any kind of schema. For gold layer, we will simply click on create, and I will simply say gold. Okay, create. And I want to start with the Python. Okay, because we are just focusing more on PySpark, so we'll be just learning with the Python. So this is the canvas where we develop the delta live tables, aka declarative pipelines. This is the area where we'll be simply rendering the graph to see the lineage. For now, we can simply collapse it like this. Perfect. I can even click here to have more space. And this is our area where we manage all the folder structures. Okay. First of all, we provide a very good name that I will just provide, don't need to worry. Then we have explorations. Exploration is basically your scratch pad, which will not be the part of the deployment or development. No, this is just there to practice or basically to analyze a quick thing. So you do not need to extensively create a notebook to test a small thing. You can literally use this because this is there by default, because they know while developing a lot of things, you need a scratch pad. That's it. Then this is the source code for it, transformations. Source code means once we will be just building this pipeline, this DLT, anything, literally anything inside this folder will be rendered and it will create a DAG. So it will automatically track all the lineage and it will populate the DAG in this particular area. We will see everything, do not need to worry. Okay, so transformations is your main folder. Whatever you will pick here, whatever you will just drop here, it will be populated. Makes sense. Then utilities. If you have any kind of utilities, you can create. Remember, we created one utility in the silver layer, but in this case, we do not need to create any utility. So we are good. But you have the folder as well. Okay. Makes sense. So first thing first, I want to move this particular directory, this root folder in my main folder. Why? Because by default, they do not just create the folder in our dedicated or basically our desired directory. So we can just move it, and don't be over smart because you cannot move this directory from the Databricks UI. No, it will not work. It will even break your code. You have to move the directory from here. Let's say click on these three dots and click on move root folder. Just always use this. Okay. So I will pick my Spotify tab and I will put inside source. Make sense? And I will put inside gold and click on move. Okay, perfect. And then I can just rename it. I can simply click on rename and I will simply call it as, let's say, DLT. Okay, makes sense. So that's how you do the things. Otherwise you will break your code and then you will cry, bro, our code is not working and all. Just refresh the screen first of all. Let's try to build it. So this is our root directory, okay, and this is the pipeline name. Pipeline we can just change anytime. Let's say gold pipeline. Perfect. Gold pipeline. Perfect. So now what we're gonna do, we will simply delete these things because we'll be creating our own files. And perfect. Move to trash. Perfect. So now we gonna create something called as slowly changing dimension type 2 within delta live table. Make sense? Okay. So in this particular, you can say area, we call slowly changing dimension type 2 as auto CDC. Okay. It is called as auto CDC. Okay. So in order to create auto CDC, you need a source. For example, let's say this is your final table. Let's say dim user. Okay. Type 2. Make sense? You would need a source. Okay. You will say, yeah, we have a source ready in the silver layer. Yes, you have. But ideally, what we do, we create our native source as well. You can say it can be a kind of view. It can be like literally a table on top of the silver table. So this is our silver layer. This is silver table. So this is our silver table. Okay. It's silver dim user. And this is our staging, a kind of staging. We will first of all load our data to this stage and then we will use this as a source to this dimension. Make sense? Just to have a better lineage, and then it will be used to populate this particular dimension table. Simple. Okay, so let's quickly create this source first of all, and how you can just create that, it's very simple. I will simply create a file. Who is burning the food? I think it's me. I already burnt it, but now I think windows are open, so it's fine. So first of all, name it. I will simply say dim user and click on create. Okay. So this is first file, dataset.py, and it keeps reminding us for trial, free trial. Yeah, we know that we are using free stuff. Okay, so dim user.py. First of all, I need to import the package called import DLT. Make sense? Very good. Import DLT. After importing DLT, I will be using something called as decorators, because in the DLT world we use something called as decorators. Okay, so first of all I will simply say DLT.table. What this decorator does, it simply creates a delta live table, okay, for us. Normal table, like it can be a streaming table and batch table both, but it depends like how we want to read the data. Okay, so I'll simply say like this DLT.table, and then I will simply say def function name, and I will simply say dim user staging, right, because it's a staging area. Perfect. Then I will define a data frame. Df equals spark dot read stream, because I want to read the data in the streams. Make sense? So what will be the format? Not format, we can simply say dot table, because our data is saved in the form of tables. That's why I created tables in the silver layer. Otherwise you would be using autoloader here as well, and it would be a mess. I will simply say table name is Spotify Kata dot silver dot dim user. Okay, and let's give a good name, dim user staging. Make sense? Okay, good. So this is the df. I will simply say return df. So what it will do, it will simply return this data frame, and what this code will do, this will simply literally create a table for me based on this data, and the return result will be df. Wow, this is called declarative framework. That is why it is called declarative pipelines. Declarative pipelines. So you do not need to worry about what you like, you do not need to worry about how you need to do, you just need to tell what you need to do. That is the declarative framework. Make sense? Very good. So this is our dimension. Okay, not dimension like this, just a source for dimension. Makes sense. This is just a source. If I click on run pipeline and click on dry run, what dry run does, so it will simply render your graph and will create, hey, if you run this pipeline, this will be the result. Are you happy? If yes, then you can literally run the pipeline. But before running the pipeline, you can click on dry run to see the results. Make sense? Okay, good. So now let's wait for it to just render the graph, and your graph will appear here in this right on the right hand side, and that is it. And I think it is fine. Just click here, and this is your graph. You will say, what is this graph? So bro, you have just one thing, right? So you have just this thing, dim users STG. So that is what you are seeing. Okay, good. So now what you can do, this is your graph, and this is basically your table, first table. Now you need to create something called a slowly changing dimension, and let me just show you SCD type 2 delta live tables. It is also called auto CDC, and I can also write auto CDC flow Databricks. Okay, so let's say this one, create auto CDC flow. Okay, so this is basically the syntax. So what we do, basically we create an empty streaming table that I will just show you, don't worry. And let's pick a better search. See, I don't know like what these search engines are doing right now. Let's pick this one, create flow, and we want Python reference, create auto CDC flow. Bro, just give us some good results. I have to just take my own example then. Okay, no worries, I can just try one more time. Develop pipelines, flows, change data capture, yes, auto CDC, and concepts, okay, expectations, flow examples, yeah, this is a good one. So finally, this is a Kafka example, but I just wanted to just use this thing. So what is this thing? First of all, we create an empty streaming table. Okay, so what I will do, I will simply show you step by step, and let me just write it for you. So this will be like this, DLT dot create streaming table. This will be my empty streaming table, and we can obviously provide a name. Okay, so name equals, let's say dim, or let's say dim user. Make sense? This is my name that I want to pick. Now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, just tell me one thing. What is the name of this table? We didn't provide any name to this table. So name will be this. If you do not provide any name, it will take the function name as the table name. Okay, so this is my streaming table. So this is done. Okay, this is done. Now, do you know what I will do? I will literally add basically the kind of CDC flow, and now we can just go to that particular example where you will see create auto CDC flow. Now we need to first of all write this particular code here in the notebook, and then I can just explain you, because I don't think so I found a very good example on the web page. So what it will do now, once we have this empty streaming table, okay, we want to create auto CDC flow. Okay, auto CDC flow means it will just create a dimension for you automatically using the CDC flow, but we need to just provide the target. Now what is the target? Target is this one, dim user, or you can simply use double quotes as well. I think it's a better way of doing it. So this is my target where we want to just write our data. Okay, now it is saying what is the source. We just created the source, dim user staging. Okay, dim user staging. Now it is saying what are the key columns. What are the key columns? Key columns are nothing but your user ID, right? Okay, bro, if you look at it carefully, you will get the hints or basically insights that the industry is actually moving towards metadata driven solutions. That's why I showed you how you can even create your own metadata driven solution. So see what it will do behind the scenes. It will actually do the same stuff that we were doing. I'm not saying that it will be using Jinja, but I'm just trying to explain the concept, and basically, who is this? I'm just trying to explain you the concept that industry is moving towards metadata driven solutions, where you do not need to write how part again and again. You just rewrite the what part. What do you want? That is the agenda behind metadata driven solutions. And you can see like Databricks, one of the most, you can say, widely adopted solutions in the world of big data, is using metadata driven solution. That means it is the future. Makes sense? Very good. Now we have sequence by column. In the sequence by column, you can literally put, let's say, any column on which you want the sequence. Okay, so sequence by, we want, let's say, updated at, let's say. Okay, then ignore null updates, no. Apply as deletes, no, it's fine. Column list, it's fine. Column list is basically if you just want to select specific columns. Accept column list, no, we want all the columns. Stored as SCD type, we want to store it as SCD type 2. Okay, perfect. And then track history column list, none. And we can even keep it, it's fine, but we can also remove it. Why to just put extra effort on this? Name equals to none, once equals to false. Makes sense. So let's actually try to render it and let's see what we get. Let's see. And if you're coming from DBT background, it is similar to snapshots. Okay, if not, then just forget what I did, what I just said. So this is the graph basically. See, dim user staging and dim user. Makes sense? Dim user staging and dim user. So this is the way that it will render and it will create it. This is amazing. I want to run this pipeline just to show you like what will happen. So I have now clicked on run pipeline, and I will even just show you like what will happen if we just query this data now. Okay, so let's do it, and you will see by just defining this code, just like few lines of code, it is not even code, it is just like a configuration parameter. You will get your slowly changing dimension type 2 as per the standards, as per the rules, having start date, end date, everything with just this much of code. That's it. And you will be amazed by looking at the results, I'm so sure. And obviously you should learn all these technologies because this is really, really new. You need to be updated with the industry, with the technology. I know it is not very easy, but you can just have a try, and you have this channel, so appreciate it, support it. Okay, support it. So okay, dim user staging and dim user is done. Let's try to query the data to see it. Let me just create a duplicate tab, and let's try to go to, let's say, recents. Okay, now actually you can just use a scratchpad as well. That's why we just use this sample notebook. See, exploration means, let's say you have done your some development, now you want to query something, so you can literally use your notebook right from here instead of just going back to the, you can say, your Databricks UI. So that is the advantage of this explorations folder. It is basically a scratch pad. Okay, perfect. So now it has automatically appended this path. See, that's how it just appends the path. sys.path.append workspace users new pipeline, whatever. This is the previous code, by the way. But yes, if you just want to append anything, if you just want to, let's say, use any utilities, then you have to append this path. But we are not using any utility, and we know how to just append the path now. We can just literally append it using relative location. Make sense? Okay. And I will just show you. Don't worry at all. Let's delete these cells and this one as well. Yeah, perfect. This one as well. So okay, now I want to query the data. Select asterisk from Spotify kata.gold.dim user. Okay, let's try to see what is there. Let's try to see. Try environment v3, bro. We don't want your environment. Okay. Let's see what do we get. So perfect. I was just literally expecting this. See, start at this date. What is this start at? This is basically the sequence by column that we created. What is the sequence by column? Your updated at column. Okay. Here and that is null. Why? Because these records are still in use. These are not expired. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Very good. So sequence by column is very, very important. Why? Because this will decide which record it needs to basically keep. So obviously when we'll be just performing incremental load, you will see that new data will be having its new updated at column. So how sequence by will decide? Okay, it will decide on the basis of updated at value. If that updated at value will be, let's say, bigger than the existing value, it will simply expire the previous record and it will create a new record. That's how slowly changing dimension type 2 works. Make sense? Okay, what if I just run this pipeline for one more time? Will it create any duplicates? No, because this also supports idempotency behavior automatically. Let me just show you by running the pipeline. And okay, okay, I think it is completed. Now let's try and check the results. If I query this table for one more time, I should see only 500 records instead of more. Yes, perfect. We have just 500 rows. Perfect. Sounds good? Very good. Now I want to give you an end-to-end testing for this particular dimension, because if it is working for this dimension, that means it is working for all the other dimensions. So what I'm going to do, I will simply go to this project and I will simply open my Azure Data Factory. Not even Azure Data Factory. I will first of all open my GitHub. Okay. And I will go to my repo. And here I will go to my repositories and I will go to Spotify Azure project, and here source scripts. Let's now try to load the data incrementally. Okay. Yes, let's try to do that. So let's copy this. Okay, let's copy this. And now what we gonna do, we will simply run this Azure Data Factory Studio. Okay, or we can even run what I was thinking, let's create all the dimensions together and then we can just test it. I think it will be a better approach. Yeah, let's add all the code, because then we can just add the incremental data and test our all the logic. So this is dim user. Let's create another file. Let's clone it and let's call it as, let's say, dim track. Okay, dim track, and let's make some changes. Dim track, and this is dim track. Okay, and then this will be dim track. Perfect. Target will be dim track and this will be dim track. Perfect. And this will be track ID. Okay. And for this as well, it is running fine. Let's clone it and let's create another one, which is dim date. We do not need to create dim artist because it is not directly connected to fact, so I don't want to include that. That was just the part of that metadata driven pipeline or that silver. So dim date.py, and let's quickly change it here as well. Dim date and dim date, dim date, dim date. Okay, and this is, I know this is date. I think this is date key if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think this is date key. Let's confirm instead of having errors. Dim date, sample data, select compute, start and compute. Meanwhile, I can just update this one. This is for short date. So what will happen basically in the incremental load, it will simply compare this value with the other one. And you know what, even if you have duplicates in your data, it can handle those duplicates. How? Because it will simply apply deduplication on the basis of this column. So it will automatically pick the most updated or basically most recent value based on this particular column. So it also performs deduplication even if you have duplicates in your source. So it is like so much reliable if you just want to develop your solutions, especially dimensional data model using lake flow pipelines or basically delta like tables. Make sense? Okay, good. So now let's wait. And I think meanwhile it is running. I think it is completed. Yeah, everything is done. So let's try to run dim date. And I think dim date is, oh, what was the column name? Date key. Okay, let's put it here, date key. This is dim date, right? Okay, what did we change then? Oh man, we changed the dim user. Let me just paste it there. We literally changed dim user. Okay, so yeah, we can just rename it. Smart move. We can simply say rename dim user. Okay, dim user 2 maybe. Okay, now we can simply pick dim date as dim date. So do you know what we did? We simply changed the values in the dim user instead of dim date. So now this is dim date. Perfect. This is dim user 2. By the way, this naming convention is not very important because the code within that is really important because it will find the lineage accordingly. Go to dim date and this is a date key with underscore. Okay, makes sense. Now let's run the pipeline. Dim date staging. Perfect. So our all the three dimensions are ready. Let's create it for our fact table as well. And for the fact table, we do not need to create a slowly changing dimension. We just need to simply apply upsert. By the way, it is saying found duplicate table, dim user staging. Obviously, we need to change the value for it. Dim user staging. Where is dim user staging? Okay, dim date. That makes sense. Maybe the error is here. Okay, dim user staging. This is fine. Create streaming table. Perfect. In the dim date, we have silver dim date. Okay, dim date. Perfect. In the dim track, let's see. Oh, see, we need to pick. Oh, dim track is also not updated. Why? We literally change everything. Oh man, what is going on? Let me just change it for more time. I remember like I changed it. Dim track. Dim track. Okay. Dim track, and this will be dim track. This will be dim track, and this will be track ID. Okay, I think this is good. Now we can simply run the pipeline. Okay, now this should create 3 DAGs, okay, parallelly. And now I want to create one fact table. Found Duplicate table Spotify kata dot gold dot dim track staging. What's going on, man? Dim track. Okay. Do we have here something for dim track? I found the issue. So this is dim date, not dim track. So let's run the pipeline. And yeah, I was saying that for the fact table, we do not need to create a slowly changing dimension. We simply need to apply an upsort, because we will not be storing any kind of history for fact table. We do not store any history for fact table because each transaction is already there, and each transaction is already a kind of history. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I will simply clone this one, and this will be called as fact stream. Fact stream. Okay. And for fact stream, we will simply say fact stream staging. This will be fact stream. Okay, perfect. And let's change it here. Let's change it here, here, and this will be, I think, stream ID. Yeah, and this will be type 1. Type 1 is also known as your upsort. That's why we are simply using type 1, because we just want to apply upsort. That's it. Okay. And sequence by will be stream timestamp. I need to check what is that particular thing. Silver, fact stream, sample data, and stream timestamp. Yeah, perfect. Stream timestamp. Perfect. So let's finally hit the run pipeline, and let's see if everything is fine. Okay. And then we'll be just testing our incremental logic. We will be testing our slowly changing dimension logic. We'll be testing our autoloader logic. Everything will be tested now. So let's see if it works, and I hope so. It will work fine. Not a big deal. Again, as I just asked you to give me a promise, which is you will watch Databricks pipelines video, because it is very, very important to master Delta Live tables in today's era. Okay, so just watch that video. You will learn a lot of things in detail, because obviously this is a project. We are simply using the technologies to fulfill our use case, but in that particular course you will learn all the things, including all the cases, right? That's cool. Okay, makes sense. So it is almost completed. Which one is running? Yeah, completed. Before running anything, I also want to show you something which is called expectations. Okay, you should know about this thing in Delta Live tables. And other than that, I think almost everything is covered. So what are expectations? Let me just show you in the expectations tab, and it will be in the SQL language reference. Okay. Limitations. What are expectations? Maybe configure. No, let me just search. Let's trust the search engine this time. Expectations in Databricks. Perfect. Yes, we got it finally. So expectations, what are basically the expectations? Expectations are basically data quality checks that you apply. Okay, data quality checks. So let's say you are using any source and you actually do not trust that source. It's not just about trust, it's also for validation. You need to validate your data, whatever you are using. Okay, so you can literally apply some rules. On the basis of that, it will evaluate your pipeline every time it runs. And you will say, what will happen if that rule fails? You will be having the liberty to decide. You can either throw error, or you can even warn yourself, or you can even, let's say, bypass it. It's up to you. Okay. So let's scroll down and let's try to, have they changed the documentation or what? Because this is not the very good page for that. Python basics, Python language reference, expect. I think it was on the left hand side. Expectations, I don't know. So do we have the link here? Finally, I have to use my manual skills, and let me just crawl on my own. So expectations, perfect. Data quality, perfect. So this is basically the diagram that I was looking for. So what will happen in my expectations? So let's say this is your data that you are using, okay, and you decide some set of rules, anything, and we just use a simple dictionary to decide let's say provide the rules. If those rule will pass, okay, it will simply go to the processing phase. That means it will be keep on adding into the target table. But let's say two records are actually not following the rule, so those records can have warning, drop and fail. So let's say you do not want to send the warning, you want to fail, you can simply decide to fail the flow. Let's say if those records are not very important, you can simply say, hey bro, if they pass the result, dump it into the main table, otherwise simply drop it, simple. And the third scenario is if you just want to get the warning and that's it. Okay, this is the concept. Now let's see the code. I think it is at the bottom of the page, and yeah, perfect. So first of all, we define the rules in the form of dictionary. Okay, it can be anything. Let's say you want not null, you want greater than 0, you want all those things. Then while defining the table, you create this decorator dlt.expectAll. Expect all means expectations, and you have three options: expect all or drop, and expect all or fail. Expect all is the warning. Expect all or drop means you mean to drop those records. Expect all or fail means you want to fail the entire flow, because your data is very, very sensitive and you cannot expect anything, literally anything within those particular things. Make sense? So let's do it. Let's try to add those expectations in our, let's say, dim user. Let's say we just want to apply quality checks in our dim user. Okay, so I'll simply say expectations equals to dictionary, and the rule number one, let's say user ID is not null. Make sense? Let's say this is my rule, just one rule, it's fine. So what I can do now, I can simply write this thing @dlt.expectAll, or basically drop, or yeah, just drop or drop. I don't want to fail the flow, or drop, and then I can simply provide the set of rules I want to apply. So that's how you can apply those rules on top of your source table, Make sense? Okay, very good. So now you can ask me one more question. What if we want to apply expectations on top of our dim table? Obviously you can ask this question. So in that particular scenario, when you create the streaming table, then you can specifically pass some more properties. Let me show you the documentation. So this is the way to create the empty streaming table. You can simply say name equals to this, and you can define something called as expect all. Make sense? So you can literally define this thing here as well. So let me just show you. If I say name, okay, I want to say name equals whatever you want, let's say dim user, and then you will simply say expect all or drop equals whatever your rules are. Rules are, let's say, expectations, right? Simple. This way you can actually define the expectations on top of your streaming table as well, which is the empty streaming table, because that is a slowly changing dimension type 2. Let's try to run the pipeline and let's see what will happen. And let's see if we have anything. And this is our previous DAG. Okay. And this was running fine. And you can even, I think, expand the screen. Let's say like this. Yeah. And you can even click on this thing to just see it in the view. So this is running fine. All these tables are running fine. See, all these tables are running fine. This is our DAG, and we can see dim staging, track, everything is running fine. Output, and we can also see one expectation here. See, because on the dim user we have literally applied one expectation, and you can even click on this particular button, and you will see that while, like, what is the expectation, what are those things. If you click on this particular thing, and if you just go to, let's say, table matrix, then you will see there's like one expectation defined. You can click here and you will see the flows. Okay, make sense? And you can literally perform so much of stuff from here, from this DAG, and it makes sense. Now what are we gonna do? We gonna simply load our data for one more time, that is the incremental data. Let's copy the data, go back, copy raw file, and let's try to run our pipeline incremental loop. Make sense? Or before that, we need to update the source. So the source will be here in the Azure project. Where's that? I think on the second page, RG Azure project. Perfect. So here what I will do, I will simply go here in the query editor and I will select this one and let's run this query. Okay, let's try to insert the data. And what is this? Dim user cannot insert duplicate key in an object. Dim user, violation of primary key constraint. Okay, yeah, makes sense, because obviously whenever we are just like loading the data, okay, and we have defined the primary key for that particular table, we cannot have like multiple values for those particular, you can say, table. Okay, so what we're gonna do, let me just show you. So you can literally write this code. What this code will give you, because we now need to drop the constraint, because obviously we are just inserting duplicate records purposely because we want to see like how this change will affect our solution and how we can handle it, like our database can handle it. So in other databases, in other, you can say Oracle, by MySQL databases, we can simply say add alter table name and drop primary key, drop constraint primary key. It works, but in Azure SQL and SQL Server, we have to just get the exact primary key constraint. So this is our primary key value. Okay, so now I can simply say alter table dim user, and then I can say drop constraint, and then this is the constraint ID. So I can simply provide this and let's try to run it. Okay, now it is good. So we have dropped constraint from this table. Now we need to repeat it for track. Okay, and let's try to run it first to get the ID. Okay, this is the ID, and then provide it here. Perfect. Dim track, perfect. So let's try to run it. Perfect, this is also done. Now dim date. They basically create a different ID for this thing. So dim date. Okay, perfect. Now dim artist, not dim artist. Perfect. Okay, okay, dim artist. Perfect. Now last fact stream. Okay, fact stream, let's get the value. Okay, perfect. Oops, what did we do? Perfect. Okay, so all the things are dropped. Now we can simply run this code. Basically our query, copy it and paste it here. Where's that? Okay, here. Simply say run and it will simply insert the values. Okay, this inserted some new data, 470 records. It's fine. Let's try to run and debug the code. Okay, let's try to debug the code. Let's say okay. Okay, perfect. Let's hold on and let's see if it works. So this is completed. That means we have the new data loaded. That what we need to do, we will simply run our pipeline, which is our notebook, right? So let's do that. So if you go to workspace, okay, and don't worry, I will also show you how you can just deploy a bundle. Just be with me, don't need to worry at all. Okay, so we can just go to, let's say, source. Okay, and within the silver we can just run our notebook, silver dimensions. So let's try to run this. Okay, perfect. Let's try to run this. So this will populate our silver layer. So this worked fine. Okay, so now what we can do, we can simply run our pipeline, which is gold layer. Okay, and there are like multiple ways in order to run it. If you just go to pipeline, you can even run it from here as well. If you click here, you can simply say run pipeline and you will see this tag as well here. So it will simply wait for the resources, and we are using serverless, so it will not take much time. Okay, so if we just open it, So okay, this is also done, waiting for resources, and this is the pipeline ID. So this is like the traditional way to run your any job, any pipeline, but that particular area where we just run the DLT, it is specifically for delta like tables. That's it. Okay, so now it is initializing. Makes sense. Now it will also create your tag. So just a different experience for you if you just want to explore. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. And sounds good. Setting up tables. Okay, perfect. So we do not have any kind of errors. Everything is running fine so far. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, let me expand it. And let me expand it from here. Let me expand it from here. So this is the view that we can see. And as you can see that it has brought 2 new records here. And this is also running. And currently this is also running. This is also running. This is also running. So perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So let me just tell you what does it mean. And this is the testing of our basically end-to-end example as well. Let me just zoom it a little bit. What are you seeing here? If I just talk about numbers, only 2. Why 2? Do you know why? When I just loaded my data, like the incremental data, that incremental data also had some data from the past. So out of all those records, only 2 records were new. So that was the testing for our this pipeline. And that means we are able to successfully loading only the data which should be processed after a specific date. If we want to process everything from scratch, we need to do something called as backdated refresh. Otherwise, we'll simply bring the data for the latest date only. That's it. That is a very good test. Makes sense. And now if you just want to do a backdated refresh, you can. If you just go to a pipeline, you can just run this pipeline and you can even run the backdated refresh if you want, but we do not want to do that, but you can just do that. Okay, so that was a very good test that is passed. Then now other tables are like 0, 0, 0. Why? Because those records were actually not new for any of these tables. Okay, so that is why you are seeing like 0 or blank. Makes sense. But you can simply apply a backdate refresh here if you just want to. Make sense? If you want to, let me just click here and parameters. See, so here, because I added backdated data, that's why it didn't pick that data. And that's what I wanted in my ADF pipeline. Very good. So if you just want to bring all the data, you can literally put any backdate data in this particular loop. And let's say you want to just change it. If you can just do it, you can just play with it. Okay. You can simply add that particular thing, which is from date, and you can simply put 2025-0101. So what it will do, it will simply bring all the data within your system. Okay, makes sense. But I don't want to do that because I wanted to test it. That's fine. Now I want to test this particular streaming table, this one, like what is the data? See, I am seeing here 4 records and incoming data is 2. Why? Because 2 records are updated and 2 records are inserted. So these are the 2 records which are inserted, and the previous 2 records are marked as expired as per the standard or as per the, you can say, fundamental that we just learned about slowly changing dimension type 2. Makes sense. But I want to test it as well. So what I will do, I will simply go to workspace, Spotify tab, and I can literally go to, let's say, source, and I can open any notebook. Let's say let's open Silver because I have a notebook there, and it's just a quick testing. So what I can do, I can simply run one code just to show you how our dimension is looking like. So I will simply say select asterisk from Spotify keta dot gold dot dim track. Okay, let's see. And just to be sure, I can also add one filter where let's say start at is not null. Let's try to run it. Okay, basically end at, because everyone has like end start at. Okay, perfect. So let's see the results. Perfect, 2 records. So 2 records are expired, track ID 46 and 5. Let me just show you the end-to-end example of it, where track ID in 46 and 5. Let's see. So you will see the changes, how it is actually capturing the slowly changing dimension. See, 46, 46, 5, 5. So previous value of 46 had the artist ID 9 and artist ID 225. Then we simply change that value, and now this is the latest value. See, because it was updated at this particular timestamp, basically. Make sense? And this is the previous start at when this record was added. This is not the system time. This is the updated at column that we have. You can simply check it here, right? See, based on this value. So remember, we added sequence by column in our code. This is the thing, because now it is able to understand. So please let me know. Let's say you are a DLT. Okay. Now you are given a data set. Okay. And now you need to expire one record and you need to pick latest record as in use record. How will you determine? Because you have two values. So it will be decided on the basis of this column. So whatever date is updated, or let's say whatever date is the latest date, it will pick that as the latest date and it will say this is the latest value. All the previous values are expired. So that's what it did. 7th of October is the latest date and 14th of September is the previous date. That's it. This is the power of that sequence by property. Make sense? And our end-to-end example is passed. By the way, it was a very risky one because I didn't know like will it pass or not, because we literally didn't perform any testing. We were just simply building, and the good thing is it passed all the things. I am really happy because now you have portfolio project ready just to showcase in any interview, any project, anywhere. Just enjoy. One last thing that I want to mention about the Databricks Asset Bundles. Let's actually see what is that. So basically, let's talk about it. So let's talk about the asset bundles. In Databricks, we were using so many techniques to deploy our code. So many techniques. We were using, obviously, see, there are two things. One is deployment. One is continuous integration, CI. Okay. We learned how to integrate our code with Git. That's good. Then now it's time to learn in the Databricks as well. Okay. So now in this particular code, we will be seeing like how we can just package our code. So whatever we have built, we need to create a kind of bundle, a kind of package so that it can be deployed to a specific location. And once it is deployed to that specific location, any DevOps engineer can pick that bundle and can deploy it to multiple environments. Does that make any sense? Okay. So you are not a DevOps engineer, but you still need to know the fundamentals of asset bundles, how to create it, because yes, DevOps engineer will be there for you to, let's say, deploy your code, but it is your responsibility as a data engineer to create a bundle. He will not create the bundle. You need to create the bundle. So that is why it is also a data engineering task. So do not get confused. But in order to deploy it, deploy means deploy to different environments. That will be done by DevOps engineer. But you need to create the bundle. Let me just show you how you can just create the bundle. You already have the bundle. Now you will be deploying it. Deploy means there are two kinds of deployment. One deployment is when you are deploying simply into the you can say dev environment that you have done in the case of ADF as well, right? So we want to deploy our stuff in the dev environment. Then from there they can just pick that particular thing to QA and prod, and you can even deploy it from QA to QA and prod from tab as well. I will just show you. So let's actually see it in the code. So this is our Databricks workspace, okay, and this is the package that we want to deploy. This is the package, okay. This is the package, perfect. And everything will be managed by this particular file called databricks.yaml, okay. And if you don't know about YAML, you should have a basic understanding. It is very similar to JSON, but it is more human readable. So that is why it is used in your CI/CD workflows, and nowadays it is very popular. It is the backbone of DBT as well. So yeah, let me just remove the unnecessary stuff. Okay, so simple stuff. We just need to pick name, okay, and the name of the bundle will be Spotify DAB, and this is the UUID, okay, just to make it a unique identifier. Then we have something called as targets. The first target is dev, make sense? And here is the host. Obviously this is a pseudo host. I will just replace this with the real host URL. So let me just grab it from, let me just first of all, by the way, this is this one, but I can just show you. If you just want it to verify, you can simply go to compute And if you just go to SQL warehouses, you click here and then connection details, and then this is the host. Okay, so you can literally paste that URL here. Okay, like this. So this is my dev environment. Make sense? Okay, makes sense. So what will happen whenever you will be just deploying your code here in the dev environment, you can literally decide a location that I personally like. Okay, and let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, perfect. So this is the host, but I also want to pick something called as root path. Okay, let's pick a root path, and here let's paste it. Let's say root path. Okay, and it will be like workspace, users, and whatever. Okay, anchlamba.com and .bundle, bundle name, bundle target. Makes sense? Okay, this is my dev environment. Now, obviously in the real world scenario, you will be having multiple workspaces, one for prod, one for QA. So the only difference will be you will be having different host. But in our case, we do not have any different host. We just have one workspace, obviously. So now you can obviously create a different workspace if you want. I don't want to do that because the only difference will be different URL. That's it. But I can convert my workspace and I can just create the same environment to learn this thing. How? I will simply go to my Databricks workspace, and within this workspace, let's say this is my home. Okay, we have nothing here. I will create a folder called, let's say, prod. Okay, let's say prod. Okay, then I can simply get the URL, let's say full path, and I can even paste it here. Let's say like this. Make sense? So now this will be acting as my prod environment, and I can imagine that this host, which is, I know, like this is the you can say same, but you can imagine that this is something different. Okay, you can imagine that. Make sense? So I can literally add HTTPS here and then here as well. Like by default, when you just copy it from the compute, you will not get that HTTPS, but you can simply add it. It's not a big deal, but you should add it. It's a good way to do it. So job compute, SQL warehouses, yeah, connection details. So it will not show you the HTTPS, but you add HTTPS as well. Okay, perfect. So this is the way that you can just define your YAML. This is a very basic of fundamental that we are going to cover in this particular section. And I told you in the beginning as well that we are simply looking at how we can just deploy the code. That's it. Then these are the permissions that we can simply use. So this is the username who can just manage the resources in prod, because in prod we do not allow everyone to use the resources. Make sense? Okay, so now I'll simply open the, you can say, web terminal, and in order to open web terminal, I will be needing any notebook. Let's open this notebook. Okay, let's open this notebook, and let me remove this code because this is actually not important. This was just the testing. So let me open the terminal. So in the terminal, I will be writing the code to deploy the bundle. But before even that, I need to go inside this folder. So I will simply say cd and Spotify dab. Okay, so now I am inside this folder. Now I can simply say Databricks bundle, and I first of all need to validate the bundle if everything is fine. Okay, so let's click on Databricks bundle validate, and it will simply take its time, and it is saying validation is okay. Now I want a summary of my validation. Databricks bundle summary. Okay, so unable to locate bundle root Databricks.yaml not found. Wow. So what did it validate, bro? Databricks bundle summary. Okay, cannot retrieve. Okay, what is labs.yaml? It is databricks.yaml. Okay, let's try to do it for one more time. Maybe it didn't pick. Maybe due to any error. See, now it is, I think, running fine. Sometime it happens. See, perfect. So I got the summary. Very good. And that's what I wanted. So it is saying, bro, this is your host, this is your target, and this will be your target location. Okay, so now let's say, first of all, let me just open this in the new window. Okay, perfect. So now let me zoom it a little bit. Perfect. So now what I want to deploy this code, right? But I have multiple environments. If you see, I have multiple environments where I want to deploy. I want to deploy in the dev environment. So you need to specify that thing. You will say Databricks bundle deploy, okay, and then hyphen target dev, hit enter. It will now deploy that particular bundle in your dev environment. Make sense? So it is simply deploying the resources and it is completed. Let me just show you. If you go to the workspace, if you see, you have a folder called .bundle and it has literally everything that is there in this particular folder. This is .bundle, okay, Spotify tab, and then dev, then files, and then, hey, where are our files? Okay, let me just check. So just a quick fix, not a fix, like it's a good to have thing. Sometimes it can throw error, sometimes it works fine. So there's a preset that we need to add in our target dev. It works fine in prod, but for dev we have to add it. What is this preset? Source link deployment. So basically what happens whenever you just deploy the artifacts or basically the data code, whatever, in the dev environment, by default this source link deployment is true, is marked as true. So we need to make it as false, because if we do not make it as false, it will still be referring to the code files from our original location instead of this Databricks Asset Bundle. Make sense? So what we can do, simply add this preset and simply delete this .databricks folder. Simply click on move to trash, because it stores the history and it keeps a track of all the changes. Simply drop this and go to this particular bundle and drop this as well, because I was just testing it and now it is working fine after adding that preset. So now you can simply go to the terminal, like any terminal. Okay. And sometimes even if you just do all these steps, still it can fail sometimes. So you can simply reload this terminal, okay, because it caches some data. And once it is done, then you can simply run the same command and hit enter. And now you will not see that particular thing. Earlier you were seeing this thing, source link deployment is enabled, deployed resource reference the source files in your working tree. So that is why it was creating some problems, but now it is working fine. So now it will simply deploy the resources. If I go to my bundle, I should see all the files this time, if everything is fine. Let's see. Okay, perfect. I am seeing all the things here that is there in my bundle. Very, very good. Very good. So this is all about your bundle deployment. Let's say I want to deploy this to prod. Let's say this. Okay, this one. And by the way, I also removed this particular root path, if you noticed, because we can provide the root path, but ideally we do not provide the root path in the dev environment, because every developer is having their own dev environment using their email ID. So ideally we should not do that. I thought like you will be just copy and pasting the code and interviewer can ask you like, why did you provide this root path? But you can simply ignore that. We usually provide the root path in the prod environment or basically QA environment. So let's try to run this particular deployment and let's see how it goes. So this time I will simply say Databricks bundle deploy, and this time we want to deploy in the prod instead of dev. Let's see what happens. So, and we have created an environment, prod environment within our dev workspace, so that we can just actually learn how it works in the real world, right? So deployment complete. Let's go and check. Go to workspace, go to prod. Perfect. Bundle is there. Spotify tab, prod, and then files are there. All the folders and files are there. Perfect. So this is it, and you need to just learn this thing, like how you can just deploy the bundle. Obviously this is a very fundamental topic, like fundamental, you can say, area that we have touched within the asset bundles. You have dedicated video available. Go and watch. You can simply search it on Google or any browser. Databricks Asset Bundles Ansh Lamba. You will see the video. You can master it if you want to. Okay. So this was here all about end-to-end Azure data engineering project. Obviously, we add more and more challenges in the real world. Sometimes we see less challenges in the real world. It all depends upon the requirements. But I tried my best to give you more and more challenges in terms of learning, okay? Like positive challenges. And I hope that you would have learned a lot of things and new things, updated things which are in demand. So I'm really happy. So if you found this video helpful, I would appreciate your one comment, one share, and that's all I can say. I know you love me a lot and it's time to just show that love. So very happy learning to you, and just keep watching all the other videos that I have just mentioned in this particular video, because that is a kind of roadmap for you. You need to complete all those videos. Okay. Happy learning, and just click on the video coming on your screen. I will see you there. Bye bye.